If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Napa, the pros that know AC parts inside and out. Congratulations to the Minnesota Frost, the two-time and only Walter Cup champions of the Professional Women's Hockey League. They defeated the Ottawa Charge 2-1 Monday night and celebrated with a parade and fan party last night in St. Paul. Sounded like it was a lot of fun. Year 2 of the league saw attendance increase by 33%. That's good news. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you off and rolling this Thursday morning. Well, no game yesterday, but 2 scheduled for today. As the Phils, hopefully the rain subsides and the Phils can take on those Atlanta Braves. Eagles are taking on, I guess, each other, OTAs. Practicing, which is a good thing, getting ready for the season coming up in a couple months. A couple players and a couple coaches talking yesterday, including Kevin Petula, Dallas Goedert, and more. We'll play the audio of that. We got some Phillies tickets to give away today, and certainly your phone calls. That's how you can win them at 215-592-9494. Rich.
Hello, Joe.
Hello there, Johnny.
The first rockets date back to 1232.
Hard to believe.
1232. Jin Dynasty soldiers. They made fire arrows propelled with gunpowder. They actually used a tube. It was like an early large bottle rocket. They used a tube. Once the tube was ignited, the fire, smoke, and gas that escaped out the open end propelled the tube and the stick toward a target.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm impressed. Trying to get
1232.
And trying to break down that castle.
I guess.
Get in somewhere.
Yeah.
Which castle?
The one in Scotland.
You said the Jing Dynasty.
They went all the way to Scotland.
All the way to Scotland.
Well, it was
what
a rocket.
Trip in the 1200s.
It was a rocket. That thing really had some long-distance firepower. It's like a Schwarber home run.
My dad, when I was growing up, used to have lots of good bottle rockets. Like the summertime is when you'd kind of know where you could sneak and find some bottle rockets. Like in one of those bags. Did your dad have any of those bags that were super
I feel
old?
safe saying my dad never once set off a bottle rocket in his life. I'm 100% sure.
Oh my gosh.
My dad was a city guy.
Oh, so, all right. Well, my dad sold cars. My dad was a car salesman. My dad made deals. He was a wheeler and dealer, and sometimes he would get cool stuff in deals. And man, sometimes if it was I don't even know if it was really a 3/4 stick of dynamite, but they had these things that were called 3/4 sticks.
Wow.
They had these things called, well, of course, M80s. Everyone knew about M80s, but then quarter sticks and then half sticks and 3/4 sticks. I mean, they really were almost like
I think you lost Joe like 3 minutes ago.
Really?
4 minutes ago.
Well, anyway, lots of cool bottle rockets, and they used to be in these bags that were so old, and the bags had been used so many times. The paper bags, they'd gotten crinkly and smushy to where it wasn't even like paper any longer. It was almost like fabric.
Okay.
You didn't have a bag like that?
Now you lost me 5 minutes ago.
I was just like,
all
are
right,
you done yet?
So a couple of things. First off, I'm still trying to figure out not bottle rockets, but why people don't want to throw at a Brave. That's a whole nother matter. But know this, ladies and gentlemen, that's on the table. Now, the responsibility now goes to Sanchez. Is that right, James? Sanchez game 1?
Sanchez game 1, Wheeler game 2.
All right, so an interesting flippage by the Phils. First off, if you had tickets to the game if you had tickets to the game yesterday, just know that ticket is for today's 1 o'clock game. And then the game that was scheduled for today is obviously later tonight. But interestingly, the Phillies switched the pitchers. So I'm looking for a Chris Sanchez fastball to the ribs, okay? He takes on the responsibility. I tend to think he'll get it done, but it is complicated by a doubleheader. So if you have a pitcher thrown out of a game, you can, wreck your bullpen a little bit in a doubleheader day. So just know that has entered the equation. 2 changes. 1, Sanchez gets the start. And 2, you do play with some fire if a starting pitcher gets thrown out of a game early because it's a doubleheader day.
So I'm just putting that
your
preference is that we're strategic and we try to hit a guy in like the 7th inning.
My preference is Sanchez goes after him, but says what? That wasn't me. I lost it. I lost it in the lights.
Do you really think you might go after him after like 100 pitches?
I think he goes after him in the first 40, but we'll see. All right. So that's on the table. All jokes aside, tell us why you're in or out. We were talking yesterday, and it won't be the full focus today, obviously. But I'm especially curious if you were out on throwing at a Brave, why? So hit us up, 215-592-9494. All right, let's get to this Jalen Hurts thing, which is pretty interesting. So Pro Football Focus, John, as you know, came out a few days ago with their quarterback rankings. And we're going to see a lot of these in the offseason. And it pretty much came in as I expected, which is that Jalen Hurts is ranked very high, but not ranked in the top 4, and in this case, not ranked in their Tier 1. So Tier 1, according to Pro Football Focus, what they determine to be elite are the following 4, and it's the 4 I do believe are the best, although I think you could change this order. They go with Patrick Mahomes 1, Burrow 2, Lamar 3, and Josh Allen 4. Now, I think most people in America would say in some order those are the 4 best. Obviously, there are people here that think Jalen Hurts belongs in that grouping of 4, and some people, including James, think he's as high as 2. All right. So here's the deal. Appropriate or disrespectful to have Jalen Hurts as the 5th-ranked quarterback, but not a Tier 1 quarterback, John, what they determine to be a Tier 2, what they call high-end starter. Now, full disclosure, for those tuning in right now, we had a poll yesterday related to this. We knew there was a decent chance this would be a more robust show topic today. And we wanted to get an early assessment yesterday. The question was on our poll, is Jalen Hurts a Tier 1 elite quarterback? And 73% of our respondents said yes, 27% said he is not. John, what say you? And ladies and gentlemen, you tell us, because you guys know where I stand. I don't think he is, but he's better than I thought he was. I don't think it's disrespectful at all to call him a Tier 2. I think he has a lot more around him than the other quarterbacks in the Tier 1, and I think that's a big part of why the Eagles won the Super Bowl. But look, he obviously played great in the final 2 games after having his ass carried for 18 weeks. John Ritchie, what say James? See how I just slid that in there?
I'm not responding. I'm staying silent here.
All right, John,
your nonsense can speak for itself.
John, what say you on Jalen? What's the truth?
Jalen is, I think it's fair to say Jalen at 5th. I feel pretty good about that.
Should he be Tier 1? Should he be Tier 1?
I think Tier 1 is where he and Jaden Daniels and Matthew Stafford should exist.
You can't have him in the same tier as Mahomes. You can't have Stafford and Jaden Daniels in the same tier as Mahomes. At some point, you got to have a differentiation.
Okay,
why?
Yeah.
Because Patrick Mahomes is freaking 3-time Super Bowl champion, 5-time been there.
Then that top tier should be Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts.
Look, you could have a case where it's Mahomes all by himself. You could have case.
Let's go top tier is Jalen Hurts and Patrick Mahomes. They're the only 2 quarterbacks out there who have proven they can go and win a world championship with their team.
You think Hurts is the second best quarterback?
Yes, let's go by the elite means you've proven you can go and win a world championship with your team. That's Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts, right? And the last 2 times they met in the biggest game in the world, what happened? Jalen Hurts played better than Patrick Mahomes did. And the last time we saw Jalen won the biggest game in the world.
It's incredible.
And actually won the MVP of that game. So both times that he's played the top quarterback in the world, he's outplayed him. And the last time they met, he beat him.
He very much beat him. I mean, there's no question.
So, Jalen's elite. So and if we're going to put tiers on it, let's go Jalen and Mahomes are Tier 1 because they're the only 2 quarterbacks out there who have a ring.
Was Eli better than Tom Brady?
No.
He beat him
Tom
twice.
Brady is nowhere close to as good as you seem to think he was. He was very accomplished.
Wait. The argument is Tom Brady's not
very
that good?
Accomplished.
Wait. How far down? I just want to know before we rev our engines, how far down are we dropping Tom Brady? Is he below Hurts?
Is that even? No.
James, what kind of comment was? So who's he below? Is he below Flacco?
Is that what we're talking
Is he
about
not?
today?
Well, hold
we're
on.
going to talk about your boyfriend, Tom?
Is he not in the top 3
yeah.
of all time?
No. By skill? No, he's not. By
Yeah,
accomplishments,
you think Tom Brady?
yes. By
You think,
accomplishments,
I'm just trying to
yes.
understand. So here's the deal. So you can weigh in 215-592-9494. I'm trying to get a sense, obviously, on the Hurts thing, but we're trying to, get some parameters set. It was a stunning shift of parameter, in my opinion. Apparently, Tom Brady not a top 3 quarterback of all time. But okay, that's John's opinion.
I'm here for all the Tom Brady slander I can hear.
It is slander.
And I love it. I did point that out.
And you know what slander is.
Yes.
Not true.
But I'm here for it.
But let's bring it back to Hurts for a second. So here's where I'm at on Jalen. Obviously, I have great appreciation for what he accomplished and what the team accomplished. And he does deserve a tremendous amount of credit, especially at the end of the year. I'm not moved to the point where I say I leapfrog him up into tier 1. I'm certainly not where people like James and Elliott and John are talking about him as the second best quarterback in pro football. I do think, and I would think all of us agree, but you tell us, that he has more around, that he, let's say, had more around him, and to a large extent will still have more around him than other quarterbacks. I mean, there was a tremendous advantage last year. Forget everything else on the offense, just the defense. He was the only quarterback in pro football that had the number 1 ranked defense, and it's a defense, by the way, a lot of us think might have been one of the 5 best defenses this century. I mean, Mahomes is truly legit, and Mahomes didn't get past midfield to like late third quarter of a Super Bowl. That's unbelievable. Hurts didn't do that. The defense did that. Now, Hurts did a lot in that game. He did a lot in the championship game. He is superb in the running game. He is superb. And he's a big help to what Saquon does. Now, I don't think
the Eagles were 4th in offensive efficiency last season, and he created that. Remember last year we were all worried about, how is he going to coordinate the offense if there's no Jason Kelce?
Yep.
Like that
he improved on that
coordination of the run and the pass. A lot of times that comes down to an in-game decision.
Well, it's more of the run and the run.
The RPO stuff.
Yeah, more of the run and the run.
The
that was kind of the Eagles'
decision-making
offense.
within the run game is something that we don't even go into.
So, no, I think
because it's talking about A gap, B gap, C gap decisions about where guys are lined up.
He's
stuff
excellent
that's
at that.
boring.
He's excellent at that. There's no question.
He's impeccable at that.
Well,
he's the
impeccable.
best at that.
He might be the
is
best
the
at that.
template for that. He's the reason that everyone in the NFL is now shifting their whole view of what works in this league.
Well, he's part of it. You're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
Like he is the trendsetter. People want their quarterback to look more like Jalen Hurts. We should count ourselves as lucky that we have the template for what works best right now, as deemed by we are the in the copycat league.
Yep.
We're what everyone's trying to be.
So listen, you can weigh in. Is he elite? Is he not? Tier 1, tier 2? Where do you rank him up? How do you compare him to, the guys like Josh Allen and Burrow and Lamar that have not won a title?
We haven't even talked about his poise, his mental toughness, the physical toughness.
Very tough.
So physically tough that we don't even know if he's hurt. We don't even know if he's hurt until the surgery comes and he's already rehabbed after the season's over.
Listen, here's where I'm at on I'm going to give you positive, negative. Tons of positive, admirable traits, which you just listed a bunch of them, John. I agree with you on a lot of that. I just think in the passing game he's deficient to be a tier 1 quarterback. Now, listen, he was effective enough last year that they won the Super Bowl. Would they have won it?
He was 4th in yards per attempt and 5th in passer rating.
Well, he had 18
last year.
Well, they hit him, and that's part of why he didn't throw as many passes as others. And he had 18 touchdowns
they hit
in a
him
league that had.
because they ran the ball more, or they hit him because they wanted to balance the offense.
I would say
that's what works best in the NFL.
I would say they hit him for 2 reasons.
Hit him is running the ball more because I think you're confusing.
In part because he and Saquon are
impetus.
excellent at it with that offensive line, but also in part because he's not that great in the passing game. Yeah, I think they made a shift after the bye to say, let's pass less, let's hide
He's 4th
Jalen.
in yards per attempt and 5th in passer rating, but he's deficient in when he throws it.
Well, he had 18 touchdowns in a league where Peyton Manning had 55.
Okay,
How many
a lot
rushing did
less.
Peyton Manning have?
You
Probably
talk about that.
-2.
Yeah,
with the
exactly.
You talk about that all the time. You can't
I'm
count
not ignoring that.
stats.
Jalen's superb with the rushing.
You can't
I've already
count
told you that.
stats anymore. You've said it
Yeah,
yourself
18
with the way
passing
quarterbacks
touchdowns.
Well,
throw it in the last 10, 15 years.
Right.
You're saying throw Matt Stafford's records out the window.
I'm saying
Let's
Stafford's
throw
not that
Jalen's
good.
records, the numbers out the window also, and boil it down.
Look, I think
the
Hurts-
guy's the best player on the best team, and they won the world title.
You think he's better than Saquon?
Well, Saquon's an awesome player,
well,
too.
You just
different
said he's
player, different ways.
Is he better than Saquon?
He's the top offensive. I don't know. No,
the
they're
is
different.
no.
Different
of course
position,
he's not better than
man.
Saquon.
Of course
How am
he
I
is.
supposed
He
to
gets a
say
lot
that?
more
I think he's
like
better.
That's
He's the quarterback. He's the most important player.
You've
Think about it this way.
off the rails. We've gone off the rails.
Why are we comparing our best players? Who's
You're
better
the one
now?
that just said he's the best player, and I said
Yes,
no,
He's
not.
the best player on the
he would go
best
the first on the
team
Eagles.
that won the world title.
Outrageous.
That's
All right.
inarguable.
All right, listen, ladies and gentlemen, where do you stand? It's another Rev Your Engine Day. What are we doing around here? Hurts, elite, yes, no. You tell us. 215-592-9494. Apparently Tom Brady's not good, and apparently Saquon Barkley's not their best player. But, hey, you tell us. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. We'll field your phone calls on 94 WIP.
Get your grill on this summer with Wild Fork Foods, your #1 spot to shop premium meats and seafood at unmatched prices. Let the Wild Fork Forkies help you grill up restaurant quality seafood dishes at home this summer. They tell me what to do all the time, and it really helps. You have to try the skinless halibut fillets, 2 pieces, just $25.98, or skinless mahi-mahi fillets, 1.5-pound packs, just $13.98, or upgrade any meal without the prep work with their shrimp skewers. These high-quality large shrimp come hand-skewered and packed for ultimate convenience. Just marinate them in olive oil, lemon juice, oregano, paprika, garlic powder, salt, and pepper to enhance their natural flavor. Toss it on the grill for about 2 minutes on each side. And you've got a tasty addition to surf and turf, a salad, or a standalone appetizer. Visit one of their Greater Philadelphia retail locations today. Or headed to the shore, skip the trip to the grocery store and shop Wild Fork online for same-day delivery to your door at the shore. Visit wildforkfoods.com.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill says he's out to prove to his teammates that he's a player they can count on. Hill is recovering from offseason wrist surgery and was spotted with a protective brace on his right wrist during OTAs this week. Despite that, he says he's locked in on his goal, aiming for 2,000 receiving yards again this season. Meantime, in Jacksonville, all eyes are on rookie Travis Hunter and how the Jaguars plan to use their dynamic two-way threat. Head coach Liam Cohen says Hunter won't play both ways in a single practice yet. For now, he'll alternate between offense and defense on different days while sitting in on both meeting rooms. Once the regular season kicks off, Cohen expects Hunter will start practicing both ways. And after 10 seasons anchoring the Patriots' offensive line, veteran center David Andrews has officially announced his retirement from the NFL. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/score. That's ethos.com/score.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. But not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. HIMS.com/JOY.
You've been called the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the BetParks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in the first 24 hours. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be waived.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Today, becoming partly sunny and warmer, I-75.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. This May, we're bringing back not one, but two of our most popular offers. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. To celebrate the grand reopening of our new showroom, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of vehicles. And for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. At Colonial Hyundai, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. So now through May 31st, don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai comes with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2020.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Eagles OTAs took place in the bubble at the NovaCare Complex. New offense coordinator Kevin Patullo thinks the continuity on offense with 11 to 12 starters returning is key.
I think it's huge, right? Because everybody knows each other. It comes down to it. When they're out there playing, they're problem solving. You know, ultimately, you don't always know what you're going to get as an offense. So those guys can walk out there in the field and be confident in what they're supposed to do. But no matter what happens, they feel like they can problem solve and do the best together.
Cooper DeJean took a few snaps outside. Reed Blankenship not in attendance. Inquiries Jeff McClain says it's a minor medical issue. And no Bryce Harper. Phils play a doubleheader with the Braves due to the rain out. Christopher Sanchez against A.J. Smith-Shawver in the opener. That's 1:05 p.m. Heavyweight battle for the second. Zach Wheeler against Chris Sale, 6:45. Of course, both games live here on 94 WIP. Awaiting the lineup to see if Bryce Harper will play after getting flunked Tuesday by Spencer Strider and having to leave the game. Becoming partly sunny, high 75, currently 58. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Back to the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
All right, great to be with you on another rainy day. One thing before the calls. I hope people understand. When I talk about Jalen as tier 2, I don't mean it disrespectfully because
gosh, no,
it is. It's a high level, but I just don't think I lost my brain the way some people did when they won the Bowl. I mean, not everybody, when you win the Bowl, is tier 1 at everything. Shane Victorino wasn't an elite center fielder. He was a really important contributing factor in the Phillies when they won the World Series. I mean,
was he the quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles for 2 Super Bowls? The only one to ever go to 2 Super Bowls?
No, but not everybody gets to be elite. So it's just the way I look at sports. But you tell me, where are you at? All right, let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Anthony in New Jersey kicks us off. What's going on, Anthony?
What's going on, Joe? How you doing?
Good,
man?
buddy.
How you guys doing?
Fantastic.
Hi, Anthony.
Hey, Joe, man, you gotta stop acting like Jalen is not that guy. Because Jalen most definitely is that guy. You check his record versus the AFC. I don't believe he lost the game. Maybe one, and that's to Patrick Mahomes last year when we went to in the Super Bowl.
We lost some in
you check his
2021,
record-
but they weren't as good, and he wasn't as
Right.
good. Yeah.
You check. Well, I'm saying you check the stats.
Well, I know. I'm just saying. You
not
said if he's
saying
lost a
Jalen
game.
had-
I mean, he's lost
Right.
some, but probably not too many.
No, I'm saying to the AFC. Joe.
I know, and I'm saying in 2021 he lost some, but
He's
overall,
15-4 as a starter
Yeah.
against the AFC in his career.
Okay.
I guess in the regular
What's
season.
his record? What's his record versus Josh Allen?
is it 1-0 or 2-0?
I think it's 1-0, yeah.
What's his record versus Lamar Jackson?
He's beat him.
It's at least 1-0. I don't know if it's only one.
I think it's 1.
Probably once.
What's his record against Joe Burrow?
He's beat him.
1-0.
Yeah.
I think.
What's his record against Patrick Mahomes?
2-1.
It's a fun
What
game.
are we-
we're playing.
No, it might be 2. Is it 2-1 or 2-2?
2-1.
2-1.
Oh, no, 2-2. You're right. Because
2021?
Mahomes beat him here.
Yeah.
You're
2-2.
right. Yeah.
Okay, so how many Super Bowls Jalen been to?
2.
How many Allen, Burrow, Jackson been to? How many
Combined
they
1.
Yeah, but Anthony, see, here's the deal. You're boiling it down, and listen, these are some impressive facts, but you're boiling
Joe,
it down
Joe.
the way. Go ahead. What?
Hey, Joe.
What?
What's Lamar Jackson? How many turnovers do he have in the postseason every year?
I mean,
At least 2. At least 2. How many has Jalen had? The year that we went to Super Bowl and lost. That season Jalen had don't compare to any. That was an MVP season. If he did not,
I thought he was better back
against
then.
that Chicago Bears,
I thought his
against
best
that
season.
Chicago Bears team.
Listen, Anthony, I thought his best season was 2022. As recently as mid-2023 season, I had Jalen ranked as the second best player in Philly sports. And then when I saw more, I thought, no, I actually think it's those around him that are elevating him more than he elevates them. Listen, I'm not saying he's bad, Anthony. I'm just saying if the standard is elite, I don't think he's elite. He has so much around. I mean, all those quarterbacks you listed, they haven't had the top-ranked defense or the number one offensive line. I mean, Joe Burrow had no offensive line. So I look at what's around him, and that's a big factor for me. Let's go to David calling from New Jersey. Good morning, David.
Hey, morning, everybody. Great show. Thank you so much for having me.
Of
You
course.
bet, David.
Hey, real quick, I think this is tough because it's all off perspective. Like, it seems like people like Joe and Spike love passing yards, and like other people like look at the Super Bowls more. But yeah, I don't know. It just seems that like who's better? I'm just thinking like at crunch time, watching like some of these guys, how Jalen could just lock in and like Joe. That was a funny little Eli Tom Brady thing. But you know what's funny about that? We're already giving Mahomes the number 1 spot during this time, so that doesn't really.
Well, I don't give it to him. He took it. The guy's been to 5 Super Bowls. He's won 3, and I think he's consistently the best quarterback in pro football.
Sure, no, but I'm saying in that period, like, yeah, like we're saying he's the number 1, and Eli's number 1 in that time. I'm sorry, Tom Brady is. So
Well,
that's just
Eli
like-
was number 1 on those days, but he was not number 1. I mean, listen, David, I would not put Eli in the Hall of Fame. Now he won two. He won 2 Super Bowls, but they're also the only 2 seasons in which he won a playoff game. You know what I mean? Like Eli's a really odd, very odd historical figure in sports.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree with you. But I'm just saying in that time, like we're like let's just say this: Tom Brady's number 1, and then Eli's whatever. But like this is a top 5 ranking, and we're saying Mahomes is number 1, so that has nothing to do with it. Like we know that, but like I'm just saying that like when you watch some of these guys, like Jalen just it seems like he could just outperform some of these guys, like the other caller said. You know,
well,
like
he can most of them. He can.
Right.
But
Right.
David, David, here's one of my contentions.
And Joe doesn't factor in the mistakes that other quarterbacks make. It's not all rosy and shiny the way we, the grass is always greener. It truly is.
I think the two guys up top, and David, good call. I think the two guys up top that make the most mistakes. Listen, Lamar didn't have many interceptions last year, but I've seen enough of him in the playoffs to know he can
fumbleitis, turnovers. They come in bunches.
He can mess it up in a big spot.
2024, he was the MVP. They had the best defense in the league. They had home field advantage, and they completely melted down.
He's
completely.
He's clearly had playoff moments where he's goofed it up. There's no question.
The point that everyone's making is you're not giving enough weight to when the lights are the brightest, when it matters the most. Jalen Hurts always steps up
and
always plays great. And that's
is that defined by Super Bowls?
Sure.
I'm just asking.
What do you do in the AFC Championship game?
I'm just asking.
Put up 55
he played horrible in two different playoff games. I'm just asking, is that
in 2021 and 2023? Yeah, but
that's why I'm defining.
But those
are
unique
the
years. 2023, that team was done. Like no one played well. We saw the worst
him
defensive performance we've ever seen.
He referenced the bright lights, and I'm just trying to understand.
But you understand 2021, 2023 are different. 2021,
he's played great in the Super Bowls.
They were just 2021. He wasn't ready. No one was ready.
I totally agree.
And 2023 was in the middle of the worst collapse we've ever seen. I just don't think it's apples to apples.
I think he was a big part of that, but yes, a lot of weird stuff happened.
Part of what makes him great is he is an incredible amalgamation of traits that will refuse to stay the same. He will refuse to let the same things that befall a normal quarterback befall him. And when I say normal, I mean he is abnormal in the way he looks at the world. It is unusual the way he is, but that's a great thing for us as fans. This guy will not rest. I'm telling you, he's not going to let the complacency thing happen to him.
I agree with that.
And it's like he will not sleep until he figures out ways to prevent the complacency thing. He will not be satisfied. And he leads this team in that same way. He will make sure that they are not satisfied. That's part of what makes him better than everyone else, too. He's a big reason why this team is like that. So you don't factor that in at all.
I do factor that in. That's why I got him in tier 2. 215-592-9494. All right, where do you stand on the Hurts thing? Also, some of the comments made yesterday from Dallas Goedert on the offseason. Obviously, a lot of twists and turns for him. Cooper DeJean, what position he'll be playing out there, and more. We'll get to all this. Also, a question related to the Phils and Ranger Suarez. That and more. Phone calls on all these topics, and your chance to win tickets during our show today to a Phillies game in about 2 weeks. Hit us up, 215-592-9494.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting, and you are only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars, live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa does not stop, so start planning your getaway today. Visit theborgata.com for more details.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies Braves. Leading off starts at noon. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 1:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Over the bullpens, onto the berm in right field.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale is here. The very best prices of the season from now until May 31st. Enjoy instant savings on thousands of tires. CJTire.com.
Huge news. Right now at Wendy's, you can get a Son of Baconator for just $3. I don't think you understand this situation. The Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. You know, smoked bacon, rich melted cheese. That Son of Baconator is only $3. Thank you to whoever wished upon that star. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii, not valid on a combo or on third-party delivery platforms.
What's up, guys? Devin Caney here. And if you're thinking about getting engaged, you have to check out Cozy Jewelers. I stopped by their store last week and had the best experience with Paul Cozy. He taught me all about their stunning engagement rings, their in-house process, and the passion behind this amazing family-owned business. You won't find a more knowledgeable or trustworthy team. So if you're ready to pop the question, step up to the 5th C. That's cut, color, clarity, carat, and cozy. Go to cozyjewelers.com.
Don't miss this year's 50th anniversary sales event at Dell Chevrolet. You can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day.
Jack, sell them for less.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, tax, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
See Joe Conklin in the city where the markets try at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Breaking news coming. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards, USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Eagles will be back to OTAs tomorrow after Wednesday's practice moved inside due to the rain. Jalen Hurts said to look sharp. Cooper DeJean taking snaps outside. Nolan Smith limited with his arm braced after tearing his tricep in the Super Bowl. Now with Dallas Goedert remaining in the fold, the Eagles have 10 of 11 starters returning. Goddard back after his deal reworked.
I feel like I know my value. I feel like the Eagles know my value, and just finding something that I was okay with, a number that, I felt excited. My time was worth it, or my whatever I can do on the field there's a threshold that I felt like I deserved, and like I said, we were able to get there.
Phillies Braves double header today. Christopher Sanchez, the opener, 105. Then it'll be Zach Wheeler against Chris Sale in the second game, 6:45 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Turning partly sunny later, high 75, currently 58. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94.
To Jalen. I mean, you thinking Jalen is something different than what Jalen truly is. I guess that makes sense because it's been difficult. It's been a challenge. Jalen has had such a rocky road, a path, because 12 different play callers since he started college in 2016. 12 different play callers since he started college in 2016.
That's astounding.
Kevin Patullo is Jalen's sixth different play caller since entering the NFL in 2020. His sixth different play caller since entering the NFL. That's
probably unprecedented.
That's some turnover.
Yeah,
I
agree.
That's not.
I know.
That's not what you're going for. And this really is kind of the blemish on the development of Jalen Hurts. It's happened every step of the way, and at times because of Jalen's path, because of his own choosing. When you transfer to Oklahoma, you're going to get a new offensive coordinator that next year. Right. But it's just uncanny. It's just unbelievable that he has had that level of turnover, yet still this degree of success.
Part of what explains it is Alabama and the Eagles have been successful, and so people want their coaches.
That's a big part of it.
It is a unique thing, though. All right, let's also get to the Twitter poll question of the day. I want to pose a Phillies-related question to you. Twitter poll brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Let your journey begin in the completely redesigned 2025 Equinox. Now from Armin Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Visit arminchevy.com. Poll question. Do you think Ranger Suarez will be on the Phillies next season? Yes or no? Now, the answer is probably not, right? And there's no
Let's
room.
hope we get something good.
So I put something out on Twitter about Ranger 2 days ago that, how unusual this is to have a pitcher this good that most people in the city think won't be here next year. And the main thread of responses I got back was, get rid of Nola. Get rid of Nola. Keep Ranger. Get rid of Nola. It's just so unlikely because he's owed over $100 million for the next 5 years.
Right? I don't understand even the thought process to say that.
So let me ask you this question, James. To keep Ranger, and I'm going to pose this to everyone listening right now at 215-592-9494. To keep Ranger, which would obviously be re-signing him, what realistically is the most viable path for him to be kept? Who would have to get bumped out?
So you figure Wheeler, Nola, Sanchez, Luzardo, Painter, right?
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
How long is Luzardo signed for?
One more year after this. So theoretically, I mean, I guess the only way you keep Ranger is if you sign Ranger and trade Luzardo.
Yeah, something like that.
Wow.
Or if you wanted to trade Painter, which they have made it very clear they're not going to do.
Or trade Sanchez for a great
or trade
player,
Sanchez, which would be crazy
player.
considering the contract he
I
signed.
know.
I honestly think he might be the most untradeable considering the contract he signed. So
you mean from a Philly standpoint?
From a pure roster construction
Not the
standpoint.
Aaron Nola untradeable.
Yes.
He's so valuable to the
like,
Phillies.
It's such a great contract, and he is good. So, yeah.
Well, I'll pose it to everyone. I mean, I know we all love Ranger, and I know most of us would love to see him stick with the Phils. The question is, how do you do that, and do you think it gets done? I don't think it gets done. It saddens me, but I also accept it as the price of doing business if my GM and my owner acquire so many great pitchers.
I guess there is one more thing that we don't even want to bring up, but if someone has to have Tommy John
of course,
or something like that, honestly, that is sadly the most realistic thing where they could re-sign Ranger is if someone's going to be out for 2 years or something.
Yeah, and it would, to me, almost have to be multiple years because, a multiple year situation. Anyway, it's an odd situation. All right, where do you stand on the Ranger thing? 215-592-9494. Reminder, the Phils play 2 today. First game 105. That's the Wednesday night ticket. The second game 6:45. That's the ticket that was already scheduled for today. Sanchez actually pitches the first game, which is an interesting flip because Wheeler was going to pitch the next game and have the responsibility or not of plunking a Brave. That now goes to Sanchez as first guy up. So we'll see how all that shakes out today. By the way, when you call in and join us today on the program at 215-592-9494, whether it's to talk about Ranger, Jalen Hurts, or more, you can also win a pair of tickets to a Phils game. We got a pair of tickets to the Phils game coming up versus the Cubs. By the way, Cubs are a really good team again. Cubs-Phils, June 11th, in about 2 weeks, 105 first game, afternoon, 105 first pitch, afternoon game at Citizens Bank Park. For tickets to this or any Phillies game, get yourself to Phillies.com. So John had just referenced the Kevin Patullo thing from yesterday. And we know Patullo and Sirianni are apparently very good friends. And obviously coworkers. And so we will ask you today, not from the real-life version of Sirianni and Patullo, but to the fictional variety. Give us a great pair of coworkers. They've got to work together. Coworkers through the years in the world of fiction, movies, shows, whatever it might be. John Ritchie, when you think of fictional coworkers, like I think of Office Space. I mean, my God. Especially the three main dudes, because they're, the three that were getting along, unified in their quest to, essentially defeat the big bad giant that was that company. What a great movie. But John, when you think of fictional co-workers, what comes to mind?
That's interesting. You think of Office Space, but not The Office.
No, I don't like The Office.
Hate The Office.
I do hate The Office.
I think The Office is pretty amazing.
Okay.
And I think Pam and Jim.
Big answer.
The fact that, man, there was that behind the scenes, undercover, simmering tension for so long, and then they fell in love. Joe, you should love this.
Well, you just gave it away.
It's a great love story.
A perfect love story for you to follow.
Yeah, I didn't like those
all
interviews.
Up your alley.
Yeah, the interviews annoy me. Seltzer, give me
so weird.
Twitter poll question. What's better, Office Space or The Office?
Should we put it up? That's actually a fun one.
Office Space.
Yeah, put that up.
Okay, I like that.
Yeah, we'll put that up. All right, James, give me an answer. And
Hold on, that's confusing though, because you got The Office. You got a couple offices.
Well, not the British one, isn't there? No,
people will know.
Yeah, people. I mean,
people
come on.
will know. I'll say which is better, Office Space, The Office. People will get it.
You got it, James. What do you got here?
I'm gonna go with Clarice Starling and Jack Crawford.
Yeah,
they caught Buffalo Bill together.
Yeah, they did. All right, Rhea, an answer for because we're coworkers, but we're not the fictional variety.
No, we are not.
Give me the fictional variety of coworkers. What stands out
We'd be
there?
so much better if we were fictional. Riggs and Murtaugh.
Well, that's a big one for sure. All right. Think about it, guys. A lot of answers out there. Fictional coworkers in honor of Sirianni and Patullo, not fictional. We also have the Twitter poll we've now added, which is better, the Office Space or The Office. Get voting on that. And Ranger, is there a path to bring him back? How realistic is that? I just think it's a tremendous long shot. I've never really seen anything like it in Philly sports where a player this good is just going to kind of get nudged out by numbers of how many people at that position excel. It's bizarre, but it's probably what it is. Let's go to the phones. Also, Jalen Hurts, top tier elite or not, in your opinion? John in Allentown. John, good morning.
What's up, boys and girls?
What's up, John?
Hey, I'm driving through a mountain, so if I cut out, I apologize.
No worries.
Yeah.
Oh, no. All right, John, we're going to put you on hold. We're just going to get you in a better spot, and then we'll get you on the air and give you some good time. Sean in Chester. Sean, what's going on, bud?
How you doing, everyone?
Fantastic.
I just wanted to, I listen to you guys all the time. I love you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say, Joe, I don't know how you can't say Jalen Hurts is not elite when none of the so-called elite quarterbacks can get past Patrick Mahomes. They lose every year.
Well, I think he's better. I think he's better than them. Is kind of the crux of it. I think he is better than Lamar and Burrow, and Allen. But I think those guys are great too. But go ahead.
Jalen Hurts. I mean, and people knock him for the team that he has around him. And you're supposed to have a good team around you. Troy Aikman had a great
He
team
did.
around him. Elway. Every Super Bowl winning team.
Well, Elway eventually did. So I wouldn't say Elway in the 80s was a truly great team. I think that was a lot of him being the hero, kind of putting them on his back, frankly. But I agree with you.
That's why they didn't win.
Yeah, that is why they didn't win. But the Elway group at the end, with Terrell Davis and all those guys they had.
Rod Smith and Ed McCaffrey and Shannon Sharp and all that. They were great.
I think they had
become the inside zone.
Yeah.
And Terrell Davis had 2,000 yards.
Yeah, no, it was incredible.
En route to their Super Bowls. The run game was a massive part of that equation, part of the formula for success.
I mean, Sean, it does. So the complication for this is different players have different teammates, and then you have to assess, okay, what does that mean for how good the player actually is? It is a tricky conversation. And look, I know a lot of people get frustrated when I say I don't think Jalen's elite, and I respect those that think he is because there's arguments that he is. I just think when I watch them play, I see others that lift him up in a big way. And, Sirianni basically proved it last year when he said Jalen Hurts can't be great without the greatness of others. Oh, no, he didn't say that, did he? But that's what he was thinking when he said that a million times. You can't be great.
It's been Jalen.
I'm sorry, Sean. Go ahead, buddy. I'm just joking around.
Shane Steichen, 2 years in a row, is the only repeat offensive coordinator that this young quarterback has ever enjoyed.
Yeah.
And I think that's when he was playing his best football, too. When the second year of Shane Steichen.
I agree.
That's the highest functioning Jalen we've seen.
I totally agree with that.
In many cases. And let's just wait and see what that looks like. Please, fingers crossed. That's the biggest deficiency that we have attached to this head coach. That we're going to have this turnover at offensive coordinator.
I agree with that, too.
At play caller. That is a major concern. And if we could settle in at one, it would make a difference. But just imagine if Andy Reid could be Jalen Hurts' coach for 2 years in a row.
Right.
Imagine how that would benefit Jalen Hurts.
No, I agree with that. Sean, take a crack at this. We keep talking over you, bud. What do you make of it all?
Well, I just think that to be elite, your accomplishment has to be included in that. And Jalen Hurts is a Super Bowl MVP. And none of those other guys are, except Patrick.
Well, let me ask you this, Sean. Would you say Foles was elite? I would not. He was a Super Bowl MVP. Do you think Foles was elite?
No, over his body of work. If you put all these guys' body of work together and look at their tape and film, you can't say that Jalen Hurts is not elite.
His body of work is much stronger than Foles.
There's no question.
Yeah.
But my point is not every Super Bowl MVP is elite.
Okay. Put his body of work, Burrow, Lamar, and Josh Allen, and he beats every one of those guys.
Well, the team does. I don't think he does, but the team does. All right, Sean, give me an answer for fictional coworkers.
Fictional Starsky and Hutch.
You got
Good
it,
answer.
You got it for sure. All right, speaking of answers, let's listen to something Cooper DeJean said yesterday because, one of the big all-season talking points with the Eagles has been, does Cooper DeJean move outside when the other team only has two wide receivers out there? What you call base defense. You only need two outside, two corners. And, because last year he didn't serve that role. Last year he played, I'd have to look it up, maybe 80% of the snaps because the other team had two wide receivers. He actually came off the field, but he's really, really good. So you want him on the field a lot. Will he slide outside in those scenarios? Here's Cooper DeJean yesterday talking about the plan.
What was Dick's message to you about the plan?
Just saying that they were going to try me a little bit at outside when we were in base. Nothing really too crazy. That's really all he said. That I would get some reps outside during OTA, see how it looked.
Here's what's going to be interesting. Based on the series of answers, and we'll play more of them today, but based on the series of answers he gave yesterday, I get this impression, John. They want him to win the job. They're going to try it, but they're not convinced he's going to win it. That was sort of the way I heard the answers. It wasn't like, well, good, Cooper, you're the guy. Good.
He
make it prove it, guy.
Gifted.
You think he will get this, though, right?
I would assume, yeah, probably. He is so talented. Holy cow! I was looking. What was I even watching last night? There was a lot of clips, just little things, bites coming out of camp. Not some of it recent, some of it going back to last season. Some of it was just B-roll from practice. But wow, watching Cooper DeJean just in cornerback drills, watching him emerge from a back pedal. It sounds so mundane, but man, he flashes just at the simplest stuff. I'm saying this is practice, and it's probably from, I don't know, January sometime. Just every day, just boring, normal stuff. But the way he does it, the way his body is controlled, the way he explodes, it looks different than other people. And I am hopeful that I can see that in action as much as humanly possible, because this guy is awesome. And he wants to tackle people with it. He wants to go crush people with this, incredible performance hot rod that he's got running around on the field out there.
He's very athletic. Do you think people will notice if I sub him in for me versus Jack in this athletic competition? Because we do look kind of similar.
Oh.
Two good-looking guys.
Yeah, sure.
Like I might just say, the bathroom break time, and then,
He looks and is young enough to be your child.
Imagine Fritz if I'm like, yo, Fritz, Cooper DeJean's he's gonna take this one for my team. I think he can win the basketball game. I'll say that. 2-1.
I think he might go 5-0 if I'm guessing.
215-592-9494. Up ahead, we'll talk to Ben Davis about Rangers' future, the Phillies. To plunk or not to plunk a Brave, where Ben stands on Jalen Hurts and more. All this, plus what Dallas Goedert said yesterday. We'll get to some of that as we move through the show as well about his interest in offseason. Jared Cameron, John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP. Hey, let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, the best place to find all of your favorite player props. And right now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. If you want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double, well, get the latest stats right inside the app and see who is heating up. Once the game starts, well, that's when things get really interesting. You can, if you don't know this, you can actually combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big, and you can make all the betting in-game. Like, after the game started, you can bet. So it's all available for you at FanDuel.com/hammer. That's FanDuel.com/hammer. Make sure you get started with $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So if you win that first bet, you get $200 in bonus bets, whether it's pro basketball with the playoffs, hockey playoffs, or obviously baseball day by day, including not one, but two today with the local squad. Lock it all in at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All speed, no limits. Grand Slam Track brings the Festival of Speed to Philadelphia. Saturday, May 31st and Sunday, June 1st at Franklin Field at UPenn. Be there when the world's elite face off and take center stage. Kenny, Sydney, Gabby, and Jasmine. Don't miss your favorite runners going head-to-head in this ultimate track showdown. This is where scores are settled, legends are made.
Philadelphia, the race is on. Single day and combo tickets on sale now at GrandSlamTrack.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Others came and went. But Jack Dell stayed in it. And he and the team at Dell Toyota have the stamina to keep going another 50 years. From cassette players to CarPlay, window cranks to climate control, stick shift to adaptive cruise control. A lot may have changed, but one thing has remained the same. Jack Dell and the team at Dell Toyota continue to sell them for less. It's the 50th anniversary sales event at Dell Toyota. We're rolling back to 1970s pricing all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Toyota Camry LE for only $149 per month, only at Dell Toyota. Plus at Dell Toyota, you can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Toyota. Dell Toyota is close. Only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. Online at DellToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
When something happens to your car, you might say, but what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois. You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Napa, we are the pros that know AC services inside and out. From professional-grade replacement parts to complete system solutions, Napa has what your business needs to keep your customers cool mile after mile. Need AC repair kits and refrigerant? How about compressors and condensers? Name the part, Napa has you covered coast to coast, behind a nationwide network built to keep your business ahead of the curve. Find your AC parts right now at Napa.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across our multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get a free quote at ethos.com/win. That's ethos.com/win.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. This Sunday is a milestone for North Carolina head coach Bill Belichick. June 1st is when the buyout provision in his contract drops from $10 million to $1 million. According to former Tar Heels coach Mac Brown, the school has increased NIL money and lowered academic standards to help Belichick recruit a winning roster. Sounds like what a lot of college teams are doing these days. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Burst pipes, leaks, clogs, corrosion, even a loud, mysterious noise. Don't wait for one of these plumbing problems to strike. Contact Horizon Services today and just stop worrying. No matter the time of the year, you can always trust the experts at Horizon Services to solve any of your plumbing problems because, frankly, they have seen it all. You won't be waiting around for days for a plumbing to arrive. Horizon Services, they have same-day service, so they'll make sure your problem is fixed fast. And as always with Horizon Services, the job will be done right the first time. If it's a bigger job, maybe a water heater installation, Horizon Services has money-saving warranties, rebates, and flexible payment options. So it doesn't matter what season it is, you should be worried about having enough hot water for everyone in your home. And you shouldn't have to worry about your wallet when you need to take care of your home. Horizon Services, they are available 24/7, so don't wait. Schedule a visit at horizonservices.com. That's horizonservices.com. Book today knowing with Horizon Services, help is on the way.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Water ice tastes better with Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I'm doing great.
Good, man.
Absolutely awesome.
We got a lot.
No top of the morning today, huh?
He never said anything.
I didn't tee you up the
You
right
didn't
way.
tee me up. Yeah.
Hey, Ben, welcome.
Top of the morning to you.
And the rest, let's play two.
Let's do it. Ernie Banks.
Ernie Banks.
Believe
Let's play.
it.
I'll tell you what.
Bang!
When the Cubs were going, the Phillies. It's
Bang! Bang!
hold on, I was trying to do it again. It didn't work. Not bad on a Let's Play 2 day to roll at Mr. Sanchez and Wheeler. I'm just saying. Ernie Banks didn't have that luxury. All right, but Ben, here's the question I've been looking to ask you for about a week and a half. And I almost texted you. I almost called you. I'll wait until he's in the studio. So you guys started a broadcast about a week and a half ago about a rocky plane ride.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you started broadcast talking about a bumpy plane ride, it had to be pretty excessively bumpy.
Yeah.
How bumpy was it?
It was real. It woke me up from my slumber, and it was. First of all, going in Denver always is terrible.
I was going to say, every time you go into Denver,
Yeah, it's never fun. And I will say, the older I get, the less I like turbulence.
Yeah.
It used to never bother me, and it never bothers the players. The players are still standing in the aisles playing cards. Like, it doesn't faze them.
Yeah.
I woke up and we dropped. I don't know how much we dropped, but I know one of the players. I won't say who it was. Actually, two of the players were in the bathrooms right behind us, and it was all hell broke loose.
Oh,
It was not good.
Was it scary?
Yeah, I didn't really care for it.
Yeah,
I figured. And they were
Well
they were two of the bigger players, so I think maybe their heads hit the ceiling.
Oh, sure.
So you could hear it. Is the point? You heard the noises.
Like there were two thuds.
Have you ever hit the ceiling in a plane?
No, I have not. I always wear my seatbelt. Call me whatever, but I wear a seatbelt.
I'm so with you, Ben.
Hey, dude.
I do.
I'm with you, too. I'm with you also. I had the scariest, the worst of all time experience on a plane going across the Atlantic Ocean from New York City to Rome.
Oof.
This was when I was in college, and it was a super cheap ticket during spring break. Super cheap ticket, and they were bringing the carts out. It was like breakfast time. They're bringing the carts out, and suddenly, and I was, it was one of those big planes, the 767 or whatever it is, that has like 5 seats across the middle, or maybe even more than that. You got 3 on each side, 3 seats over here, 3 seats over here, and then like 5 across the middle, I think it is. And I'm in the middle, and they're bringing the carts that they're pushing out. So it's, sunny, and I can see, and it's bright, and breakfast. I'm excited, and suddenly, boom! I'm pressed against the ceiling.
No way.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, pressed against the ceiling. And then boom, I'm in the aisle, and I'm scrambling to get back to my seat.
Wow.
And that's when I put my seatbelt on.
Oh, Lord.
Buckled in, and we are dropping, and everyone's screaming. And as we drop again, I can hear everything hitting the ceiling, like the carts, and everyone's crying now and screaming.
Oh my God.
It was terrifying. I thought for sure, your life flashes in front of your eyes. I'm getting in the position, assuming the position in my seat. Like, what do? Do I grab the bottom of the seat here? Do I look under this thing? And then we stabilized, and everyone's screaming and crying still. And then after a minute, the pilot comes on and says, "Sorry, folks, that was incredibly unforeseen, an air pocket. We were not alerted. Normally, across the airspace, if you're, the second plane across an airspace, you're warned by the first plane across when there's a massive cavernous, whatever that was, air pocket, hole in the sky."
That's a wild story, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is.
And we apologize to anybody on their way to the airport.
That was a one-time thing.
Holy
Never,
mackerel.
except that one time, did anything like
Wild.
My goodness.
Well, hope if you're flying out tonight, today, it's not one of them.
Go get him.
Go get him.
Really long time
Go
ago.
get him. Go get him, guys.
Biplane.
So, Ben, first time we've seen you since the Phils have claimed the best record in baseball.
Yeah.
How about that little turn of events?
Yeah, that was a great road trip. It was a lot of fun. Unfortunately, I will say those two teams that the Phillies went out and played, they have no business being in the big leagues, and the owners should be. And that's one thing I was thinking about. I give all the credit in the world to John Middleton and the ownership group that they have assembled a team that not only that the city supports and goes out in droves to go support, but like they're a fun team to watch. Like I could not imagine going to a field every day to try and root for the Rockies or for the A's. It's just they're horrible products.
Yeah.
And for the Phillies to be in this position where they put this product on the field every day, like I would love to go. I'm ticked off I'm not working today because I like to work every day. But like to be able to go and watch Christopher Sanchez and Zach Wheeler and Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper, hopefully he's in there today. It's just like it's a different atmosphere.
I agree, dude. I totally agree.
So great.
All right, let's get a lot of calls in here. So, primary thing today has been, is Hurts elite? Pro Football Focus says no. They've got him as the fifth-ranked quarterback in what they call Tier 2, high-end starters. Their top four are Patrick Mahomes, Burrow, Lamar, and Josh Allen. I would actually switch that ordering of four, but they would be my four. I would just switch it around a little bit. They've got Hurts in the Tier 2, which is with three others, and I think Herbert does not belong in this tier, but they go Hurts 5, Jaden Daniels 6, Stafford 7, Herbert 8. I would definitely drop Herbert down into Tier 3. But the question is it appropriate or disrespectful to have Jalen Hurts Tier 2, which is, nothing to sneeze at, but some people say that's shortchanging him. I don't think it is. I think it's fine, but you tell us. Let's go to John in Allentown. John, good morning.
Totally disrespectful. Totally disrespectful. Guys, it's ridiculous that he's in the second tier.
You think he belongs in the third one?
No.
You almost got him.
You're unbelievable.
You know what I just did right there, John? I
cracked yourself up. That's what you did.
All right, go ahead, John. Go ahead.
Guys, and by the way, airplane rides, I'm definitely afraid of airplanes.
Wow. Well, after what these guys just said,
I used to have. Remember when Crocs? The first time Crocs became popular? That summer or whatever it was, I was flying a lot for work at the time, and so I would be just wearing Crocs on my way to the airport with no socks or anything, which is kind of gross now when I think about it. But
makes it easy.
But anyway, I would get on these planes with regularity, and because I was so nervous because of that experience, my feet would sweat a lot. Like I didn't know I had a problem with feet sweating with nerves, but I guess this was extreme anxiety. I couldn't walk. There was, I guess, shortly after takeoff at one point, I tried to stand up to, like, I don't know, go to the bathroom or something, and slipped and fell in my own shoe because there was a puddle. I mean, I created a puddle in the Croc.
That's disgusting.
A little mini Croc puddle that slipped me, and they're very slippery.
Yeah.
If you've never made a mini Croc puddle yourself. Got to be cautious.
Wild. All right, John. I don't think you were calling to get all that out, but that was an interesting story.
Listen, man, I had to fly. I had to fly to North Dakota. Okay, which I don't like to fly, but my son was out there working for a big company, and he was moving back to PA.
Mm-hmm.
And so my doctor gives me drugs. And
Yeah.
So any plane ride, I have to get drugs up.
Well, that
I'm
must
on this plane,
help.
I'm on the second plane, guys, because when you go to the Dakotas, you have to get off the big plane and get into the
Sure.
small plane. Yeah, I'm in the small plane, and I'm looking around, and everybody looks worried. There's a woman crying. I'm doped up. I had no idea.
You were in looping mode. You were good.
Yeah.
You were
They
good.
hit a bird. They hit a bird, and they lost the engine. But we
Uh,
were on descent, so it was like,
Whoa.
yeah,
That's
like,
scary.
You don't want. You don't want that.
One engine on descent, not
good.
My bag.
All right, John. Give me a great pair of fictional coworkers.
oh my god, Maxie and Embiid.
Fictional.
They're fictional, buddy.
I thought they are no longer real.
That was brilliant.
I thought that's where he was going, but I just wanted to give him the shot for the punchline, and he drilled it. All right, up ahead, what Goddard said about sticking with the Eagles. More from Cooper DeJean. Kevin Petula weighing in yesterday on the Eagles' offense this upcoming season. Larry Anderson on to retaliate or not retaliate against the Braves. That and more. Ranger Suarez's future. And in your opinion, is Jalen Hurts elite? Toyota Cameron, John Ritchie. On a day when the Phils hopefully will play too. Hopefully the rain allows it to happen on 94 WIP.
You're ready to propose, and yes, it can be a bit intimidating shopping for the diamond. And that's why folks all around the area will tell you, no matter what, you have to visit Benari Jewelers. They have a way of transforming intimidating into informative and confusion into crystal clarity. And here's how. The Benari team starts by putting you at ease, showing you every single thing you need to know about making that important purchase, how to evaluate the cut, color, and clarity. And no hard sales, just education, putting you in the driver's seat. You'll feel like an expert browsing through the largest selection of diamonds, and not just any diamonds. These are hand-selected, with only a few making the grade to become a Benari diamond. The others land at big box jewelers with high-pressure sales to move them along. With Benari diamonds, the value shines through. You'll walk away with a superior diamond that you'll both love for years to come. Benari Jewelers, when ordinary won't do. Everything at Benari is extraordinary. Exton and Newtown Square, online at BenariJewelers.com.
Hit the links and grab a drink with Weapon X.
Yeah, baby!
Join Brian Dawkins and Birds Legends for the Hawaiian-themed Islands Field Party. Then listen as Sports Radio 94 WIP broadcast live from the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation Celebrity Golf Tournament. Monday, June 2nd. Get your Brian Dawkins Island Field Party tickets now at 94WIP.com.
Jack Fritz from WIP here. I've been a loyal customer of Scott Auto Group for years. My first car and my current car both came from them. You really need to check out the brand new Scott Key location in Limerick. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a car buying process that's easy, transparent, and genuinely enjoyable, Scott Key of Limerick focuses on you. They value your time and treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service feels like. It's always smooth sailing at Scott Key of Limerick and Springfield, and make sure to tell them Fred sent you.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Hi, it's Pete from Chicky and Pete. Springtime is party time. Step up your grad party, reunion, or company and client gathering. Groups of all sizes, we do it all at all locations across the Delaware Valley. Enjoy special catering options or our signature menu items. Plus, there's a special Play 2 party package at our flagship South Philly location. We're the official caterer of the world champion Philadelphia Eagles, First Trust Bank Club, and Eagles Training Camp. Book today at chickyandpete's.com. Chickies and Pete's.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. This May, we're bringing back not one, but two of our most popular offers. For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. Or I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition, only at Colonial Hyundai. To celebrate the grand reopening of our new showroom, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of vehicles. And for a limited time, you can save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. At Colonial Hyundai, we want to make your new vehicle even more affordable. So now through May 31st, don't miss out on the best financing in the business with rates as low as 0%. And every new Hyundai comes with 3 years complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires May 31st, 2000.
You've been called the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in the first 24 hours. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be waived.
Here is your Game of the Week, presented by Hyundai. Playoffs in professional basketball have brought some crazy stories and headlines. None crazier than the matchup of the two best young guards facing off for a chance at a title. Minnesota and Oklahoma City each have their own MVP caliber guard who looks to carry their team to their first ever championship. Who will come out on top in this exciting series for the future of the league? Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably, because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. PA estimated range for Ioniq 9 based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors. Introducing the all-electric Ioniq 9. Space for up to 7. Range for miles.
I'm Rhett.
And I'm Link.
And we're the hosts of the podcast Ear Biscuits. We're just two lifelong friends who've been talking about life for a long time.
From being dads to businessmen to all the random things we experience, nothing is off limits.
And now we're talking to you. We're answering your questions, giving advice that you may or may not want to take, and listening to your hilarious stories.
So leave us a voicemail to be part of the show at
1-888-EARPOD1 on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Here, and I'm ready for summer. Are you? Kick off the season with Memorial Day specials all month at Elite Acura. Lease the 2025 Acura RDX for just $459 a month or the MDX for only $559 a month. Visit Elite Acura in Maple Shade or shop online at EliteAcura.com. And as always, tell them Ike Reese sent you.
36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Not all will qualify. See dealer for full details. Offers in 6/2/25.
Hey, Jenna Cameron here. Let me tell you about PI Dental Center, how they've helped me through the years and how they can certainly help you as well. Well, I've been a patient at PI Dental now for 2 decades. My mom, a patient there for 3 decades with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both sensational with what they do. Both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. Well, fortunately for me, through the years, it has not required the restoration or replacement of teeth. I've been in pretty good shape. And with the tremendous care of PI Dental Center, have stayed in good shape. Year-to-year maintenance, that's obviously what most people in society have. If that's you, good for you. Get yourself to PI Dental Center for that year-to-year maintenance care. However, There are people that have major issues. I mean, major pain. Maybe you don't like the way you look. Actually creates a self-esteem issue that really affects you in different ways. Well, know that PI Dental Center, they can fix you up. They can change you. They're the originators of the teeth in a day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a big-time dramatic transformation in a mere one day. If you are struggling with your teeth, well, get yourself to PI Dental Center. They're located in Fort Washington. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa OTAs. For the Eagles in the bubble at the NovaCare Complex, it was noted Cooper DeJean took a couple snaps outside.
Just saying that they were going to try me a little bit at outside when we were in base. Nothing really too crazy. That's really all he said, that I would get some reps outside during OTA, see how it looked.
Jalen Hurts said to look sharp. No Reed Blankenship acquires Jeff McClain. Says a minor medical issue. Also, no Bryce Huff. Let's play 2. Wednesday's rain out has the Phillies and Braves playing a doubleheader. Christopher Sanchez, the opener, 105. Then at 6:45, it'll be a matchup between last year's Cy Young runner-up, of course, Zach Wheeler, against the winner, Chris Sale. 6:45, both games live here on 94 WIP. Bryce Harper's status, as yet unknown, left Tuesday's game after getting hit by a 95-mile-an-hour fastball by Spencer Strider. Visit BorgataSports.com for boosted odds specials, daily promotions, in-game betting, and much more. Must be 21 or older, must be in New Jersey. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Morning clouds, some sun later. High 75. It's currently 58. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie.
Vinny, Vici, I'm out of order.
This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94.
First guy up to have a shot at plunking a Brave. In this case, it actually turns into Chris Sanchez, who gets the first start today.
Does it make it less likely that Christopher Sanchez is pitching?
I think it might make it more likely. Ben, let's start with this. Will we get fastball to the ribs today? A little fastball to meet ribs action. What's your prediction?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Does the day off?
Well, hold on. Let's drill down on I hope so. John goes to the wrong follow-up question.
No.
I mean, come on.
Does the day
we'll get to that.
increase the likelihood or decrease the likelihood that that's true?
I think it stays the same, status quo.
Talk to us, Ben. Preach. So yesterday, about 2/3 of people wanted to see on our poll. About 2/3 want to see the Phils hit a Brave. About a third didn't. You clearly want to see a little something.
Yeah.
Tell us why.
Strider's not going to miss by that much, and it's just too coincidental. I hope they go about it the right way. That's the issue that I have. They have to go about the right way. They can't do it too early and make it look obvious where the guy gets kicked out or suspended for 2 games, 3 games, whatever it is, how many starts.
Pitchers usually 1 start, usually.
And they can't make it obvious, and I don't want them going at somebody's neck.
Of course not.
Like hit them in the ass or in the ribs and back, whatever.
So the 4th through the 6th inning?
Depending on the score. They couldn't do it the other night because of the score.
How uncomfortable is it, Ben? So you've been in a lot of clubhouses and back in an era when this stuff happened more often. How uncomfortable is it for a starting pitcher? Let me put it this way. Different pitchers, different personalities. So you got your Nolan Ryans and your Bob Gibsons on one extreme, and then you got like the super nice guys on the. I mean, I'm not saying Bob Gibson and Nolan Ryan weren't nice, but like you have the people that maybe don't live by that code kind of guy. I don't know which way Sanchez is. I don't know. I guess maybe we'll find out. How awkward can it be for a pitcher in a clubhouse in those kind of moments?
I don't think it. I mean, it depends on the pitcher, but I think in this situation, it's not going to be awkward at all. You got to defend your guy. You have to defend your guy. The funniest thing for me was like when someone on the other team knew they were going to get it, they would ask me like, "Is it me?" And I'd be like, "No, it's not you."
That's awesome. Did you ever lie?
No, I would never lie.
Okay.
Honesty is the best policy, Ray.
There you go.
My parents always told me that. But I remember the couple situations like, "Is it me?" And they come up, and they would be because you don't want to get hit.
No,
I mean, it hurts.
Okay, so which guy gets hit tonight or today?
I think it depends on the situation more. I mean, everyone's saying, Acuna.
Yeah.
Wheeler's gotten Acuna before, and it's not by mistake.
Well, it's because when he punked him 5 years ago when he hit that home run and didn't freaking run out of the batter's box.
Zach does it
and you
in
know
such a way.
And John, you know I talked about that extensively back
I've
then.
had extensive conversations with Zach about this.
Yeah.
And he has this demeanor that, he's going to go get someone, but he makes it look not obvious.
Well, clearly, because I don't remember him hitting Acuna.
It's unbelievable. He smoked his ass. I mean, it was bad. Yeah, go look it up. He smoked
they stopped the game, remember?
Yeah,
it was
no,
like
I don't.
And it was totally
innocuous.
suspicion-free.
It was, it is what he finds a way, and he puts it away. He tucks it away. It might not be the next start. It might be 2 starts or 3 starts after that, but he finds a way to get it done, and he makes it look not suspicious at all.
I'm proud of Zach Wheeler.
One other fun thing about the switch is we get Wheeler Sale tonight. It was going to be Sanchez Sale, but because of the switch, Wheeler and Sale will be the night game tonight. So that's fun.
Yeah, it's always left up to the superstar veteran that gets to pick what game he wants to pitch. And it's also left up to the catcher as to what game he wants to catch.
Huh, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah.
That is interesting. All right, so a lot to do here today. Phil's today and tonight, which is both today, but afternoon and night, if you catch my drift. Also, a lot of audio we'll get to shortly. Kevin Petullo, Dallas Goedert, Cooper DeJean, more of what they said yesterday with the Eagles holding that OTA. And the biggest topic we've been discussing today is Jalen Hurts elite, yes or no? And our poll question yesterday, 73% had him as an elite, top-tier quarterback, tier 1 quarterback, and 27% were aligned with me that, no, he's good, but he's below that. Let's go to the phones. Where do you stand? Nick in Bucks County. Nicholas, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Morning, crew. How are you today?
Doing great, Nick.
All right. Jalen Hurts, unfortunately, is not elite yet. He has played at an elite level at times. You'll go through ups and downs no matter who you are. But to be elite, you have to go through more ups than downs over a period of time.
I agree with that. More consistency. Is that a way to kind of frame it?
Yeah, two years in a row at least. And he's not there yet, but he's so persistent like we talked about last week. He'll get there.
So doesn't that count for something in making him qualify for eliteness?
Yeah, I'll say,
that
Nick,
he will continue to work and build. I'm positive that he's going to go at this from directions that guys haven't in the past. I'm positive that he's going to view this as like this challenge of getting over the hump of when you win it, everyone seems to slack off the following year for a variety of reasons. How do we avoid that? This is his new off-season project this time around.
Well, that part he's wired great at. Nick, I'll say he may get there. I don't say it as definitively as you did that he will get there. I don't know that. Maybe.
And I think, John, from your point, that's the reason why Patrick Mahomes is the only one that belongs in Tier 1, because he's the only one that has done it again. At this point that's playing currently.
Well, Patrick Mahomes also has the massive advantage of, just imagine, our quarterback, Jalen Hurts, with Andy Reid as his coach for 2 years in a row. Just imagine 2 years in a row. Just imagine Jalen Hurts with any coach 2 years in a row, because he only had Shane Steichen for 2 years in a row. His entire career.
And that was a year and a
as
half,
a quarterback.
Really. That was a year and a half.
It was
because they switched partway through the first year.
You're right. The only offensive coordinator, play caller who was with Jalen for longer than one season.
And it took them halfway through 2021 to even realize what type of offense to run.
Yeah.
Because if you remember, Sirianni and Steichen had come from Indy, which was
true.
and I thought they were very unprepared for the beginning of 2021. I just thought, and that's also when they still had Ertz, and I love Ertz, but he wasn't the blocker that Goddard is, and and so I just thought they were out of sorts in that first year.
They were
in the
sort
beginning.
of fitting square pegs into round holes in several positions.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Hey, Nick, you can win Phillies tickets. Who are the best fictional pair of coworkers?
I'm going with an elite pair for sure, elite. Undeniable, best bromance of all time, Dorian and Turk Scrubs.
You got it, bud. Nick, appreciate that right there. All right, speaking of Goddard, he talked yesterday about a few different things, but most of it was centered around the concept of didn't know if he'd be back or not, and he is back. Dallas Goedert obviously had an interesting offseason, to say the least. Let's listen as he talked yesterday about his mindset with the negotiation this offseason.
Was there any point in this offseason where you didn't think you would be back just because of the business of this league and how things seem to be trending?
Yeah, there was a little bit of uncertainty going into the offseason. Talked with my agent, talked with Howie. There was a time where, I wasn't here for the beginning OTAs. We were trying to figure out what was going to happen, and, we came to the agreement of the contract I'm on, and, I'm super stoked to be back here. Got a lot of love for a lot of people in this building, got a lot of love for Philadelphia, so super glad to be back, and, we got high expectations, and, want to help us get back to where we were last year.
Look, I think we were all happy when we found out he was staying. The next thing to check off in the list of things was, is he happy staying? And I thought, based on what we heard yesterday, he, to me, sounded very genuinely pleased with how it ended up. Not just that he's here, but the amount of money he's making. The way he framed it, to me, he sounded like a happy camper.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it's going to be a distraction.
No, I think they're fine there.
Or the team.
Yeah, I think they're fine. Let's listen to more of Goddard as he continued talking about the process.
Uncertainty, were there any days that were more difficult than others, just as you're going through it?
Yeah, absolutely. There'd be times where the agent would call and he said that something's going to happen, and it starts to feel real that whatever it's going to be, whether it's here or somewhere else, is a true possibility, and you just wait for that call with your agent saying it's done, and sometimes you call you quick and it didn't happen, or sometimes it'd take all week. So, like I said, it was there was definitely days that were filled with emotion. Just kind of sat on the couch and stared at the TV blankly, like, what's going to happen? But I'm just super excited that something's in place, and my future, I can just keep looking forward.
Be interesting to know, and we don't know, those days where he was sitting on that couch waiting for that call from the agent, thinking it's going to be something that day. Was that something, a contract with the Eagles or a trade away from the Eagles? Or at times maybe both? I mean, that's a tough all season to go through, but he stays, and obviously it's good for the Eagles because he's still a very, very good player. 215-592-9494. We'll give you some of the news and notes also in the coming minutes from yesterday's OTA. A lot of information to give you, and we'll present that coming up shortly. Let's get to David right now. He's calling from Drexel Hill. David, good morning.
Hammer.
What's up, buddy?
You told me before that I couldn't even compare Patrick Mahomes to Jalen.
Yeah, you shouldn't. Yeah,
You laughed at me one time. Let me say this.
Laugh at you again.
Take the elite quarterbacks, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many of the elite quarterbacks have less interceptions than Jalen? Maybe one of them.
Well, he doesn't throw the ball as much as most other, quality
Hammer,
quarterbacks.
Seasons ago, he did. You acting like he never threw the ball before.
Well, I'm not saying that, but he
set a record. Did AJ set a record with Jalen passing to him?
Well, 2 years
How
ago,
many of
AJ
those
was on fire in the first half of the year. There's no question.
How many other elite quarterbacks set a record with their receivers?
Well, I don't know, what record are we talking?
Well, AJ set his.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
a lot of people have done
Let me ask you this, Hammer.
Yeah, sure.
How many of those elite quarterbacks? It's only 3 players in the entire football league that has more running touchdowns than Jalen.
That part he is truly elite at. There is no question about that. That's
Only
his
3.
probably his best thing.
Oh, wait a minute. Well, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
How many of the elite quarterbacks or quarterbacks of all time has, in their first 4 years, ran for over 3,000 yards?
I don't know. Is he the only one?
You know the Hammer. You always pass.
Well,
your
I don't
show.
know. I'd have to look it up. I imagine
I love
Lamar
that
might have
Hammer.
done it. Vic might have done it, but Vic was not elite. Vic was good. Vic was not elite. He was not good enough.
Hammer.
Go ahead.
Remember, you said again when we compare. You never admit that Andy Reid has a good team, and you always try to act like it's only Patrick Mahomes.
No, that's not
And
true.
Here's my proof.
That's not true.
Here's my proof why it's not Patrick Mahomes only.
Right.
Because the team plays so good that in the last minute of the game, they only need one score. That means y'all must have been playing pretty good. If you held the team to one score, we could win the Super Bowl.
Well, here's what I'll say, David. I think the Chiefs' roster, if that's what you mean by team, I think their roster, other than Mahomes, is generally pretty darn good. But I think it paled in comparison this year to the Eagles roster. I mean, the Eagles' other 52, if you will, the other 52, that was unbelievable. I mean, in my opinion, and David, people may disagree with this, but in my opinion, the Eagles last year clearly had the number one defense, clearly had the number one running back, clearly had the number one offensive line. The only thing that's even remotely debatable is would you take the Eagles' 2 wide receivers or the Bengals' 2 wide receivers? I mean, they might have been 1-1-1-1 with those, and then the only thing left is Goddard, who I think most of us would say is a top 5 to 7 tight end. So, that's a big advantage for Jalen Hurts.
Before you let me go, Hammer,
Sure.
because last year you were saying Jalen wouldn't even be the quarterback after the next season.
After 25. I did predict that he would be gone after 25, yes.
Goddard, when Goddard was out hurt, did the team lose a game? No.
Yeah, I don't remember, but I know
they didn't lose a beat. But here's the showstopper, Hammer, that when the two of them played each other in the championship game, both, even the one we lost, I seen Jalen play better. I seen Jalen play better than him in this game, and you look at me and tell me I can't say, well, I like Jalen better than him.
Yeah, but but David, how old are you, David?
66.
All right, so let's talk Phil Simms and John Elway for a moment. Phil Simms won the Super Bowl MVP and played better in 1986 in that game than John Elway. Doesn't mean Phil Simms was better than John Elway. It means Lawrence Taylor coming after John Elway complicated John Elway's life.
It's called team.
No, well, that's my point. I mean,
but in Jalen's case is individual play because no one's running like him. No one's passing like him. No one's making the team strive like him. And Hammer and
no one's leading the rest of the NFL in a new direction, which is run heavy.
Well, a couple guys are, but he's
the RPO, the ride and decide, his decision making.
It's excellent.
But
in closing, Hammer, let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Tell me another quarterback through the history of football that in their first 4 years playing, they have done what Jalen Hurts have done. And let me give you my duel.
Yeah, give me your fictional pair of coworkers.
My wife plucked me in the head and said, that's enough. It's Batman and Robin.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah,
all right.
I mean,
so are they coworkers?
I think so.
That's
Yeah, in a
100%
roundabout
answer.
way.
When I was driving in today and you posed the question, they were the first duo I thought of. 100%.
I would say they're more duo than coworkers, but I think it counts.
Did you think dynamic duo when you thought that duo? It does feel like when you think Batman and Robin, you get some, I don't know.
They're definitely coworkers.
Well, let me ask this question, Ben. To be coworkers, you have to have a job. What's the job?
They fight crime.
Yeah, crime fighter.
Yeah.
Crime fighting duo.
How
crime
much do we have
tandem.
to ding it for Robin being super lame, though? You know,
He is lame.
right?
Valid
I mean,
point.
if we're talking about a duo here, you're gonna weigh both ends of the duo.
And what was the guy's question at the end? Who's done what Jalen's done in the first 5 years?
First 4 years,
Well, it's 5. He's been in 5 years. So Mahomes.
He's only started for 4.
No, I understand. He started 4.
But he's
and-
only 26. He's
Yeah,
kind of in his prime.
Mahomes would have been an example of, excellence early. Montana won a Super Bowl in year 3.
I mean, Brady.
Flacco had a good start. Brady had a great start.
If
Robin, some of them.
If Robin were allowed to wear tights under his Speedo, he would look way cooler. Like Batman, think about it. He's
Yeah,
got
we're sure about
bare
that.
legs.
Does he have bare legs?
I'm
Only in the
pretty
TV
sure.
Show,
I'm pretty
not
sure.
in the
Go
movie,
back.
though. Not in the Chris O'Donnell didn't.
Well,
TV show, yeah.
no, I don't think. Not
I don't know
on
what to
Chris
say about
O'Donnell.
all that.
But I think on the show with the
Adam
boom,
West,
pow, smash. Yeah, Adam West. I think that Robin was bare leg with the Speedo, and then Batman had the tights, which automatically make you so much cooler. What a disadvantage for Robin to be the bare leg.
Yeah, it's not good. That's not good. Unless you look like me or
No
Cooper
one can make
DeJean.
that cool.
Well, me and
That's
Cooper
right,
DeJean
yeah,
can
Joe.
pull it off.
That's true.
Maybe
Great
not
point.
even you, Joe.
Cooper
Maybe
DeJean. All right,
Can you imagine
not
Joe in the
even.
Speedo with no?
Let's find out.
I'd rather not.
Let's find out from Ben Davis, who personally knows JT.
Someone on
Realmuto.
Twitter could maybe put Joe's head on that. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
come on. Ben, better looking guy, Cooper DeJean or JT Realmuto? Who is it? You know JT, you don't know Coop. Who's a better looking guy?
They're both
Don't you
good-looking
think
guys.
that? Hold on. I don't think that's a bit of a
JT's
leading
almost old
question.
enough to be
with
his
the
dad.
Real
JT's like
part
13 years older.
That's what Amy calls JT. JT.
I hear that a lot. I would say I
Joe
hear
using
more
the
talk about
teeny bopper
JT.
vernacular.
I hear more talk about JT than Cooper.
You know who's another
Really?
very,
Yeah.
very, very underrated good looking guy? That's Saquon Barkley. Fine looking fellow.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts, incredibly handsome guy.
I guess Saquon over Jalen.
No, that's crazy.
Jalen Hurts is very good looking.
Yeah.
Twitter
Jalen
poll:
Hurts is a
who's
good
better
looking guy.
looking?
Who's better looking?
Let's get actually to our real Twitter polls. Our real Twitter poll questions of the day, brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin Chevy, your Corvette headquarters. Have you dreamt about owning a Corvette? Now is the time. Visit ArminChevy.com. Together, let's drive. All right, two different poll questions. The first, Ranger Suarez. Will he be a Philly next season? A yes, B no. Hard to imagine for me that he is. What a shame. Love the guy. I just don't know how you really do it because they got so many starting pitchers. But do you think Ranger will be a Philly next season? Yes or no? Second poll question: which is better, Office Space or The Office? You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. Let's listen to Kevin Patullo. He is, of course, the new Eagles offensive coordinator. Talked about a few different things yesterday, including what the offense will look like this year as he takes over. Let's listen to what he said.
How different will the offense be this year?
Well, I mean, as far as different, we go through the process at the end of each year of examining what we do well, what we need to improve upon, and then really any trends or anything we see that we can add to it. So I think really when you say different, I think it's going to be like, what do our players do best, like it's been? And then from there, we just expand upon it. Hey, we're really good at this. Let's bring this to the table and try this and see where we can take it. And I think really when you look at just our staff as a whole, we've added some new coaches, so they bring some other layers to it too, and then the knowledge of what they have from their background. So I think as we go forward, as we build this thing together as a staff, you'll see some new wrinkles here and there, but more so it's just kind of building on what our players do best.
All right, first off, I swear to God, I think any new offensive coordinator 100% of the time in that answer, because they're all asked that type of question, always says new wrinkles. Every offensive coordinator that takes over a gig says new wrinkles. So fortunately, I don't think they have to change much because now I want to see Jalen play better in the passing game, but I think the basic structure is largely going to be what it was, which is run the ball a ton. Run the ball. Now, Ben, where do you? So we're all weighing in on Jalen today.
Mm-hmm.
Let's bring this back to Jalen. In your opinion, Tier 1 elite or Tier 2?
Well, Lamar's in Tier 1. I think Jalen's better than Lamar. So I would say
I agree.
He's Tier
Boom.
1.
That's a great
and that's
way
a
to
move
put
for
it.
you. You weren't there until
I was
the end
not
of the
there.
season.
I'm not all in on Lamar. So I think Jalen's better than Lamar.
Okay. Do you think they both belong in Tier 1? Meaning, I just want to make sure you're not basing your answer on Pro Football Focus says Lamar's Tier 1. Are you saying both should be Tier 2 or both should be Tier 1? Or Jalen's Tier 1 and Lamar's Tier 2?
That's a good question.
That was actually three different questions.
Yeah, I think Lamar.
trying to confuse
I think Lamar and Jalen are Tier 2.
Okay, so that's it. Okay, so we got there.
Joe,
Yeah.
do you find it odd? Like to
That's
me-
another proof of me being a great lawyer. I mean, see how we just changed his answer in 30 seconds?
Yeah.
You got to ask the right questions at the right time. Rhea, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Why is it? Whenever I think of stuff of lists, I go top 5, top 10.
Yep.
But this is top 4.
Well, because you don't always have 5 in the top group.
But to me, I would be completely comfortable if top 5 was Tier 1.
You could.
And I could put all of them in there. But I also would put him in front of Lamar.
But here's what I'd say as a retort. I think there were plenty of years, and we could figure out which years, but let's just pick like a 2010. I think there are plenty of years you would have like Brady and Manning for sure. Rodgers, once he developed into that, and then maybe Breeze, and like, that's it. 4. Now, then you would debate Roethlisberger and Russell Wilson. There were years, 5 years before that. Donovan, yes or no? Like, the question is, in a moment like that, would you have Donovan in 03 in the same tier as Brady and Manning?
Yeah,
I mean, you can make the case in 03. It's Brady and Manning. That's it.
That's it. And Donovan would have been.
You know what I mean? So I think it depends on, what era we're talking, which quarterbacks.
Yeah.
That's what I say.
I do think that it needs to be Mahomes, as he's a separate entity.
I have no problem with that.
Like
Ben.
he's his own ridiculous, one of the best quarterbacks ever. And then there's everybody else.
I agree with that.
And I do agree with John. Like
Jalen outplayed him.
If Jalen were to have
last 2 times they faced each other in the
his
Super Bowl.
freaking defense outplayed Mahomes in this one. Okay, like
Jalen.
Well, Jalen was awesome too.
The
I mean,
MVP.
he was very good.
Jalen had he not fumbled that ball, holy cow!
But the defense was the main thing.
The defense was the main thing in Super Bowl.
No,
now,
Jalen also played amazingly.
He did play
you
great.
cannot discount that.
He did play great. He didn't play as great as a defense.
And
I agree with
this and
Like
this
that is
offense goes as he goes. And this past year, the worry was, oh no, we've got Jason Kelsey. He's gone. How in the world are we going to do pass protections? And Jalen, with all this on his plate, how's he going to function? Well, he just functioned better than ever. The offense functioned better.
No, I
than we've
disagree
ever
with that.
seen.
2022, they were a better offense.
Okay.
Saquon was here
again,
and better.
That
but
was the one year that he had Shane Steichen for the second
know.
year in a row. The one time.
But I think it's when he was
time
best.
in his entire career.
Yeah.
He had the same coach calling the plays 2 years, not even 2 years. It was like a year and a half in a row. It was 2022. That was the best Jalen we've ever seen. I just can't wait to see what it looks like when Jalen gets into a groove with a play caller. I hope we get to see that. Because, again, that is the biggest hole in the resume for Nick Sirianni, and the part that troubles me. I mean, man, he can prove himself again and again, over and over, and he keeps growing and improving as a coach, and we see that. But the one part he can't fix is that we're going to have a new play caller in many cases,
Well, it's an
many
issue.
seasons. We're going to have to figure out a way to function with the new play caller.
Yeah, no, that's right. All right, look, 215-592-9494 to weigh in on all this. By the way, life advice with the Hammer coming up at 9:15. Get your situation in to Seltzer on Facebook, Twitter, or the text line. 3 ways you can tell him what you need some help with in life, and he'll pose one such scenario to me at 9:15. By the way, I'll give some life advice with to the Flyers, early life advice. Win a championship in the next 50 years.
Good thinking.
And you know why I say that? Because this week they crossed the threshold. 50 years.
Wow.
50 freaking years.
50?
May of 1975. And by the way, Seltzer, see if you can look up. I know we can find it out there somewhere. What year did they come off the Stanley Cup?
Oh, yeah. I think it's, we looked this up. It's 2029, I believe they come off.
Ben, did you know that?
No.
So the Cup, because the Cup is a certain amount of space, and this
Right.
thing's been going on for like 100 years, eventually teams get taken off the Cup.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're little placards that
Right.
get like put on around the side. Well, those things change. So they honor the new teams, and eventually they get rid of the teams from like 60 years ago. Flyers are approaching that.
Wow.
Like they could come off the Cup before they go back on the Cup. So I'm just saying, life
Do they
advice.
send that back to the team?
That's a good
Like,
question.
seriously, where do those things go?
They
It's
can't
got to go like the Hall of
eliminate
Fame or something, I would think. What a good question, though.
Why don't they just redo it and
Can't make
redo
the
a
cup
section
bigger.
with
Yeah, they've
the
only got
name
so much room.
smaller?
Yeah,
Like,
I can't do that either.
I don't think you can remove names from the cup. That's just not right.
It is an odd quirk to sports. Hey, one more piece of life advice. Joe, if you know what time the Phillies games are and people maybe don't know them, tell them. First game today, 1:05. Second game today, 6:45. Here's the key. If you had
That was
tickets...
great life advice,
Well,
by the
yeah,
way.
I'm trying.
Thank you.
I'm
That was
trying.
good.
It's a public service announcement. If you had tickets to last night's game, it applies to this afternoon's game. So get your butt moving down there if you got that ticket. I mean, in the next couple hours, because that game's at 1:05. Phillies did swap starters. So the next game was going to be Wheeler.
preemptively trying to provide life advice because you know that later your life advice will be so bad.
Maybe.
Like you're trying to give some guidance because you know there will be a dearth of all guidance when you actually try to do it.
I actually buy that. But also, I'm just trying to give a public service announcement.
I see how you work.
I'm just saying, get the Heine moving down in the ballpark if you got tickets for the 105 game.
Heine.
And you're going to see Sanchez instead of Wheeler. Wheeler pitches tonight. Sanchez pitches this afternoon. Thunder made the finals last night. Congrats to them.
Handily.
Yeah, they're going to win it.
With that, they're awesome.
They're going to win the championship. Good job by the Oklahoma City Thunder. All right, let's go to the phones. Talk to Tim in Swedesboro. Tim, good morning.
Good morning, everyone. How are you?
Great, Tim.
Listen, in a way, I think Jalen Hurts is elite, my opinion, because he's the only one that can master the tush push. No one can stop him. I mean, everyone else has tried and failed.
That is a factor. Now, he's not the only part of it, but he's a big part of it. That is a factor.
Yeah. He's like, I say he's one of the pieces of the tush push.
No question.
And I also believe that the last time we faced the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, when we lost, I would say if we had Saquon that year, if we had most of the pieces we had on defense that year, I would say we'd have probably won that year.
Well, probably. I mean, I think this team was better than 2 years ago, so I agree with that. I still think the Eagles should have won the game. I still think the fumble, the flag, and the field were all wild circumstances that caused the loss. But don't kid yourself. I will say this. Patrick Mahomes cranked it up in the second half to an incredible level. The Eagles never stopped him in the second half.
I give him his props too, really. I mean, I will not take away what that man can do and has done.
Yep.
Seriously. Because, like, I was afraid, like, all right. He backed it up when he said they were going to repeat, and he said it again, and we made the man look like a rookie.
Yeah.
In that Super Bowl.
It was astounding. I mean, it was.
I want to see how they're going to bounce back this year, and I also want to see how like Jalen and the rest of the offense is going to adjust to this new coordinator. Because I mean, I listened to him a little bit earlier with I was listening to John Johnson this morning, and I kind of heard what he said. He knows what he's talking about.
Whoa,
that was wild.
That sounded amazing.
That actually did sound really cool.
Tim, you don't know, but
robot Tim right there.
It got a little bizarre there.
Nice droid
All right,
Tim.
Tim, give me a fictional pair of coworkers. You can win the Phillies tickets.
All right. Michael Scott and Dwight Schrute.
You got it, buddy.
Yeah, good
You got it.
answer.
Second office reference today.
What do you think of Dwight, Joe?
He's
dislike the show so much that you've just never really developed an opinion
Kind
about
of
him?
got some Dwight vibes.
Is he the older guy?
Yeah.
No.
He's not older.
No.
He's normal,
Creed,
like
I think, is
aged
the
like
older
everyone
guy.
else. He's got glasses. He's tall.
He's like the most famous character from the show.
I thought Michael Scott was.
Well, him and Michael, they're like the two most famous
What about
characters.
Pam?
Dwight's more famous than Pam.
So
Probably.
Fair enough.
The guy with glasses, it doesn't
Never-
come to
he's
mind.
kinda weird.
No.
Don't come to
Bears,
mind.
beats,
All
Battlestar
right, Riga,
Galactica.
is Jalen elite tier 1? Yes or no?
I do. I think he is. I mean, basically what he's been able to do, and James had referenced it on the biggest stage. They've done it. The Bills and the Ravens have not been able to get past Patrick Mahomes. He's gone, toe to toe with them and done well. You look, the Bills in the AFC Championship game went 1 for 4 in the tush push. They win that if they're able to convert that. That's why one of the biggest reasons I wanted to keep it. Jalen's elite at that.
Tell me if you agree with this.
Nobody else can do what he does on that.
Well, not play. I agree. Tell me if you agree with this. The Bills win that game if they have the Eagles defense.
Well, the Ravens had the best defense in 2024. They had the super.
Wasn't as good as the Eagles defense.
They had the best defense in the league at that time. At that time, they had the best defense.
Wasn't
in
as
the
good
league.
as Eagles defense.
Well, all I'm saying, it was the best defense in the league, and they couldn't beat them.
Okay.
Because you want to know why? Their quarterback melted down.
Well, Lamar has had some postseason meltdowns. That's clear.
Jalen has had a bad. He had the first one. We throw that one out in 21.
Yep.
23 was they were dead men walking going into that playoff game against Tampa. That was a disgrace. He's played very well in 2 Super Bowls against.
He's played
Patrick.
great.
He didn't fold under
No
the
question.
Oh my God! I think Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson look at Patrick Mahomes and go, I can't beat him. I think they're at that.
James,
point
how do you
now.
rank the top 5?
I think it's the right 5 that PFF has. I just rank them differently. I go Mahomes 1, Hurts 2, Burrow 3, Allen 4, Jackson 5 is my ranking. And look, I think it's close between the 5. Like
It's very close. Other than I think Mahomes is in his
I have
own.
Hurts 2, but if they had Hurts at 5, but it was tier 1, I would be okay with that. Like, I think he's higher, but as long as, in my opinion, those 5 are the clear tier 1 top 5, and I think they have to be listed in some order as tier 1 on every list, and otherwise I'll disagree with it. That's where I'm at.
Fair enough. Phil's today, Chris, too, as we said, and you can weigh in on the Hurts thing, tier 1 or not. But let's also give you some audio of Larry Anderson. Let's play a game called, if you haven't heard what Larry Anderson, James, let's play a game. You got it?
Let's play a game called...
This game is called, if you haven't heard Larry Anderson's opinion yet of whether the Phillies should throw at the Braves today or not, take a gander for 5 seconds. And now let's give you the answer. All right, should the Phillies...
Do we need to, do we not know? I don't think anyone has to hear to know.
I think you have to be under the age of 6 to not know whether Larry Anderson thinks that the Phillies should throw at the Braves today. All right, so L.A. was on with Spike Ike and Boban yesterday. Talked a lot about the Phils.
I love that you're keeping this going.
Let's listen to L.A. on the issue.
I assume you would have liked to have seen some sort of retaliation from the Phillies. Is that correct?
Yeah, at some point. It doesn't. When you play a team as many times as we play them, it doesn't have to be the next hitter. But I'd rather see it done right away, personally. But it's it's just the game's different. It's changed, and that's not part of the game anymore. I guess you don't have to protect your players anymore. Which I don't know. You used to try and protect your players as a pitcher, but now it's, as many times as we've been low bridged, and I'm not saying you got to throw at somebody's head, but knock somebody down, throw one in under their armpit or something, make them get out of the way, make them move their feet. But when you don't even, nobody even gets uncomfortable.
All right, that works for me. He's talking my language, and he's talking the language of most people that called in yesterday. It was an interesting day on the station, old school. L.A. continued on in the interview. Here's what he said.
Old school, which, they want to get rid of, versus, old school means knowing baseball. That's all old school is. Old school is playing baseball the way it's meant to be played. And when people want to call it old school, it's just, there's nothing analytical to say you can't do that or shouldn't do it or you should do it. Well, maybe analytics will probably say you shouldn't hit guys, but I don't know. I just don't agree with it.
It's funny, because analytics probably would say, don't put the guy on first base. They probably would. But what analytics can't prove, and Ben, try to quantify this for us. There's no math equation for this, but analytics obviously cannot prove the cumulative effect of two things. One, if a team becomes more unified, if a player sticks up for another player, team sticks up for teammate. And two, the effect on the rest of the league to say, don't hit our guys, don't pitch inside on our guys. Like analytics, there's no equation for that.
No.
Can you just put into context, do you think those concepts are real to improve a team's chances to ultimately do the main thing you're trying to do, which is win?
Yes and yes. Because the situation is, if you don't even have to like your teammate, if you stick up for him, it goes a long way. And it goes a long way in the clubhouse and how you respond to each other and how you perform on the field, knowing that everyone's pulling on the rope in the same direction. And then from a league standpoint, it's kind of like, well, I don't want to buzz the tower on this guy because they're going to retaliate against my guy.
Yeah.
And it's a trickle down effect, and it does happen. And I would say from your first question though, it can be like a team boosting situation or opportunity. And it goes a long way.
Well, I'm looking forward to today, to see if the Phils do it. I think they will.
Yeah.
And I think Sanchez will, is my gut feeling.
And not that this team needs it. They don't, because this is a great bunch. I'm telling you, it's a great bunch. And I just came off the road trip with them, and man, these guys, they get it. And they get it as a unit. And not that they need it, but it can even help them even more.
Okay. All right. 215-592-9494.
I don't know. I know that there are a lot of unwritten rules in baseball, and I've never been in a clubhouse. I don't know. Actually, I've never been on a team where we've had translators and stuff either, which does make things completely different. Do those unwritten rules always translate to, like with the hitting guys, with striking back through your pitcher, is there
talking about foreign-born players?
Yeah.
Well, they don't know not to, strut after a home run sometimes. So but
Well,
that
that's,
unwritten.
But that's because that's not an unwritten rule anymore.
No, I agree with you.
I
agree with that.
Yeah. How?
Which
I
is
guess
a shame.
so that does factor in.
Oh no, it's not a shame. It's fun. Why, you spent the whole day yesterday talking about fun in baseball, but you don't acknowledge the other side of fun.
Fun in baseball is drilling a dude that pimps a home run.
So isn't pimping a home run fun to watch too? When when Rhys Hoskins bat slam, are you upset that he did that? Was that not an awesome moment?
I have unique circumstances. There are playoff.
Oh,
there are
okay.
playoff exceptions
Hypocrite
to the
over
rule.
here. Hypocrite alert right over here.
I mean, Joe Carter went all around and makes me sick. I cried my eyes out, but he stomped on first base, jumping up and down. And you know what? Phillies never had a right to throw at him. You know why? Because it ended the World Series. He had a right to jump up and down.
Yeah.
Yankees never threw at Mazeroski.
Both ways.
Yankees never played Mazeroski again. So
always got a clarification. Always like, except for this.
It's fun except for if the other team doesn't.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Ed in Phoenixville. Ed, Hammer Logic has its own way of getting there. Good morning, Ed.
Yeah, it's ever evolving. It's fluid. The Hammer Logic. Yeah, meaning of life is easier to figure out than the Hammer Logic.
I know.
Hey, Ben Davis, what's going on?
How you doing?
I'm so glad that I'm talking to you, and my wife isn't up yet, because every now and then when I'm on the phone and she hears you, like, oh, is that Ben Davis? And I'm like, no, it's not. And she's like, he's beautiful.
Wow.
Whoa.
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
So,
Ed, are you serious?
Here we go.
Man, beautiful.
Now,
Ben's beautiful? Wow,
yeah,
beautiful man.
I can't disagree with her. But anyway.
Hard to compete with that.
I just felt kind of empty yesterday.
Because your wife was saying Ben was beautiful?
That's right.
No, it was more the Acuna wanting to see him get one in the ribs yesterday, and hopefully we'll get it today.
So I went home when I found out like this game might not happen. I put on Dirty Harry yesterday. I needed some of that.
I needed
just watch
who
Dirty
gets
Harry?
it.
Yeah, but the third one. I hadn't watched because there's 5 Dirty Harrys.
You're
I watched
in a
the third
rut.
one.
You're in a Dirty Harry rut, just like he's in ruts for all his TV shows.
When you can't,
he's now in a movie rut.
When you can't watch a Philly drill a brave,
stop rutting.
Then I'm going to watch Dirty Harry.
You know what rutting?
Movie made
You know
the
what
century of the
rutting
90s
means
or something.
in other
Come on.
in other worlds? Rutting. I think rutting is right up your. Well, I'm not going to talk about.
Go ahead, Ed. What do you got?
Let's not go there.
Yeah, so real quick on the Jalen Hurts situation, kind of to Seltzer's point, I really think there should be 5 in there because it's hard to argue against Jalen Hurts being elite. But at the same time, like Josh Allen had 9 turnovers last year, fewer turnovers than both Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts. He made chicken salad out of a you-know-what receiving core. So I think they all should be in. Obviously, Mahomes is in. Lamar Jackson, I mean, he's like remember they used to call Dave Winfield Mr. May? Like, you have these amazing regular seasons, but 41 touchdowns, 4 picks, So I think Hurts should be in there in the top. Why does it have to be 4?
It doesn't have to be, but, determinations get made. In this case, it was determined to be 4. I actually agree with that. I think it should be those 4, unless you do what Ben said, which is Mahomes in his own tier. But I would not have Hurts in the tier with Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and Burrow. I would have him in a tier below because I think he plays with more around him, which creates more wins than those guys get because they have less around them. But listen, this is all very debatable. This is why we go round and round. And I need an answer from you for a great pair of fictional coworkers. You can win the Phillies tickets.
How about Ron Burgundy and Veronica Corningstone?
You got it, man. Yeah. Didn't love that movie either, but
You're an idiot.
Yeah.
Like, how do you not like that movie? Like, you got to be from a different planet not to
Yep,
like that
you
movie.
nailed it.
I just
Like,
Nailed it, Ben.
seriously.
Just didn't do
Like,
it for me.
there's no, oh my God. I can't even. Like, that pisses me off that
I'm
you
glad.
said that.
I'm
Good.
actually
Get
glad.
that. I
It's so
love
dumb
it.
that you don't like that
So
movie.
dumb.
It's freaking hilarious.
It's like a perfect movie.
It is.
Don't make me punch you, Davis. Don't make me tell people your
Oh,
real
he's
name.
scared.
Want some, get some.
You got a big head, so I got a big target.
You'd break your hand punching his face.
Freaking chin is bigger
Your
than most
hand
people's
would
heads.
like shatter if you punched his chin.
And Real Muto's definitely better looking than you. I don't know what
agree with
that guy's wife's talking about.
I agree with that.
All right. News and notes from the Eagles yesterday. They practiced, and media members got their eyes on the Birds for the first time in a stretch, one of whom was Jeff McClain. So let's give you some of the news and notes from Jeff McClain's report with the Inquirer on practice. Couple things of note. All right, most interesting, John. In my opinion. Bryce Harper was not at practice. Now, I'm going to read right from what McClain wrote. This was new information for me, and this is noteworthy. He writes, Bryce Harper was not at practice. In fact, the defensive end hasn't attended Eagles workouts this entire spring, an NFL source said. That doesn't necessarily come as a huge surprise since he is unlikely to be part of the Eagles' plans for 2025. Huff is still under contract and owed $16.75 million in guaranteed money this season. Workouts are voluntary, but his absence suggests it was a mutually agreed upon. It suggests it was mutually agreed upon. He goes on to, obviously indicate they could move him. So
Okay.
I guess this is like a Reagor thing, where it's like we just don't want the guy on the team. Now Reagor, I think, was let go before this. Bradbury, if you remember, they carried last year and carried his money the whole year.
Yeah, they
It's
did.
a lot more money to carry here.
And he was older and like totally untakeable. Yeah. Now, can the Eagles convince someone to take Bryce Harper, who's, I guess, 26, 27? Maybe. Probably not. I don't know. So maybe he just gets cut and they eat the money. I don't know if this is they carry him and don't play him, which was Bradbury, or they cut him to just move off the money, which was Reagor.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. So that one was noteworthy. A couple other things. There were players not there. I mean, again, this is not mandatory. So certain guys, different reasons, like Devontae, Lane Johnson, Reed Blankenship. Some guy named Avery Williams. Who the heck's that guy? What right does he have not to be there? Who's Avery Williams?
Avery Williams.
Who's life advice to Avery Williams. Get your butt in there. I don't know who you are, but Ben, if I'm Avery Williams,
I'm there.
You know what I'm saying?
Is he the kick returner, right?
Yeah, yeah. His article says receiver returner.
Yeah, they signed him to be the
Unless
returner
there's a family situation. I always want to put that caveat out there.
Unless he's like Kerry Williams, he needed to get some sconces for the new home or something like that.
Who had the calendar conflict or whatever it was?
Aaron Rodgers?
No, it was an Eagle. It was a oh my God.
I don't know.
I think it was like it's a calendar conflict or something.
I'm
like
not
that.
sure.
You don't know when you're supposed to be
Right, exactly. It's like what?
A couple other things from McClain's article. By the way, we'll talk to Elliot Shore-Parks in about a half an hour about more of this. Jihad Campbell and Nakobe Dean, as expected, were not, participating. Obviously, both coming off injuries. Other guys coming off injuries didn't, including Cam Jurgens with the back. Dickerson, who had the knee surgery in the offseason. Ben Van Summeren, who they're moving to fullback. He tore his ACL, so he was not practicing. Notable in the outside corner spot, Adoree Jackson, this is according to McClain, took the, quote, majority of starter snaps at outside corner.
Wait, Ben Van Summeren he tore his ACL?
Last year,
Yeah.
that's why he didn't practice, because he's coming back from an ACL.
Yeah.
Is what he was saying. It was a little confusing the way he said it, too.
Yeah.
You made it
That
sound like
was
Ben Van
not-
Summeren tore his ACL
No,
yesterday.
no,
I know.
no. Sorry.
I know. I knew what you
It's
meant. I wasn't
not
going
a
to jump
new
in.
injury.
No.
Not a new injury.
Van Summeren.
Correct.
This was okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
He's good to go.
Adoree Jackson took the majority of snaps at outside corner. Healy Ringo mixed in there as well. We know Cooper DeJean's going to be mixing in there. By the way, speaking of Cooper DeJean, let's listen to him yesterday, because it's going to be fascinating to see, does he go outside and inside, depending on offensive personnel, or does he just stick inside, which means sometimes coming off the field, the other team only has two wide receivers. He was asked yesterday about the possibility of switching back and forth and what that entails. Here's what he said.
Are there any specific challenges when you go snap to snap playing the two positions?
You talking about like just moving, like each snap moving in and out?
Exactly.
Yeah, a little bit. I think, outside it's a little different mentality than playing inside. Understanding leverage and things like that. So yeah, it's going to be a challenge. But I'm still learning. It's early on, so we'll see what happens.
Based on everything he said yesterday, the impression I got is that the Eagles are giving it a shot, probably want him to win the job, but don't know that he will, and it's possible he's still just slot guy. We'll see. I mean, notable that Adoree Jackson played out there yesterday, but of course that would also be when at times Cooper DeJean's inside. So time will tell. Remember, guys, we didn't know if Zach Baun or Devin White was going to be the starting linebacker until the day the Eagles played the first game last year.
We were talking about the accountability text thread with Devin White and oh my God, this guy's going to be awesome. And then,
Can you believe a guy that turned into an all-pro who was in the top 5 for NFL Defensive Player of the Year? We didn't know until game day whether he's even going to start.
People need to. Adoree Jackson has played a lot of football, and he's been pretty good.
You're pro him. I know you are.
In this league.
I know you are.
And we don't even talk about him. It's been Keely Ringo. Keely Ringo has played as a special teamer. Like, Keely Ringo has run down and covered kicks. And then, in spot duty as a cornerback.
So you think when it's just 2 wide receivers, Cooper DeJean outside, when it's 3 wide receivers, Adoree Jackson outside, Cooper inside. That's your prediction, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay, well, we'll see.
And I hope that Cooper DeJean is able to, transition to being outside all the time when we're in base.
That would be optimal because he's incredible, so you want to see him be incredible out there.
And I feel like it's relatively certain within me. Like, I know this guy's going to work until he figures it out.
Well, one of the I hope you're right. One of the issues also is if he doesn't go out there, teams could use only 2 wide receivers on a number of plays to pull him off the field. I mean, it's a chess match. If Vic Fangio's not deploying him outside, and then he's all now, there's also the possibility he could theoretically switch to safety on certain plays, like it's Reed Blankenship and him instead of one of the other guys.
Like Malcolm Jenkins used to move back into the slot here and there and that kind of thing.
You
The
could.
reverse of that.
I mean, the point is, if you're Vic Fangio, you do want to try to find a way to get Cooper DeJean out there 100% of the snaps. I mean,
they have to find a way.
because I
He
thought
has
there
to
were
be on the
4
field.
Eagles that were the 4 best defenders last year. Apologies to Milton
Nolan
Williams,
Smith,
and Slay,
Milton Williams, these other guys.
But the 4 guys were Jalen Carter, Baun, Quinyon Mitchell, and Cooper DeJean.
Mm-hmm.
They were the 4. That's the way I saw it. 215-592.
That's your top tier.
That's my tier 1. Well, by the way, all of which is part of why I don't have Jalen as a top 10 player, on the Eagles.
I'm aware of that.
Did I just say that?
That's
Yes,
a
out
nonsensical comment.
I didn't have him as a top 7 player on the offense.
Like I said before, if
Ben, I didn't have
they,
him
if
as a
they
top 7 player on the
redrafted
offense.
the Eagles, like if
That
they started the
is
NFL over from scratch and said
ridiculous.
Here we
draft
go.
players from teams, Jalen will be a top 5 pick in the NFL.
I'm just going to rattle
Okay?
them off from last year in no particular order. Players that I think are just better than Jalen from last year. Not all still here. Saquon, AJ, Devontae, Mulata, Lane for sure. Dickerson, that's 6 for sure on
This
offense.
is crazy.
And then the 4 guys that sit on defense, that's 10. I
The
don't know.
Jalen
This is
Hurts
nonsense.
slander, I'm not here for.
Yeah, this
Which
is
one?
this is outrageous.
Last year I was trying to figure out Becton or Hurts.
Yeah, that's silly. Hurts
Stop
has
it.
so much more to do than
Does
all
you-
those guys combined. You understand that, right?
There
You
you go.
understand how much more Jalen has to do, how much harder his job is than
It
any
is a
of
hard-
those guys.
it is a
So
hard
what are we
job.
talking about here? Like, he's the most important player on the team. Full stop.
Well,
period. End of
that's
story.
a different topic.
Period.
And
End
you
of
said
story.
most important. I said
He
best.
is the most important.
No, I agree he's the most
and
important.
he is the best. He has the most to do. He has the most runs through him. He's the biggest reason for success or failure is the quarterback.
I agree.
Period.
I agree with that also. Joe DeCamera and
No,
John
you
Ritchie.
don't.
Well,
Clearly don't, because
No,
they won the
that's
Super Bowl.
what you
and I'm
just
saying
said. What
the
was your
biggest
sentence?
reason for success or failure is the
Yeah, the
quarterback.
quarterback's the most
right.
important
so
player
he
that
is the biggest reason they won the Super Bowl is Jalen
no,
Hurts.
as Ben said.
I just said
No,
one
no,
or the
player,
other, right?
no,
the
but if you
biggest
say
reason
if you
is
say
the quarterback.
You say no player, but reason can be defense.
Mm-hmm. I said the most important.
Plus, Saquon
yeah.
carried him for about 18 weeks, and then
This
then
is
Jalen
outrageous.
jumped in at the end. All right, your thoughts
don't
on all of this?
appreciate
You saw how
great
Saquon
We'll talk,
did
we'll talk
without
to Elliot.
Jalen, right?
Elliot Short Parks. He joins us coming up soon. Phone calls and all this as well. Coming up next.
If you've spent time building the right roster and earning the fans, then you need the best technology to back it up. Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and step up to the game changer and point of sale solutions for restaurants and bars. PDQ POS. Imagine a seamless and lightning fast checkout experience for your customers that saves you money by cutting out those costly fees. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free, but that's not all. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a POS system, it's a complete business management solution. Keep track of your inventory, easily manage your staff, and use real-time analytics to optimize your sales. Their user-friendly interface makes it simple for anyone to navigate. Join the thousands of companies that have already made the switch and upgrade to PDQ Signature Systems. Whether you have one restaurant or hundreds, PDQ will customize a POS solution for your specific needs. Upgrade to the professional point of sale. Visit pdqpos.com. That's pdqpos.com.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies Braves. Leading off starts at noon. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 1:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Over the bullpens, onto the berm in right field.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
The wait is over. The CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale is here. From now until May 31st, enjoy instant savings on thousands of tires, including Falcon tires. The very best prices of the season during the CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale. At CJ's, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Only at CJ's Tire. Save up to $80 off a set of tires, including Falcon tires. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We've got your car covered, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. Now through May 31st, save big on any service needed, including a $49.99 state inspection, and make sure your car is ready for summer. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including Falcon tires at cjtire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Instant savings during the CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and save. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Offers end May 31st and cannot be combined. See section not valid for national, commercial, or government accounts. Emission service required and sticker fee additional pass sale. See store for details.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Losing your family's home movies and photos would be devastating. That's why Legacy Box exists, to preserve your family's recorded moments digitally, ensuring they're safe forever. Think of the time and money your family invested to capture family vacations, birthdays, even your wedding. Recording a lifetime of memories was a commitment. Camcorders cost thousands, and cameras required film and development. Legacy Box is the final step to preserve your family's past. Thankfully, it doesn't require another big investment. Legacy Box is safe, simple, and affordable. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box to convert their analog media to digital. You owe it to your family to safeguard your memories. Become your family's hero and save them before it's too late. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering an exclusive discount when you go to legacybox.com/value. That's legacybox.com/value.
Others came and went. But Jack Della's stayed in it. And he and the team at Del Toyota have the stamina to keep going another 50 years. From cassette players to CarPlay, window cranes to climate control, stick shift to adaptive cruise control. A lot may have changed, but one thing has remained the same. Jack Dell and the team at Dell Toyota continue to sell them for less. It's the 50th anniversary sales of that at Dell Toyota. We're rolling back to 1970s pricing all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Toyota Camry LE for only $149 per month, only at Dell Toyota. Plus at Dell Toyota, you can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Toyota. Dell Toyota is close, only 8 minutes west of Exton on Route 30 in Thorndale. Online at DellToyota.com. If you're afraid you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone. Well, I do need a bundle of things. When you bundle, you save. Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter? Save up to $12 on that bundle. What about brake pads and rotors? Bundle those and the brake pads are free. Can't save more than free. You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check for your wallet first, before hitting the drive-thru.
$6. Sorry, forgot my wallet. I have change, though. Here's 40 cents, another 40. Ooh, a bicentennial.
What's that?
Oh, gosh.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. Today's birthday shout-out goes to Paul Skeens. Pirates general manager Ben Cherington says trading last season's Rookie of the Year is a non-starter. The 23-year-old right-hander himself says anyone can play GM. And indeed, we've been hearing about hypothetical trade packages to lure Skeens to the Cubs, the Mets, and the Red Sox, among others. And I would imagine it'd be the Yankees. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Phillies and Braves doubleheader. The opener at 1:05 p.m. Christopher Sanchez on the mound. Pretty impressive pitching matchup in the second game. It'll be Zach Wheeler against Chris Sale. That's at 6:45. Both, of course, live here on 94 WIP. Unknown yet if Bryce Harper will play the Tuesday's shutout of Atlanta after Spencer Strider plunked him. New Eagles offense coordinator Kevin Petula spoke at the OTAs. Been here since Nick Sirianni became head coach. Petula says he learned a lot from the previous OC, Kellen Moore.
Benefiting from his knowledge and being able to ask questions to him and the back and forth conversations. And during games, it was the same kind of thing, the back and forth. We had a very unique relationship. We didn't know each other prior to. And, it went quickly to where we trusted each other, and I could lean on him and he could lean on me. So, working with him last year was a huge benefit.
Win one of two Maserati Gran Turismo Meditas this May and June. Grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Morning clouds, some sun later, high 75. It's currently 59. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, great to be doing this rainy Thursday morning. So a lot today on Jalen Hurts with Pro Football Focus listing him as a Tier 2 NFL quarterback. Also a lot going on with the Phils. They played 2 today. Joe and Hugh have half a show. Then again, Rich, you wouldn't really have anything to complain about.
You said that with, I don't know,
Yeah,
like
well,
just angst.
But
Yeah.
we got that for 7
Remember
years.
how great that was?
Show.
Yeah,
When
half
you
a
get
show.
a doubleheader, you're like, yeah, buddy.
Yeah, and
Nice
your
happy
ratings
day.
go up.
Yeah, because we get the Phillies.
Phillies
Help us
game.
out. Yeah.
It's double whammy. You work less and your ratings
Good
go
for
higher.
them.
I'm kind of
Congratulations.
Good for you,
guys.
salaried people.
I almost texted Kyle Quinn when I saw his rain out and been like, I'm happy for you, buddy.
It's they're very lucky today. All right,
We've
let's
been
get
there.
to Twitter poll questions of the day. We have been both brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Let your journey begin in the completely redesigned 2025 Equinox from Armin Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Visit ArmandChevy.com. First poll question, which is better, Office Space or The Office? Second poll question, do you think Ranger Suarez will be a Philly next year? A, yes, B, no. You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. You know, Ben, I just don't really see the path. And it makes me sad. I love Ranger. I mean,
do too.
You know, James brought up earlier, maybe the best chance to keep him is if there's a devastating injury that you know a pitcher's going to be out like a whole year. And I don't even know if that gets it done because Ranger's going to want, a 4 or 5 year deal, maybe longer. I mean, maybe the most likely path is if they go to a 6-man rotation, but I don't want them to. I just feel like he's probably gone, and I don't really know what the solution is.
Yeah, somebody's going to pay him. It's not going to be the Phillies.
Whoa, so you think just like
he's going to get $100 million from someone to go be a great
back?
pitcher, and he's
He might
probably
get more
gone.
than that.
He might.
Yeah, he might.
But why don't we try to do something where we get something for him now? How
That's
likely
a
is that?
possibility.
It is.
It's a distinct possibility. There's not too many players on this team that you can trade away to get something in return.
Yeah.
But Ranger could be one of those guys.
So what's the likelihood? And
like a center fielder or a closer, something,
yeah,
right?
I think there's a high probability.
Do you really?
I do.
You think there's a better chance than not he gets traded during this season?
I do.
Wow.
Yeah.
And
why
then
wouldn't
I
you
don't
make
know.
something out of him rather than lose him?
That's
right?
interesting.
I don't know anything. I haven't heard rumors. I swear to you, I haven't heard anything.
Yep.
But I'm just looking at it from a business standpoint. He offers the best to get something in return.
Sure.
Yeah. And you're going to lose him at the end of this year.
And I think that's why the team was shopping Alec Boehm in the offseason, because there's really no other pieces on this team, A, that you can get rid of or dump salary with, or B, that you could get anything in return for. Alec Boehm showed that.
I mean, if Ranger gets traded, he might be the best player traded in the whole league. I mean, it depends on who else gets traded.
I
but
would agree with that.
He's an outstanding pitcher.
He's awesome. He's awesome. It's just a matter of him staying on the field and pitching every fifth day. It's been an issue.
What a conundrum. It really is something.
It is.
All right, 215-592-9494. Well, I'll tell you, for our poll purpose, I would definitely say no, I don't think he'll be a Philly next year. But, we'll see. Go ahead, John.
I went to the dentist, and the dentist said, I need that I'm staining my teeth.
Staining?
With coffee.
Drink less coffee.
I just started drinking coffee last year. How do you do this? How do you, when you just started drinking coffee, they're telling me it's now having a detrimental effect on me.
That's really weird because I've drank coffee for a long time and have never had issues like this.
Well, I mean, did your dentist say, have you noticed? Maybe your dentist didn't notice that your teeth are more stained because your teeth were already more stained. My teeth last year were not stained. And this year, my dentist is like, whoa.
You're
what's
also the
going
only
on,
person
man?
ever to just constantly bleed out of your forehead when you played football. So maybe your body just reacts different.
My skin is
just
like paper.
Just
coffee
throwing that
does
out there.
that. Red wine does it. I mean, there's a way to do
Yeah.
you just drink without using
Copenhagen
your
does it.
teeth.
That's true.
Yeah. Or
All right,
use a
let's-
straw.
Let's talk to...
You got a girl. Who cares if your teeth are
That's
a
so
little
true.
bit, right? You know?
So
Come
true.
on.
That's so
Right.
true. All right, Elliot Short Parks, of course, on the beat covering the Eagles for us, and back there yesterday with an OTA that was open to the media. So an awful lot to discuss with Elliot, who joins us right now. Good morning, Elliot.
What's up? How you guys doing?
Quite a bit, bud. So we'll go in a lot of directions, but let's just give you an open-ended first question that is this. What stood out to you the most with what was the most interesting thing you saw yesterday from the OTA or heard from the OTA?
Yeah, man, there was so much. I mean, it was our first chance at looking at the depth chart for this team, which I'm sure we'll get into. But I guess my main takeaway would just be Jalen Hurts had a really good day. He was 20 of 21, was really surgical with the ball. No, like, big throws down the field, no, like, highlight throws. But he looked like the quarterback that we saw the majority of last season, which is just take what's there, really smart with the football. I don't think it was even close to intercepted a single time. And he was doing it without A.J. Brown, who was there but didn't practice. Devontae wasn't there. And obviously not really a running game when you're doing 11 on 11 or 7 on 7 with no pads. So
Good.
I just
Yeah.
thought Hurts wasn't special, but he was good.
That's great.
Who's there who surprised you? You know, we've, I guess question is players who are there that you expected to be there and players who didn't show up that you thought might be around.
Yeah, so that's always a tough one because they are voluntary. You don't
Yeah.
know why players aren't there. Could be family things. It could be anything like that. But
Yeah,
I would
it's
say
okay if they're not there at this point
I
in
would,
time.
yeah. Well, I would say it's okay if they're not there if it's a a family thing or something. But like a player like Bryce Huff, for example, Bryce Huff was not there yesterday.
Well,
and
he
if
should be there.
if he's electing to stay away, that would be disappointing. Coming off of the season he's having, and the thing with Bryce Huff not there is it's kind of like last year where you don't even realize that he's not there, right? Like he's not a player where you show up and it's like, let's see if Bryce is there. He's kind of really fallen down the depth chart, down the list of important things, and that really stood out with the depth they have at edge.
Elliot, prediction here, and I know we got a couple months, so they have to make all these decisions, but Bryce Huff, which is more likely? I'm going to give you three choices. They keep him and play him. They keep him and don't play him, which is what they did with Bradbury last year, or they cut him or trade him.
I think cut or trade. And June 1st is a date to keep an eye out here. If they trade him after June 1st, they save $4 million in salary cap space. So I think they are likely to move on from him. Again, you just look at the depth chart, like Nolan Smith, Jalix Hunt, Aziz Ojulari, Josh Uche. I mean, they have a lot of interesting pieces there. And it just feels like Vic doesn't really like Bryce Huff as a player. And so if he doesn't like him, I don't know what his purpose is on the roster.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he was deactivated in the Super Bowl, and I didn't even realize that until about a month after the game, but it's pretty telling that he wasn't even, activated to have a chance to play. All right,
that says a lot, though, also. So Aziz Ojulari is there, and Adoree Jackson is there. And you said Josh Uche also?
Yes,
there?
I saw him there.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, so Elliot, let's talk about Cooper DeJean. This is another fascinating one. Totally different scenario, though. I mean, this is one of your best players. So, my interpretation of what he said publicly yesterday is that they're going to try him in outside corner. I think they probably want him to win the job, but they don't know if he will. Is that an accurate way to frame it?
I would say no. I think the more accurate way is he is the outside starting corner that's going to play nickel. Like I would be really surprised if he quote unquote lost the outside corner job. Now, again, we're talking about kind of two different jobs here because when they're just in base and only have two corners, which is not going to be often, then he will be out there, right? I think they feel confident in that. But the majority of the time, they will be a nickel, which means he'll move into the inside. Now, what he talked about yesterday was like there are challenges with that. He's done it in college, but you have to get used to it. There's different things on the outside that you don't do on the inside. So I think he will be the outside guy in base for sure, but it'll be an adjustment.
What stood out to you from the depth chart? You referenced that there's now a public depth chart. What hit you?
Yeah, so yesterday, I expected to see Keely Ringo get the majority of snaps at outside corner when they were in nickel, and that really wasn't the case. It was maybe 50-50, but I think Adoree Jackson probably got more reps with the first-team defense than Keely Ringo did, so that was surprising for sure. And then the other one is just, so Reed Blankenship wasn't there, so that's part of the safety depth chart, obviously, but they shuffled guys in and out. Like, they have 5 or 6 legit players that have an argument to make the roster. It's going to be really hard to decide. Yesterday, it was Andrew Makuba and Sidney Brown starting with the defense, but Andre Sam got in there, Lewis Seen got in there, Tristan McCullum got in there. So they really shuffled guys in and out with that first team safety position.
Okay. I guess that makes sense with all the safeties. So Makuba, you said he was running with the starters yesterday in Reed's absence? That seems like a big deal to have a rookie in there with the big guys.
Yeah, and last year, I mean, they didn't put Quinion in there right away. Quinion started with the backups and eventually worked his way up to the starter. Yeah, obviously Reed's not there, but Makuba getting those first team reps is surprising. Now, a big thing.
That's not how they operate, is it?
Well, we only have a year of Vic. So, last year, Vic didn't do that, but obviously he's doing it this year. And the big thing with Makuba was like his size coming out of college, coming out of Texas. Seeing him in person yesterday, he's slender, but he's not as small as I thought. I think with the draft process, sometimes people get so focused on, 6'1" versus 6 foot, 190 pounds versus 185. But when they're out there on the field, you really can't tell a difference. So I thought Makuba and Mac McWilliams, the corner they drafted, I didn't think size looked like a problem for them
Okay.
compared to the other players.
And then the competitions we have on the offensive side of things, we know that Tyler Steen at right guard. I'm assuming he's competing against Trevor Keegan, Matt Pryor. I guess Kenyon Green also would be competing for that starting spot. How does that look right now? Is Steen going to be the guy for this camp at least?
Yeah, so I think of all the jobs we talked about, I think that Steen has the firmest grasp, I would say, on his job. I think it's his job to lose. I do think Kenyon Green will be given a chance, but I think Steen's history with the team, the fact he's taken reps with other offensive linemen, and he was the first team offensive lineman up there. So Green will be given a chance for sure, but I do think at this point I would probably call it Steen's job to lose.
This Avery Williams, he's a running back. Avery Williams is out there doing some things. Is he just involved more than anything for the special teams purposes right now? I know nothing at all about Avery Williams.
Yeah. So Avery Williams, he's played running back. I personally think they're going to use him more as a receiver. Like last year, and I know no one enjoyed watching the plays, but when they kept throwing those screens to Britton Covey early in the year, I think that's like a role they envision Avery Williams being better in than Covey was. And also then obviously you bring up special teams. That will be how he makes the roster. He's not going to be a big part of the offense or anything like that. So, has played running back, but I think, and especially seeing their running backs yesterday, I think his path on the field is more likely at receiver than it is at running back.
When you see the running backs, is Ben Van Sumeren one of them?
So he wasn't out there yesterday. I think he's still recovering from that injury, but I'll say this, seeing the running backs, A.J. Dillon, I mean, he reminds me a lot just in terms of like seeing a large human move quickly. Like it's a little LeGarrette Blount-ish in how he looks in the open field. You can see why, when healthy, he is like a contributing part of an NFL offense. He has to stay healthy. That's a big part of it. But there was a play yesterday where he caught the ball in a little screen pass, and he just took off, and I just was standing on the sideline thinking I would not want to be between him and the end zone right now. Like he's a big dude. So yeah, their running backs I thought looked good yesterday.
Elliot with us, obviously on the beat after covering the Eagles yesterday and for a bunch of years for us here at WIP. Elliot, let's get to some of what was said. I thought Goddard sounded happy, and what I mean by that is we knew he's back. We knew we agreed to terms with the Eagles, but you never know until a player talks, and you try to discern if it's authentic, whether he's really happy with the number that he arrived at and not coming in grumpy. I thought he sounded really pleased with how it ended up. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I think authentic's a good word there. Like I didn't feel like he was just saying it. I thought, and I know, like he is happy to be back in Philadelphia. I think there was a real part of him that was open to the reality he would have to play elsewhere and tried to wrap his mind around that. But he always wanted to be back in Philadelphia. And the number he ended up getting really wasn't much lower than what he was going to get if none of this ever happened. So he seemed in good spirits. I thought he did a good job talking about it, and it kind of felt like turning the page on this, and now the focus will be on the year and free agency next year.
You know what's fascinating? We'll probably never know, Elliot, but did it come down? Did the Eagles' offer go up after they didn't draft a player in the April draft?
100%.
Right? You know what I'm saying? Like that. That was probably the swing factor.
That's I think Goddard is back because the draft board didn't break their way and they didn't get a tight end.
Yep.
100%.
That's what I think.
So does the way the NFL is changing in terms of being more run focused, is that going to affect our bottom line in terms of roster creation and player distribution, Elliot? I look at the big roster right now, and I know we've got a lot of extra names because we just brought all these, young college players in who probably aren't going to make it when it's all said and done. But we have a lot of backs, a lot of new backs. We talked at the beginning there about Avery Williams, but then remember, we got Will Shipley, who we as fans, we know him, we like him. We've seen him in the preseason. But Avery Williams, but there's also Montrell Johnson Jr., there's also Shunderick Powell, there's also Lou Nichols. Is that number of backs growing because the run is growing more popular, and do we need to pay attention to this because it's just the way of the NFL now? Or are the Eagles probably going to be keeping things sort of the way they had been in the past and have, Saquon and two other guys?
Yeah, so I think this is where the practice squad comes into play. I don't think you'll see them carry more than 3 running backs on the active roster. It frankly could be 2, and you could put A.J. Dillon on the practice squad and promote him a few weeks, see how he's doing.
Sure.
So I think for the most part, you'll see them. It'll be Saquon and Will Shipley. But another benefit of having a ton of running backs on the roster is, like, you don't want Saquon practicing yesterday. Like, there's really no point in having Saquon do team drills yesterday. So you get a lot of running backs. You have them kind of get you through training camp, the preseason games, and then you can have them on the practice squad. But you are right. Like, the more bodies, the better for a run first off.
Yeah, I'd say, Elliot, I think one of the most fascinating things with this team this year is going to be, do they dial Saquon back a bit, and if so, how much? Because they never did last year. I did not expect that. He was like a horse that starts out the race in first place and goes wire to wire, and like, they never backed him off. And I didn't think that was wise. It worked. They won the Super Bowl. It was an all-time season. But it will be interesting this year if it's, 4 or 5 less carries per game to try to preserve them. We'll see. Obviously, if they do, those backup running backs become more important. Elliot, one more thing. Patullo.
Yeah.
So you got a shot to listen to the new offensive coordinator. Sounds like things are going to really pretty much stay the same for the most part. He referred to new wrinkles, but I can't imagine they're trying to reinvent the wheel. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I thought he sounded exactly like what people expected, which is an extension of Nick Sirianni. Like, he is Nick Sirianni's right-hand man. He's been here since Nick got here. He's worked with Nick before Philadelphia, and that's how he came across. Like, him and Nick agree on a lot of things. He called Nick one of his main offensive influences from a scheme perspective. So, yeah, it's the concern I have with this team. It is, are they going to have a counterpunch to what the NFL brings them, and can they do that without fresh ideas in the building?
Yeah.
So Patullo's impressive. He's accomplished a lot. I think he was well spoken, but he is an extension of Nick. So we will see how that works.
All right, Elliot, final, absolute last thing. Most important thing of all. Should a Philly drill a Brave today?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this reminds me of when the 49ers walked through the Eagles huddle in 2023. Like you either are a team that allows yourself to get pushed around or you're not. And the 2024 Eagles would not have allowed the 49ers to walk through that huddle. The 2025 Phillies can't allow a division rival to hit their best player and not retaliate. So a message is more important than a win, in my opinion.
I'm with you.
Amen, brother.
Elliot, good work, bud. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you, Elliot.
Yep, sounds good. Talk
See
to
you,
you
pal.
Thanks, Elliot.
Elliot Shore Parks. Ben, none of this is probably going to lead to a fight because it doesn't happen much in baseball anymore.
Mm-mm.
But let's just get a little baseball.
When was the last big fight?
Oh,
There was a brawl earlier this season, wasn't there?
was there?
Yeah, they don't really
I
brawl
don't know.
anymore.
All right,
though.
Ben, give us a fight story. How many, roughly, how many do you think you were involved in? Either on the field or running in from the bullpen or running in from the ball, the dugout.
I'd say I was probably involved in 6 or 7.
Surprised it's not more. All right, give me a good fight story.
I'll give you one. In Double-A, we were playing Huntsville, the A's Double-A. They were at our place. And not to brag or whatever, but I hit a 3-run homer in the bottom of the 8th to put us up by a run.
You're feeling good.
I'm feeling good. We're in Mobile, Alabama.
You're on your way to the big leagues.
And the very next guy, Dave Newhan, gets drilled. I mean, first pitch right in the ribs, like what are we doing? And Dave Newhan, his dad was Ross Newhan. I don't know if he's a Hall of Fame writer with the Dodgers.
Okay.
But anyway, segue. We go into the next inning, and first hitter comes up, doesn't get hit. Next hitter gets drilled. It was Ramon Hernandez.
Yeah, sure.
Right? Yeah. He drops his bat, and he's stood there for a second. And then I was not fast. And then he starts to run out towards Al Drumheller, our pitcher. And it gave me a chance to catch up to Ramon. I jump on Ramon's back, and I just power him to the ground.
Wow.
Right? I just like Superman onto his back, get him on the ground. He's face down on right in the front of the pitcher's mound. Right? So he never laid a hand on Al. Al jumps on top of me.
So you hog tie him.
No.
You jump on his back
jump on
and
his
hog
back.
tie him
Correct.
down.
So Al jumps on top of me, and I got Ramon down on the ground. All I see are these left hooks coming underneath, and he's just smoking Ramon, right? And then it was just this whole melee ensued.
That's great.
It was crazy. So if you leave, if in minor leagues, how it was back then, if you leave your position, you get fined, right? So everyone on the team got fined.
How much?
It was probably back then like maybe $50.
Oh.
But I did
worth
not
it.
get fined because I was considered, quote unquote, it said in the paper, a peacemaker.
No way.
I didn't get fined.
That's wonderful.
But that was one of the better ones that we had. Other ones, you just kind of go out there and talk smack and like push a little bit, and then your buddy pulls you away. There was another one we had in Omaha, Nebraska that was awful. And one of the guys, I may have told you the story before, ripped his pec.
Yeah.
And it was one of the grossest things I've ever seen.
In the fight, right?
In the fight, yeah. So he had a guy's neck, and the other guy pulled him off, and his whole pec just exploded.
I heard a story.
Unbelievable.
I have no idea if it's true, so I don't want anyone to take this as gospel because I have no idea if it's true. But I heard a story one time that in a fight, Bo Jackson was encouraging his teammates to not hit Cal Ripken because Cal's streak was ongoing.
Mm-hmm. That was I heard that as well.
Do you think that is true?
Yeah.
Pretty amazing.
It's pretty amazing.
Like, don't hit this guy.
Yeah.
Hit that guy.
Can you imagine if his streak ended because of that? Like
Right.
someone knocked him out and he ended his streak? Like that would be unbelievable.
Well, do you remember, James, when he broke his nose?
Of course, yeah.
Getting his photograph taken at the 96 All-Star game at the Vet. Was it a broken nose or the guy hit him in the nose?
He got hit in the nose. I don't know if it broke or not.
I thought
Junior
it did.
Junior
no,
did?
It might
no. Well, whoever was standing next to Cal, like there was a slippage while the team photo was being taken, and a guy like accidentally elbowed Cal in the face
Slippage.
in 96.
That's a pretty nasty
And I thought it
slippage.
broke his nose. If not, it like
I
dinged him
accidentally
up.
slipped and elbowed
That's
you in the
wild.
nose.
But he had already broken the record, but he
Right.
kept going for another couple seasons.
I went down to I would go down. We had the same agent. I'd go down to Cal's house in Baltimore and play basketball in the wintertime.
Wow. Look at Ben
What a
Davis.
flex that
Look
was.
at Ben Davis.
And the one day
Can
we were
you
in there,
dunk?
I used to be able to. Yes.
Yeah. Did you ever dunk on Cal?
Not in that particular game. No. No.
Not in that. But you did.
No,
Oh.
I did not. But he would.
That's a
It was.
flex.
Well, I'd go down there and he would tape his own ankles. And when I say this dude played rough, like it was like he was throwing bows and like posting up and like he was and he's huge.
where you
First
gotta
of all.
lay the smack
Cal's
down.
huge. And
Cal
he's-
Ripken.
he was a
yes, he was
enormous,
huge. Yeah, he was a
massive
big
shortstop.
he's
shortstop.
huge.
Ben, you're 6'6", 255. How much do you weigh?
240.
When you were playing him, you're 6'6", 250, right?
Yeah.
You think he's big compared to that?
He's a big dude. Yeah.
Plus,
I'm
for
telling-
a short,
He's like six. He's
but
like
John,
6'4"
for
or
a
something like
shortstop,
that.
that's the whole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Part
either
of
way,
it
I
is-
think he's like 6'3", 6'4", Cal.
Yeah,
Ripken.
for
he's
his
easily
position, he was
6'4".
massive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, he was
Wow.
very physical
I
in
didn't know
these
he was
basketball games.
that
I mean,
big.
very physical. And I'm like, and this is when he hadn't broken the games played yet.
Sure.
The record.
So he wasn't.
Like, what are you
that
doing,
big.
Cal?
So your
Yeah,
point is
exactly.
he wasn't holding back.
He
is
was
your
not
point.
holding
Yeah,
back.
That's
Yeah.
fascinating.
I mean, this dude
That
taped
is
his own
something.
ankles. You know, he was
Yeah.
getting after it. Like,
That's
here we
true.
go.
All right,
So
2-1.
you are correct. He broke his nose when the American League was posing for a team
Yeah.
photo, and Roberto Hernandez slipped on the platform
Yeah.
and crushed him in his nose.
Could you imagine if that ended the streak?
Be wild.
Oh my God.
He did it for like another 3 years or so, something like that.
That's not something that you just laugh off. Like
Right.
he slipped, and I don't know.
He broke his nose.
No, you can't just be like, oh, it's cool, man.
Oh, no,
Eh,
there's
no
no-
big
you know what?
deal.
Nothing to
You
see here.
broke my nose.
Right.
Yeah. No, I'm
John,
with
there's
you.
video of it.
Oh,
I'm
that's
actually
wild.
watching it right now.
All right, let's go to the phones.
That's wild.
215-592-9494. Let's talk to Dan right now. Dan, you're on WIP.
You know, I call up, right, with a simple topic, and then, like, throughout the show, while you're on hold, all these other things come up that's why I love this show so much. John, your coffee and your teeth, drink out of a straw.
Hmm.
All
I
right?
actually have a little
Wow.
stir thing here.
Yeah, that helps. Joe, give us a fight story.
Good point.
Let's hear this, Joe.
I would say my last skirmish
No, fight.
was in, hold on, was in McFadden's. So I go to a Villanova Syracuse game, mid 2000s, with an old girlfriend who went to Syracuse. I'm a Villanova fan. This guy gets in her face, very obnoxious Villanova guy gets in her face, says something highly,
so skirmish means you don't really fight.
Highly inappropriate. First word began with F. And, like, you know, I had to step in there, and it was me versus a bunch of people. I handled business. That's the end of the story.
I thought your last fight was when you told Judy's boyfriend you were going to ask her to your prom. So I thought, like, haymakers are being thrown there.
Shout out to cousin Judy.
You
but
are
not first cousin.
You are relentless.
They're second
man.
cousins once removed.
My
It's
God.
legal.
It's not a topic I like to talk about, so let's just move on, right, Joe?
Yeah.
What else, seriously, does Jalen Hurts have to do for you to consider him elite? Like,
Better. I'll answer the question. Be better in the passing game more consistently.
But what's that going to do? He's won a Super Bowl. He's been to 2 in 5 years. He's a Super Bowl MVP. Like
Dan. Series of
questions.
Here we go. Series of questions. Was Phil Simms elite?
No.
Was Nick Foles elite?
No.
Was Eli Manning elite?
No.
Was Jim Plunkett elite?
No.
Okay.
So we've moved the standard of our quarterback to we want somebody that can win a Super Bowl to now they have to be elite.
No,
They
they don't have to be. I'm not moving any standard. I mean, we're just addressing whether we think he's elite.
I don't even think it should be a topic. We're lucky we have him. He's a great quarterback. Like Jimmy said, if there was a draft today, you're picking Jalen Hurts over Saquon Barkley. No, like Jalen Hurts is the guy you're going to start your team with.
Without a doubt. There's not even a question. In fact, I think 20 quarterbacks will go with the first 20 picks.
You know,
what are you talking about?
Dan, remember what Ike said. Take it for what it's worth. But Ike said last year when that whole brouhaha kicked up in early December, Ike said if they have to choose between Hurts and AJ, they will choose AJ Brown. He said that on WIP.
Well, he's wrong about that.
He could be right or wrong, but it's notable that he said it.
Well,
and AJ obviously is a better player than Jalen Hurts. I mean, clearly.
So you're telling me right now, if the top 5 players in this year's draft were Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, and Saquon Barkley, we know everything we know about them now, you would pick A.J. Brown or
this is
Saquon?
silly,
So
dude.
hold on. So Dan, you're kind of crossing conversation. So let's address this reality. Quarterbacks are most important. There's no question.
That's the whole point.
No, that's not the whole point. Hold on. That's not the whole point. Quarterbacks are the most important. There is no question. That doesn't mean they are fundamentally better. Like just as a for instance, I watched Randall and Reggie their whole Eagles career. Now, would I say that it would hurt the Eagles' chances to win a game more if Randall got hurt in a game than Reggie? Yes, because Randall was the quarterback. There's not a human that watched them, and I love Randall. There's not one person in the world that would say Randall was better than Reggie, right? Not one person would say Randall was better than Reggie. Donovan was great. He was not greater. He was not better than Doc. Now, the Eagles would be more screwed if Donovan got injured than Doc. That doesn't mean Donovan was better than Doc. Are you with me?
I think Donovan was better for the team than Doc.
Hold on. Who was the better football player, Donovan McNabb or Brian Dawkins?
I think it comes to what you
Dan,
provide to the team.
give me an answer.
I guess Brian Dawkins if you're going position players.
You don't have to guess. Brian Dawkins was a better football player than Donovan McNabb. That's a fact.
But Donovan was more important to the team than Doc.
You're relying back on the quarterback thing supersedes all, and what I'm telling you is for a better player, it doesn't. For more important to win a game, I will grant you the Eagles are more screwed if the quarterback gets injured than the wide receiver. I get that.
Do you think that takes away from Jalen that you don't think he's the best player on the team?
I think most people don't think he's the best player on the team.
But
Up until the end, I'll say this.
Like it's semantics.
No, it's not semantics. Up until the end.
Rhea,
who do you think is better, Saquon Barkley or Jalen Hurts?
Semantics.
Hold on. Who do you think is better, Rhea? Saquon Barkley or Jalen Hurts?
Saquon had a better year last year.
Who do you think is a better player?
Better overall, I think Jalen.
I do too.
To me, that is insane.
Well,
Ben, can you talk
because you have to take the position into account. You can't talk in a vacuum like that.
How insane is this?
Position matters.
Ben,
it's not like they don't play positions.
Hold on, Ben. How insane is this?
I don't think it's insane, but I think it's not true. Saquon's a better football player than Jalen.
Saquon was on the Giants. They didn't win a Super Bowl.
Correct.
Saquon had one special year.
Yeah.
One.
You guys.
It's true,
Because he finally got with a team with an offensive line.
And a quarterback.
Yeah, I shake my head.
The quarterback hands the ball to him.
The quarterback is one of the biggest reasons Saquon had the year he had. Are you kidding me?
No, I don't agree with that.
See, that's what you always do.
He's a factor, but he's not as big a factor as Saquon's brilliance and the offensive line's brilliance. And by the way, I'll say this. If Jalen was better at passing the ball, it would make it easier for Saquon because the teams wouldn't be stacking the box.
How much easier could it be for Saquon? He ran for over 2,000 yards. You could have broken the record if he played in the last game of the season. What are you talking about? This is nonsense.
Remind me to write a book for you on 101.
For over 2,000 yards. How much easier could it be,
My
Joe?
next book is going to be Football 101.
How much easier could it be?
Teaching James
How much
Sullivan.
easier?
You know what I
ran
find
for
great?
2,000 yards. What, is he going to run for 2,500? Like, what are you talking about?
I don't. What's your question?
You said that
Hold on, Dan.
If Jalen threw the ball better, it would make it
easier.
for
How much
Saquon.
easier could it be for Saquon?
Seriously.
It could be easier if safeties didn't have to come up
They
to stop.
didn't. And also that helps Saquon because Saquon burst past them. That was part of the thing that Saquon does.
All right. Dan, give me an answer for fictional coworkers.
I just love how we're so spoiled now that we're arguing about who's the best player on our team.
I can't believe it's Jalen Hurts didn't even make Jalen Hurts didn't even make the Pro Bowl, and they had like all pros and Pro Bowlers all over the place. He wasn't one of them, and now people have him as the best player on the team. That is insane.
I didn't say he was the best player on the team. I said he was better.
And you're taking position out like it doesn't matter.
And James, I guess you think he's better than Jalen Carter also, right?
I think position matters. I think that what I'm saying is that he is the most valuable player on the football team. That's what I think.
Position does matter.
About that.
Position does matter. And Saquon was a better running back than Jalen was a quarterback.
There's no question. It's not. It's so not even debatable.
Matters so much more.
Saquon didn't make it to a Super Bowl without Jalen.
Well, to be clear, obviously the Chiefs freaking stocked the box. That was obviously what Spags was doing. And yes, they stymied Saquon, which finally opened up Jalen Hurts to actually, seize the moment.
And he did.
And he did.
And he did. He threw the ball.
And
they dared him to throw the ball, so he kicked their ass.
And he did. And he did have that one drive that went above 50 yards in the game.
Put up 55 points the week before, buddy.
When the defense had 4 turnovers, but he was tremendous.
You just have excuses.
No, it's not. He was tremendous. Guys, first half for what it's worth. There was a Cooper DeJean touchdown, and it's a championship game, Super Bowl, and there was a 10-yard drive when Zach Bond intercepted the ball. That was 14 of their first 24 points. I mean, let's not act like he was in the first half brilliant. Now, in the game overall, third quarter, there's no question he played a great game. I am not denying that.
Yes.
But anyone that denies that in that game, that the defense wasn't the number one reason they won that game, doesn't have their head screwed on.
I think 100% it was the defense.
All right, well, what about other games?
Other games, it was primarily Saquon and the defense and the offensive line.
Other games where Jalen.
So what you're saying is we could have any quarterback come in on this team and win the Super
Well,
Bowl.
they certainly could have in the actual Super Bowl game. They could have played the freaking fifth-string quarterback and won the game.
So
the other team did not cross midfield until late in the third quarter.
Trading Jalen and would you feel comfortable about trading Jalen, just getting a run-of-the-mill quarterback?
No.
We can get a whole bunch of.
I would not want to do that. Dan, give me an answer. Fictional coworkers.
Jules and Vince from Pulp Fiction.
Oh,
great.
Very good.
I was
waiting for.
All right,
very good. Joe, just tell them that we could agree with you, then we both be wrong. Just tell them.
Okay. All right, a lot going on here. Your reaction to it all. Plus, more of what Dallas Goedert and Kevin Patullo said yesterday. We'll play that audio, life advice with the hammer up ahead as well on 94 WIP.
Let me talk about my good friends at Lexus of Cherry Hill. I have been leasing cars from Lexus of Cherry Hill over a decade. There are a lot of really great reasons why. First of all, they are an elite of Lexus dealer for 2024. They've got great people, great service. You'll find that out when you enter the dealership. They've got the 2025 Lexus models. They're moving fast. And Lexus Cherry Hill, they are a 7-time certified J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. You will experience that when you head into the dealership. Stop in, visit with Tony Labello and his team. They'll help guide you to the Lexus of your dreams with over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock. Another thing to really love about Lexus Cherry Hill, they are a veteran-owned and operated business. You deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family-owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Another road game takeover with fans of Philly. Fly with fans of Philly to Green Bay to remind a Lambeau Enjoy airfare, hotel accommodations, an exclusive tailgate party, and game tickets seated with those that bleed green. Fly with 94 WIP's official travel partner, Fans of Philly. Reserve your spot now before they sell out at fansofphilly.com.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply. Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of...
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
When you're ready to propose, shopping for the diamond can be intimidating. Trust me, but the Benari Jewelers team puts you at ease, showing you everything you need to know for that important purchase. You'll feel like an expert browsing through the largest selection of hand-picked diamonds. At Benari, the value shines through. You'll walk away with a superior diamond that she will love. Benari Jewelers, when ordinary won't do. Everything at Benari is extraordinary. Hexton and Newtown Square, online at BenariJewelers.com.
You've been called the president of three-card poker, the baron of baccarat. No matter who you are, there's always another way to win on the Bet Parks app. Score up to $1,000 bonus back in the first 24 hours. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Located in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Michigan. New users only. TC Supply. See site for details. Casino bonus must be waived.
Did you know there are more ways than ever to save with Allstate? Like adding more cars to your policy means you could save more. Same with bundling home and auto. More savings. Oh, and staying safe on the road? Ding, ding, ding. You guessed it, more savings. So check Allstate first, and you could save more today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Potential savings and prices vary, including based on how you buy. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's time to find out who was in the zone. Presented by AutoZone. After a disappointing start to the new baseball season, Atlanta has quietly put together one of the best records since mid-April. The club is slowly starting to put together their offensive consistency and will be adding their all-star pitcher and MVP right fielder to the lineup this week. Atlanta should be looking for a rise in the standings as we head towards the mid-season break. In the Zone is brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Others came and went. But Jack Dell has stayed in it, and he and the team at Dell Chevrolet have the stamina to keep going for another 50 years. From cassette players to CarPlay, crank windows to climate control, stick shift to adaptive cruise control. A lot may have changed, but one thing has remained the same. Jack Dell and the team at Dell Chevrolet continue to sell them for less. It's the 50th anniversary sales event at Dell Chevrolet. We're rolling back to 70s pricing all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Chevrolet Silverado for only $289 per month. Plus, at Dell Chevrolet, you can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day. Get to Dell Chevy located on Route 30 in Paoli. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Online at DellChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
And we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the...
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Now, according to Spot Track, the combined $102 million payroll allocated to the Dodgers' 14 pitchers on the injured list is more than the entire roster payrolls of the Guardians, Rays, Pirates, A's, Marlins, and White Sox. So what does that economic fun fact say about the enormous gap between baseball's haves and its have-nots? I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by Roto-Rooter, waiting for the Phillies lineup to be posted. See if Bryce Harper will play the first of two for the Phillies. They've got a doubleheader scheduled against the Braves on account of Wednesday's rainout. It'll be Christopher Sanchez in the opener, 1:05 p.m. live here on 94 WIP. Zach Wheeler against Chris Sale in the second at 6:45. By the way, today is the 15th anniversary of Roy Halladay's perfect game at the Marlins. Struck out 11 in the Phillies' 1-0 win. Pro Football Focus releasing their tight end rankings. Dallas Goedert checks in at 8. When plumbing problems hit, call Roto-Rooter. Their team tackles clogs and leaks so you can stay in the game. Roto-Rooter, your MVP for plumbing solutions. Morning clouds, some sun later. High 75. It's currently 61. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
How about this song coming back? Love it.
This is awesome. We did this in chorus in 5th grade, or through the grapevine. Man, we did some cool songs. I had a cool chorus teacher, I think. Mrs. Hawk. Cool name, too.
Mrs. Hawk?
Mrs. Hawk.
You like Hawk to her? Oh.
No.
Now.
Sorry. I saw the moment.
Not as prominent as she was like a year ago at this time. Yeah.
I still can't believe the Mets had that gal throw out a first pitch. As if she accomplished something.
I know.
I didn't realize that.
Oh, yeah, first pitch.
Yeah.
But then here's the saddest part of it all. That team, who around that time of the summer we were all making fun of,
man,
that team beat the Phillies in the playoffs. That's unbelievable. Hey, life advice with the Hammer coming up in 10 minutes. We'll have some fun with that. Here's some advice for you. If you've got a son or daughter, get them to play sports. They can make millions of dollars. You know who's going to make millions of dollars? Not just Ben Davis' son. Tiger Woods' son.
Wow.
Yesterday shot a 66.
No way.
And he's only 15. It's happening.
Yeah.
Now,
Wow.
is it going to happen to the same level as Tiger? Don't know. Probably not.
Maybe.
But maybe.
No.
Probably not. I mean, Tiger's, one or two of all time, obviously. But his kid shot a 66 as a 15-year-old.
Beat all the top amateurs.
But Tiger did break 100 as a 5-year-old? I think it was 5-year-old when he broke 100. John, do you know that Tiger was on the Mike Douglas show when he was 3? Did you
Wasn't
know that?
he on
Ben?
That's Incredible?
He was 3 years
on
old.
That's Incredible with John Davidson. That was my favorite show at one point in time.
I don't
in
know that one.
1979.
Okay.
And Tiger was on that too.
I mean, it was, Tiger, Mozart, the Hammer, phenoms.
I used to try to kick him off the training table.
I can't.
You used to do what, John?
I used to kick
I
him
just
off
ignored
the,
it, Ben.
the training room
Yeah,
table.
that's the thing.
Okay, well, yeah.
Every day.
Because because you're a football
Every
player.
day we would go in there. And it wasn't just me. It was the other football guys. We'd be like, What sport does this guy play?
Get this clown out of
What
here.
sport is he in here for every single day? How did you get hurt playing golf?
Yeah.
And we're like, we got to get taped, man. We're in a hurry. We're coming from class. We got to get out to practice. We have to be taped. What are you doing taking up a table, man? Golfer, man. Golfer dude.
I mean, I don't blame you. But he was on his way to billions. And
Good use of clown there.
And then
let's get this clown out of here. Clown's great in that
then the very next year in the Stanford Daily, you see this little article. Stanford's Tiger Woods gets paid $90 million by Nike.
Yes.
And then, I wish I was on that table.
Yeah, why wasn't I nice to him last week?
That's right. And then Nike said, remember that advertising campaign, Hello World? And it was off and rolling for about 20 years. All right. Goddard, he's been rolling for what, 7-8 years with the Eagles? It continues on at least for one more. He talked yesterday about, it was obviously a unique offseason. I mean, he never gone through anything like this. He talked about what went into the process, ultimately deciding he and the Eagles that they would remain aligned. What went into it? Here's what he said.
Possibilities of trades, possibility of cuts, things like that. I kind of told my agent what I thought would be best for me, certain numbers that I wanted to have, things like that. And, I hired my agent for a reason. I trusted his opinion on stuff, but I kind of told him what I thought I wanted. And, he worked that out and got it done.
All right, so he sounded happy. It was a good day with the Goddard stuff. He sounds locked in and ready to go. One more thing I want to play for you, Cooper DeJean. So we spent a pretty good amount of time talking about Cooper DeJean today and what position he'll play. And Elliot was very clear, if you missed it when he joined us last hour, that he expects Cooper DeJean to be the outside corner. But we'll see. He said something yesterday, kind of got my antenna up a little bit. Here's what he said about the positional possibilities for him with the Eagles in year 2.
As you think about your career long term, you want that chance to play on the outside?
I mean, I'll play wherever, to be honest. Wherever they put me on the football field, I'll play there. As long as I'm out there, I'll be ready to play no matter the position, whether it's corner, nickel, or safety.
Now, corner, nickel, or safety. And what struck me?
Or safety. That struck me too, Joe.
Because here's the thing. Here's a possibility, not impossible, that the Eagles determined that Adoree Jackson is better than Makubo or Sidney Brown. And they say when the other team has 2 wide receivers, let's have Adoree Jackson as the outside corner and Cooper DeJean as the safety instead of Makubo.
Right.
Not impossible.
Adoree Jackson,
right? Like possible.
Adoree Jackson, Cooper DeJean, Reed Blankenship, and Quinyon Mitchell are the best 4 DBs you have. So why not put them all on the field in your base at the same time?
It's just the fact that and look, we know he did all this in college.
That's very unconventional.
So no, it is.
To take, but it can, it's possible that you go that route.
It's not impossible, and the fact that
other
he
teams
threw it in yesterday just struck me as a keep your antenna on that one.
Other teams will take their safety and move them into that nickel spot, and we have been one of those.
Well,
teams
Tyrann
before.
Mathieu did it a lot. Malcolm did it a lot.
Malcolm, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
all right.
Doc did it.
Doc was all over the place. Life advice coming up in a few minutes. Reminder, Phillies games 2 today, 1 at 1:05. Christopher Sanchez with the ball. I mean, literally the ball, because you hope that ball at some point drills a Brave. And then Wheeler gets the second start. So the Phillies inverted the starting pitchers. As Ben told us earlier, normally the more veteran, seasoned, accomplished guy gets his call day game or night game when a doubleheader happens. And so I guess Wheeler must have picked game 2, Sanchez game 1. Rhea, do you think Sanchez throws at a Brave?
That's a really good question. I don't know. I don't know if they're going to leave it up to Sanchez. They may leave it up to Wheeler. I just have that feeling.
For who does it?
Yeah, for who does it. I mean, I just don't know. Listen, I mean, Ben, do they ever take it upon themselves, pitchers?
No.
Yeah, so that's been discussed already.
Yes.
So it comes from the manager or team, clubhouse,
Correct.
the Schwarbers, the Darren Daltons.
It's not like it's not like
it's
Sanchez going to go out there the very first pitch and smoke Acuna in the ribs. That's not going to happen.
The crowd would love it.
The crowd would love it.
Because you also have to alert the bullpen. Hey, bullpen guys, you might be needing to run in here.
And it's not going to happen.
Don't be urinating. I might need you to fight.
Yeah, you can't make it obvious, and got to make sure you're not going to, you don't want to throw it in someone's ear.
Of course not. I would never advocate for
that. So those two things they have to factor in, and also the score of the game.
Yeah.
Like this is, you're in first place. You want to keep it that way, and you want to play good sound baseball, and you can't get suspended. That's the other thing.
Okay, a lot of factors to consider. I think the Phils get it done today, one way or the other. Don't know who, but I tend to think that there will be a drilling of some sort. And then
who's more likely to do the drilling, in your opinion, Ben? Is it the KG vet?
I think Wheeler will get it done.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So we got to wait.
Even though you got to wait. Sanchez gets first crack at it.
It doesn't even have to be today. They play the Braves a few more times. So
are you saying it's likely we have to wait past
that's
today?
Not necessarily a bad thing.
I'm complaining tomorrow if it hasn't happened today.
Seriously, if Acuña's in the box, he's like, am I going to get this? He might be on his heels a little bit.
Oh,
look at
that.
So
that kind of serves a couple purposes.
Exactly.
And you're far less likely to get thrown out if you do it in the next series with the Braves than in this one.
Exactly.
Without a doubt.
I like working on their
psyche.
On their unconscious mind.
I'm still going to complain tomorrorow if they don't drill someone.
You're
today,
still going to complain
I'll
regardless
complain.
of anything.
No, I need a drilling. This is a drilling.
I need a drilling.
Not a beaning, because a beaning I think means head up, but this is a drilling. Let's go to Anthony in Williamstown. Anthony, what's up, bud?
Hey, happy Friday Eve. I just wanted to touch on the Hurts debate, and I'll tell you what, Joe, you need 2 minutes for instigating. You are just, and you know what you're doing. But here's the thing. I was leaning towards he is elite, but now I'm kind of going the other way because you got me thinking. But the better question is, I think to a lot of people is who cares? If he's elite or not. Terry Bradshaw wasn't elite. I'll take 4 rings. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So here's what I'll say. I largely agree with your point. Where I think it gets interesting is twofold. One is at some point, the Eagles won't have this much talent. I'd actually already say they already don't have as much talent as last year. So how good the quarterback is does matter. And the other thing I'd say is the only 2 sustainable dynasties in the salary cap era, you're right to bring up Bradshaw. I believe there were 11. I believe it was 11 Hall of Famers on the Steelers. But the only 2 sustainable in the salary cap era have obviously been the Patriots and the Chiefs. And both had truly historic elite quarterbacks. So it does matter to sustain it at that level. And that's why we wonder, will they or won't they? And I do think the biggest factor will be whether Jalen Hurts does play at an elite level or not, for the next 5 to 7 years.
Right. That always fuels him. I think he might be fine with, don't call me elite because I have to constantly prove myself. He's been doing it.
He's wired in a great way. Listen. For all the things I say sometimes that are on the negative side, I hope people realize I do say a lot on the positive side. He is wired in a way that I really admire. I don't think there's going to be any of that I accomplished this. I got this in my back pocket. I'll just put my feet up for the next couple of years. I don't think he's that at all.
Yeah, and we don't want that.
No, we don't want that.
But you got it. So one point I was going to make when I was on the other side of the fence, though, the other debate you guys always talk about, and John touched on it, Nick Sirianni, is he a good coach? Is he a fraud? And, if that's the case, and all the offensive coordinators, heck, the fact that he could just, hey, what offense you got? Okay, I can make that work. That says a lot to him for him, too.
Well, here's what I'll say. Look, I think Sirianni's a very good coach, but it's similar to the Jalen. It's similar to the Jalen thing. When you have that much talent, around the whole team, is he truly exceptional or not? Take Greg Popovich. Let's just use him as an example. The guy wins 50 or more games 17 straight year. I think it was 17 with Tim Duncan, many of those years with Ginobili and Parker, et cetera, et cetera. And then he doesn't have those guys. And then he can't win above 30 games for 5 straight years. So is he the best coach ever? Is he just an average guy that benefited from great players? There's no way to prove any of this.
Belichick without Brady.
Belichick without Brady is another example. It's part of what I thought made Joe Gibbs so exceptional, that he won 3 Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks. That, to me, was one of the great coaching accomplishments ever in sports. But, Anthony, we get in the mud on these issues and we kick them around. It's just we discuss these topics because they're interesting.
No, and you guys do a great job. I enjoy it very much. It's
Thank
fun
you.
to listen to you guys. And also, John, use a straw, or maybe your dentist is trying to make some more money off you. If you don't notice it, then you're good with the teeth.
Yeah. Could be trying to get your, bleaching your teeth.
Well,
or
the
whatever,
part
kind of
that
fluoride, all that stuff.
stinks is like you gotta endure a lot more scraping when you've got more staining.
Sure.
That scraping part that's really annoying. I noticed it was a lot more
Just
this
don't
time.
go. Don't
Yeah,
go.
my ex-wife was a dental hygienist, and
Yeah.
after the divorce, she still wanted me to come and get my teeth cleaned by her. I go, no, thank you.
No. And my advice, Anthony, go to PI Dental Center. They're the best in the business. Anthony, give me an answer, and I'm serious about that. They're great. Give me a pair of fictional coworkers.
I try to keep it out of sports shows, but I can't help myself. I got Ted Lasso and Beard.
Oh, that's a good answer.
That's a good answer. I agree.
I like that.
I don't know that they'd be my favorite combo from that. I might go him and the boss. But anyway,
Yeah, I think I would too.
She's great.
she really is.
I mean, I've watched the dart scene probably 100 times.
Which one's the
dart
dark
where
The
side?
one where
plays darts
he hustles her
against the
ex-husband, where he comes in and he's like, oh, I played on a dart team. Or,
Don't
you remember
remember.
that? Anyway,
Don't remember.
Good scene.
Oh, I forgot I was left-handed.
Life advice with the hammer. It's something we do every single Thursday right around this time.
My life's a waste of time. It's time. I'm a tool for life advice with the hammer.
You know how rock bottom your life got to be to get life advice from Joe the Camera?
Well, I'm an idiot. I don't know about all that, but Life Advice with the Hammer brought to you by MHS Lift. If you're looking for forklifts, a warehouse efficiency assessment, or any type of material handling equipment, or if your equipment needs repairs, go to MHSLift.com. First piece of advice before we get to the real advice. Chris Sanchez. Sir, love you. Great pitcher. If you are listening as you drive to the ballpark, here's my advice. Drill them hard.
There you go.
Win, as Maximus was told by his guy, whatever that guy, win the crowd. Win the crowd. Thank you, sir. All right, James, what does someone need help with?
All right.
Remember that guy died during the filming?
Yeah, he did.
Proximo
Yeah.
or something. Wasn't
Yeah.
it?
Really?
Proximo?
Yeah.
And then they had to
Again.
superimpose him.
Maximo.
Yeah.
They had to
Proximo.
use technology at the time
There was
to
something where there was a scene where he was computer generated way back before when they were doing computer generated scenes. And so there was one of them in there that I always look for, and I'm not sure that I know the right scene.
Never knew that.
Yeah, he died during the filming. And they also had Carrie Fisher after she died, right? Wasn't she in one of the Star
Wars, yeah.
But that
Yes.
was like 15 years
Yes.
later. Anyway, James, what does someone need help with today?
All right, we're going to help Potato out on Twitter.
Oh, for the love.
No,
Potato.
it just says
That's
Potato.
a good
It's not,
name.
yeah,
Okay.
solid name.
Could be potato, but okay.
You're right. Is it Potato or
I'm
Potato?
really not right.
Age-old
Potato.
question. Who the hell says Potato? All right.
Yeah.
Potato.
People in Britain.
Yeah, I know. Potato says, my mother-in-law has had to temporarily move in with us
Yeah, well, first off, divorce the wife, but go ahead.
and has a routine of shaving her legs in the kitchen.
Oh,
that
hold
my
on.
wife and,
Hold on.
My wife and I didn't know
Wait.
about. It's scaring our kids, it's scarring our kids. How do I make it stop? She refuses to do it in the bathroom.
The mother-in-law not only
That's
moved
a
into your
doozy.
house, but she's shaving her legs in your kitchen?
That's what Potato says. Or
The
Potato.
first thing I want to say is, Potato, I think you made this up. Okay? I think, Potato.
No one would
How do you
stand for
scheme
that.
I
that?
think you are just trying to get under my skin with such a ridiculous scenario. Here's what I'll say about this skin, meaning the
Potato skin,
the
right.
old granny skin.
Oh, okay.
You got to talk to your wife, man. I mean, you got to tell her, like, this is not going to continue. Like, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, hun. But we need to get the granny to hop into the bathroom for such activities. I would leave. All jokes aside, I would leave it up to your daughter to hopefully fight that fight with her mom. I think that's the way to go. Now, if not your daughter, your wife, who's the daughter, if your wife doesn't take that on, then you got a problem. And then I would tell you,
just take it on.
No,
you gotta take it on.
no,
This is a
well then
situation
you
where-
should. But let
Yeah,
her
you gotta
do
go
it.
talk
But
to
let
her.
her do it first.
You give her the option, but if she's not going to do it, you have to do it. You got to talk to the mom-in-law and be like, hey, listen, like, this is my house. We don't feel comfortable with this. Could you please do it in the bathroom? Like, she's your mother-in-law. It's family. You should be able to have a conversation.
Ow.
I will
no
say-
one should be comfortable
No,
with this.
but-
I mean,
Yeah.
you should feel free to say, whoa, Whoa,
I need a ruling from Rhea, because Rhea, this is before we all convened with the morning show.
Yes.
Richie, because I don't think he's got right to talk here.
Okay.
6-7 years ago, we would be doing shows from the Williamstown ShopRite, and we love doing those programs. John would floss
No, you can't.
in a supermarket
No,
with regularity.
No, absolutely. You got to do that in the bathroom. In the bathroom. You can do it in the bathroom at the shop, right?
Right. And we would tell him, and he would keep doing it. Like,
Yeah, that's bad.
bad for him.
No, those things you gotta.
He hasn't done it in a while.
Wait,
though.
why are you bringing this up now?
Because
That
you're
really
commenting
was-
on this situation.
Hold on.
I'm saying I don't think you have room
Personal
to talk.
hygiene belongs in the bathroom.
Yeah. I thought that was a
That
lot.
really was like 8 years ago.
It was.
Yeah, that was a long time
Yeah.
ago.
Well, actions have consequences. We remember these things.
We.
You.
Whichever
Well, hold on a second. You do walk around here without shoes
The
on.
guy who
I've done
and then
that.
bites
Your
his
toenails.
toenails after walking around with
And-
no shoes
and
on.
I
So
don't-
I mean, you
what
have
does his
literally,
opinion matter?
obviously figuratively many times, but you have literally put your foot in your mouth on this
Sure.
show before.
God.
Yes.
What?
That's what I do. And
Oh,
with
yeah.
that, and with
he
that,
has, he has shown us.
with
the foot in
that,
the mouth.
life advice with the hammer.
I want to
We
ask
shut
this
it
lady,
down.
like, what the hell are you thinking?
I know.
Yeah,
She's
I'm with you. It's like,
come
it's
on.
crazy.
That's not good. That's not good. All right. If you missed what Larry Anderson said about what he wants to see the Phils do with the Braves and to drill or not, we'll get to that. Phone calls on all the topics, including Times Yours up ahead on 94 WIP. Let me tell you about FanDuel Sportsbook, as always, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. You know, it's the best place, the best to find all of your favorite player props. And right now, you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. If you want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or if, maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double, well, you can get the latest stats right there inside the app. And obviously with the game, lock it in at FanDuel.com/hammer. Even after the game started, you can lock it in with in-game betting at FanDuel.com/hammer and combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for your chance to win really big. So find the bet or bets that works for you, whether it's the NBA playoffs, the NHL playoffs, baseball with not one but two today, all the bets, all the games, all available at FanDuel.com/hammer.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Phillies Sunday. Every Sunday home game this season. Join WIP at Citizens Bank Park for extended pregame from the Deborah broadcast booth.
I just love playing baseball and I love doing it here.
Only on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Get up! It is gone!
Sports Radio 94 WIP. Phillies Sunday from Deborah Heart and Lung Center, the Delaware Valley's only heart hospital.
I'm PJ Glasser here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. Summer's here, and so are your chances to cash in on the PGA Tour. Xander Schauffele is heating up with a strong season, a top 10 finish and 4 top 25s under his belt. Right now, Xander, to win the Memorial Tournament, is sitting at plus 1,600. Don't miss your shot to ride the hot hand. I'm PJ Glasser. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get a free quote at ethos.com/win. That's ethos.com/win.
Check out Memorial Day savings all month long at Elite Acura. Lease a 2025 RDX for $459 a month or an MDX for $559 a month.
36-month lease, 10,000 miles per year. Not all will qualify. See dealer for full details. Offers end 6/2/25.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. For well-qualified customers with autopay plus tax and fees and $35 per line connection charge. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Not available in all states. Rates vary. Building a financial safety net for your family can be tough. But with term life insurance through Ethos, you can have peace of mind that they can pay the mortgage and other bills if something happens to you. With coverage in as little as 10 minutes, all online, Ethos finds your best rate across their multiple trusted carriers. Some policies as low as $1 a day billed monthly. And even in uncertain times, your term life insurance rates and payout don't change. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life.
Don't miss this year's 50th anniversary sales event at Dell Toyota. You can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day.
Jack, sell them for less. See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com! Hey, tennis fans, the stage is set for French Open action. Conquer the court with an odds boost token from BetMGM. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your odds boost token. Then place a bet on any French Open matchup and activate your token. Just make sure to bet up to the maximum stake specified on the token. If your boosted bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is your betting home for the French Open. Claim your French Open odds boost token and activate the token before placing your bet. At BetMGM, we're adding more excitement to every serve and every rally. Join the action in Paris and go for the ace today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are withdrawable cash. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The power of Dell AI with Intel Inside is transforming the world of pro sports. Teams can see curveballs coming with predictive analytics. Coaches can use AI insights to help players improve their shots in real time. And fans can get more out of every winning moment with AI-enhanced replays. See how Dell Technologies with Intel Inside can power your wins at Dell.com/win.
Buying a new car might make you say things like,
I can't believe it.
Seriously, it's ours? Is this real life?
move it!
Yeah, it's real life, all right.
But what you really need to say is something that can protect your new ride.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yep, we're here to help you choose the coverage you need. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/2025. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
You're ready to propose, and yes, it can be a bit intimidating shopping for the diamond. And that's why folks all around the area will tell you no matter what, you have to visit Benari Jewelers. They have a way of transforming intimidating into informative and confusion into crystal clarity. Here's how. The Benari team starts by putting you at ease, showing you every single thing you need to know about making that important purchase, how to evaluate the cut, color, and clarity, and no hard sales, just education, putting you in the driver's seat. You'll feel like an expert browsing through the largest selection of diamonds, and not just any diamonds. These are hand-selected with only a few making the grade to become a Benari diamond. The others land at big box jewelers with high-pressure sales to move them along. With Benari diamonds, the value shines through, and you'll walk away with a superior diamond that you'll both love for years to come. Benari Jewelers, when ordinary won't do, everything at Benari is extraordinary. Exton and Newtown Square, online at BenariJewelers.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
Brought to you by PDQ Signature Systems. Phillies playing 2 against the Braves. First of the doubleheader, 1:05 p.m. Christopher Sanchez on the mound. Then quite the pitcher's duel on tap for 6:45 p.m. for Game 2. That'll be Zach Wheeler against Chris Sale. Both games, of course, live here on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Status of Bryce Harper, unknown. Left the Phillies win over Atlanta on Tuesday after Spencer Strider hit him with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. PDQPOS.com. Morning clouds, some sun later, high 75. It is currently 61. Listen to Sports Radio 94 WIP on your streaming device. Just download the free Odyssey app or tell your smart speaker to play 94 WIP.
Sports update on 94 WIP. Former Eagle John Ritchie. Future President Joe DeCamara. Bang! This is the morning show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Do you say is better?
Office Space.
Mr. Seltzer.
The Office. Both great.
Okay. Ben?
The Office.
Okay, I'm going to make it 2-2 with Office Space. John, which do you believe is better?
The Office.
That's a bummer of an answer. John, how
the
do you
American
think?
one.
You hate when people don't agree with you.
That's okay. It's all right. I mean, I stand tall knowing that, Copernicus, people didn't believe in him at first. Galileo, people didn't believe in him. Sometimes.
Just like you.
Your comparisons are so
Outrageous.
outrageous.
Honestly, they might be the most ridiculous
Just
of all.
telling you.
You comparing yourself to
'Cause
like Galileo.
It is what it is. When Einstein said E equals MC squared, some people thought F equals MC squared.
Did they?
People are wrong
I don't
sometimes.
think
Really?
people
That's
thought
good to
that.
know.
Yes. And you know what F stood for? You. You, Seltzer, with your
How about
commentary today.
off, all
How
right?
nonsense you're.
Wow.
How about off? All right.
Wow.
All right, Mozart.
Oh, my God.
All right, John, how do you think people voted on which is better, Office Space or The Office?
Man, it's going to be close, but I think The Office is going to win out with 60%.
65 The Office. It does. All right, second poll question. Ranger, do you think he'll be on the Phils next season? John, how do you think people voted?
How much do we want him to be on, and how much does that affect the voting? I think everyone just assumes he's likely going to be gone. How was it worded?
Do you think Ranger will be on the Phillies team next season?
All right. I'm going to say 25% think yes.
So 34% think he will be. And I think those 34% don't realize how difficult it'll be for him to be back.
Yeah.
I don't really see the path. Ben, they're not going to go to a six-man like full-time, right?
No.
I really hope they don't, by the way, not for Philly's sake, baseball's sake. Like, I don't want the great pitchers to pitch once every 6.
Right. Like, I don't want Zach Wheeler getting 25 starts.
Right.
Zach Wheeler won't allow it. So.
But I feel like in the
Nor should he.
next 15 years, Ben, it won't shock me if it happens.
It would not shock me. No way.
Which will be disappointing.
It will be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, the Phillies are a team that could do it. I mean, they could re-sign Ranger and go that route. But, I don't want it for baseball's purposes. And it'll be really interesting to see if they trade him. So, Ben, would you think that if they traded him during this season to try to salvage the fact that they're going to lose him, likely, and try to get something while you can, do you think it would have to be for a major league player that can contribute to a team trying to win a title?
Yes, 100%.
Can't trade him for a great prospect.
The time to win is now.
I know.
This is the window.
I was just wondering because, a great prospect is a great thing to have.
Still a prospect.
I know. No, I think that would be extremely unlikely. All right, 215-592-9494. Let's talk to Sean in King of Prussia. What's going on, Sean?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How are you?
Great, Sean.
Hey, Ben Davis. What's up, brother?
How are you?
Hey, did you know there's a clothing line named after you?
I do. It's not named after me, but yes, there's a clothing line. Yes.
Name Mark Davis?
No, it's Ben Davis. No, it's actually pretty cool gear too. It's got a gorilla as its, I guess, mascot or whatever, or logo.
Yeah, it's like
pretty neat.
clothes.
Yes, exactly.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Every time I hear you, I think of Ben Davis.
It's very popular. When I was out in San Diego, it was very popular, and they thought I had something to do with it, which I did not.
Mm-hmm.
If only, right?
If only, yeah.
Oh, man, Joe, I got a question for you.
Sure.
When Saquon, he was, on the Giants, he was, stuck on the Giants there.
Yep.
He was a good player. Was he elite in the NFL?
Well, some of the years he wasn't when he was injured. Some of the years I would say he was, but his eliteness didn't get to shine through as much. I mean, that's pretty obvious. I thought he did a great job that year they made the playoffs in 2022, but consider what he had. He had no offensive line, no quarterback, and no wide receivers. So a guy can be elite. There's a difference between productivity and actual quality of player. And, I would tell you some of those years I do think he was elite, but because he was submerged, it did not look as such.
Well, if he spent his entire career on the Giants and played at the level he played at, which was great, I don't think he makes the Hall of Fame.
Oh, no, listen, he still might not make the Hall of Fame. He clearly would not have made the Hall of Fame if he'd stayed with the Giants. He just would not have, he would not have risen,
He wouldn't have like an elite,
Well, he wouldn't have 2,000 yards in a season. We know that. I mean, he had the wholly untrifecta. Maybe even 4. He had no line, no quarterback, no wide receivers, and perhaps horrendous coaching.
So he's elite now because he's got an offensive line and a great quarterback?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying his productivity has gone up. Now he also wasn't injured this past year. There were years he was injured, and that factors in.
Well, I mean,
you got to admit, Sean, if anything I've proven today, I got a lot of logic in this brain.
I think you proved today that you can be a lawyer because you have no shame and you have an answer for everything.
Great line.
By the way, Sean, I'll sell you a used car also. I got it. It's great. $150. No, I need more than that.
That's outstanding.
Sean, give me an answer. Best
All
fictional
right.
pair of coworkers.
Hey, Jules and Vincent, that's a great answer, but come on, they murder people for a living. We can't really put too much in that. I'm going to go with these two coworkers. They kind of developed a little brother, big brother relationship. They're always there for everybody. And in honor of the greatest sitcom of all time and the great George Wendt, we're going to go Sam Malone and Woody Boyd.
That's a wrong combo. That's a disappointing combo.
You think, Coach?
I think there's a lot of combos that could be better.
Well,
so
it has
I
to
would
be
say
people who work there.
Sam and Diane.
Yeah, Sam and Diane, I guess.
Sam and Diane.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it would be. Yeah, I mean, that's what it should have been, Sam and Diane. All right, let's listen to Larry Anderson. To drill or not drill? Brave. L.A. was on yesterday with Spike, Ike, and the Oaf. And
wow.
Which is a better nickname, Ben? Boban or the Oaf?
I think Boban.
I do like
the
Boban.
Oaf caught me off guard. I got to admit.
All right.
Yeah, I wasn't quite as sure that you were talking about Jack when you said.
I
the
certainly
Oaf.
wasn't talking about Ike, I'll tell you that. I know not to say that. So by process of elimination, it'd be Spike or Jack. But yeah, I was talking about Jack. L.A., to drill or not to drill? That is the question. He addressed it yesterday.
I assume you would have liked to have seen some sort of retaliation from the Phillies. Is that correct?
Yeah, at some point. It doesn't, when you play a team as many times as we play them, it doesn't have to be the next hitter, but I'd rather see it done right away, personally. But it's just the game's different. It's changed, and that's not part of the game anymore. I guess you don't have to protect your players anymore. Which I don't know. You used to try and protect your players as a pitcher, but now it's. I mean, as many times as we've been low bridged, and I'm not saying you got to throw at somebody's head, but knock somebody down, throw one in under their armpit or something, make them get out of the way, make them move their feet. But, I mean, when you don't even nobody even gets uncomfortable.
You know what would be a fascinating dynamic? And maybe, well, guys probably aren't going to comment on the record, current players, and we probably couldn't get them on the show. But it really would be interesting, Ben, to get, the generations together in a room sometime, even if it wasn't on the radio, and just say, I just want to hear your arguments. Old generation, Larry Anderson, Larry Boa, we know where you stand, but tell us, tell the young guys, and then young guys tell the old guys, and just have a conversation to know, so Ben, what is the justification or the presentation, the argument by the younger guys on why they may not want to retaliate?
Well, I don't think there's anything saying that they don't want to retaliate.
Well, maybe this group, but a lot of groups don't.
Yeah,
it doesn't have. It doesn't. I mean, I'll give you, for instance, our group here in Philly does not retaliate when a guy hits a homer and struts his stuff.
Well, everyone does it now.
Yes.
Well, I know, but I'm saying that's an example.
Right.
They don't retaliate for that.
I don't think anyone really does. I mean, the antics that goes on now is just, it makes me want to throw up in my mouth at times. But I don't think the players have a chance to retaliate because of what Larry just said. No one throws inside anymore. No one buzzes the tower.
Right.
It doesn't happen. No one just says, you know what, I'm just going to. How about when Cole Hamels said years ago when he hit Bryce Harper? He said, why'd you hit him? I just wanted to hit him. It's like you don't see that happen anymore. It's like guys, it's just not the way the game is played. And I think a lot has to do with the amount of money that's in the game right now. And guys don't want to get hurt. They'd rather just brush it off and go about their business and make their money than to really tackle it head on.
Is it almost like I scratch your back, you scratch mine? Like, let's not endanger each other?
Kind of, yeah. Yeah, no doubt.
Interesting.
And that's also why a lot of these rules have been instituted. The play at the plate, the second base rule. All these
second base rule's garbage.
Garbage.
Let me tell you this. I can get with the play at the plate rule a bit. I can understand, like, if the guy who's the man on the moon has never seen baseball, sees the way baseball used to be played, and the sport that does not have collisions of that nature, at this one spot, a play at the plate, has like a football collision. I could understand someone saying, it doesn't really make sense. I can actually, I wasn't thrilled when they changed the rule after Posey got injured, but I can get with, it is a little bizarre that all of a sudden baseball turns into football. It is. But the one at second base, that's not football. That's just a good slide to make it difficult for the second baseman or shortstop to turn a double play.
Make them feel uneasy. These guys are out there at second base, like yawning, taking the throw and just throwing it. Like it's not. But the play at the plate, this works both ways. Yeah, I didn't like when I got bulldozed at home plate. That was never fun, especially you get a throw from right field and you don't see it coming.
It is dangerous.
It is dangerous.
It's really very dangerous.
But, if you have the guy that's that valuable, put him at first base. That's the way it is. But the other thing is, like, if I have a guy that's coming in, it's trying to do a head-first slide in home plate, and it could be the game winner, I'm going to bury your ass. I can't do that anymore. You're taking that away from me. The whole goal of defense in any sport, no matter what sport you play, is to prevent the other team from scoring. And if that gives me an advantage where I can take that head-first slide away, where you're sliding my shin guards and you're going to break your hand or your fingers, then I'm going to have that advantage. But now you're taking that away from me, so I'm going to give you a lane to slide. And then if you beat the throw, then you beat the throw, and you're going to be safe regardless. So all these things factor into it.
They do. There's no question. All right, with that said, let's do what we do every day at this time.
The time is yours.
Can't wait.
Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us, what do you want to say? The time is yours.
Time's yours is brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi, it's booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go. Only from Xfinity Mobile. Let's hit it with Time's yours.
So the question today is whether Jalen Hurts is an elite quarterback or not. Obviously, he's elite. But the more important question is Joe DeCamara a mediocre radio host or a bad radio host?
Well, I would not answer that question, sir. I appreciate the posing of the question. I would never put any
leading question.
Well, he only gave two choices. But even if he gave exceptional or tremendous, I won't answer that one either. But thank you.
Holy hell. John, I think you're awesome. I love you, dude. Tom Brady, not as good as we think he is. The dude doesn't have enough fingers on his hand for all of his rings. One hand can't handle all of his rings. Come on, man. And I'm not a huge Brady fan, but the dude was phenomenal.
That's what we're talking about, our accomplishments, right?
Well, we're talking about how great you are, or were. Yeah. Okay.
Joe DeCamara, of all people, to advocate the beanball when it's not even an aesthetically pleasing play. I guess you've evolved more in football than you have in baseball, buddy. Time's yours.
Disagree.
Very funny.
No,
nice job.
No, funny, but here's why he's wrong. The most aesthetically pleasing play in baseball is the brawl. No one changes the channel during the brawl. I'm pro brawl. So in part, I'm pro beanie because it can lead to a good brawl.
What sports fight has somebody change a channel where there's somebody's brawling?
I'm just saying, I advocate things that
that
move in that direction.
I think the Phillies have to do it in the first inning because nobody's talking about, just say the Phillies don't throw at the Braves in the first inning of the first game. If I'm a Brave, I would throw at the Phillies again. That means everybody gets warnings and the Phillies can't retaliate.
That's a valid point.
That is a really interesting point. He's not wrong. Like, if the Braves threw again, they would do warnings.
Yeah, all right. And with
That's
that,
a valid point.
Time's yours. We shut it down. You like that, Ben?
Yours
Yeah.
line. Leave Joe and John a
It's
message of your
diabolical.
thoughts.
Not for the
compliments,
Phillies, but it
complaints.
makes sense. Yeah.
Call 215-238-4500.
You know what the brawl I enjoyed? When Hexie would fight, he would fight a lot more than
He
most
would.
goalies. But when he was old, and that one fight he's in where the mask comes off and everything's flying off, and like you see that he's bald. Like, you got like balding goalie. You remember
so
that?
weird.
Balding goalie fighting other
Goalie
goalies.
fights
So
were the
scary.
best.
Oh, my
Goalie
God.
fights were the best.
But the best ever, I think, was when the St. Joe's Hawk fought the Rhode Island Ram.
Awesome.
And the Rhode Island Ram ripped off the St. Joe's Hawk head, and he kept flapping the wings. He now had no wings, but because you have to keep flapping, he kept flapping the. That guy gets a scholarship every
Yeah,
year.
full ride.
Full ride
Yep.
for being the Hawk.
And the biggest lats in the league.
That's right.
Yep.
All right, Ken in Cinnaminson. Ken, good morning.
Good morning, friends. How are you today?
Doing great, Ken.
So if there is a fight today, I hope Tommy Green's down there because I saw him in the Hall of Fame club the other night, and oh my God, I know what he's been doing in his retirement.
He is a workout fiend.
He is shredded.
Yeah, he's really a massive human being, and he can hit that golf ball. I mean, it's really something.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So, Joe, I think, look, I was a prove it to me Jalen Hurts guy for the whole time that he's been here. But at some point, you just have to take the results for what the results are. And part of this discussion comes to, look, I would take Jalen Hurts over Lamar Jackson any day of the week. Lamar Jackson is Dak Prescott, basically, in terms of.
Nah, I don't think that's fair.
Well, the results are the results.
Well, you're talking playoffs, but I mean, Lamar has done a lot in this league. He's won 2 MVPs, and Dak Prescott hasn't sniffed one. So,
Well,
Dak was second in MVP once.
Dak was?
Yeah, 2 years ago,
And
2023
Dak's
or
getting
whatever.
paid $60 million a year.
Okay, but I mean, Lamar has done a lot more.
I'm not Dak Prescott's agent or anything, but he throws for a lot of yards.
I don't think Dak is bad. I think he's pretty good. I'm just saying I think you're shortchanging Lamar was my point.
Well, the position has changed, Joe, and even that's
It
part of
has.
it. And even when you look at some of those games last year where Jalen Hurts throws for 112 yards in a game, he makes every game. He makes 4 or 5 critical plays that determine the outcome of the game, regardless of what their passing game looks like. And there is no statistical difference between throwing for 22 touchdowns and running for another 15 and throwing 37 touchdown passes. There's no difference, mathematically, score-wise, anything.
Well, here's the one thing I'll say. I'll just slide in because you might
He's
be right,
correct.
you might not.
Yeah,
the
points
fact,
are points, right?
The fact that Saquon took the ball to the 1 yard line 11 times, and then Saquon had a 1 yard quarterback sneak.
But the offense is scoring points.
But
Jalen is leading the offense to score points.
No, but Saquon led the offense.
How do you know if that on those 11s was it Saquon the whole drive down the field, or was it
Of
Saquon who
course
got
not.
it to the
but,
one?
But if
right.
you ask me who led the offense last year, the offense ran through Saquon Barkley. I feel very confident of that.
You're not taking
No, it
into
didn't.
account-
Did Saquon
every
touch
offense
the
is
ball
led by
every
the quarterback.
snap?
Who made the blitz
Did
calls?
Saquon
who
make the
ran
decision where the
offense?
ball
Yeah.
went every snap?
Exactly. Like this is crazy.
We disagree. All right, Ken, give me an answer. Hold on, Ken, I got to move. Best fictional pair of coworkers.
Maverick and Goose.
Great answer.
Yeah,
Great.
that is good answer. Jim in Philly. Jim, give me coworkers.
Clark Kent, Lois Lane.
Man.
Yeah, they are.
Holy cow.
Yeah, for sure.
Those are some good
Yes.
they definitely are.
answers.
Yes, they are.
You had to think about that,
Yeah,
Joe?
I did. Well, I was just getting confused for a second. Daily Planet, absolutely. All right, we
Just
got
for a second, you were confused?
Yeah. What was the name of the last caller?
Jim.
Okay. Wow, that's a big one. What are we going with here?
That's huge.
I'm
Yeah.
inclined to
Like
go
us
with
too.
Lois
We're
Lane.
both great.
Although the Pulp Fiction
That was
answers,
when I was coming
that's
in. As,
phenomenal.
Now remind me because I haven't seen it for a while. Who do they work for?
they're hitmen. They work for Marcellus
Yeah.
Wallace.
Yeah.
So if they're not filing a tax return,
Oh.
I mean, they're
Still work
coworkers.
together.
I'm just
they're
asking, Ben.
definitely
If no
coworkers.
tax return, are you coworkers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So those guys, Clark
It
Kent,
seems
Lois.
like you don't like it, though.
No, well, I don't like it as much as Clark and Lois.
I love Clark and Lois. I think
So
I got to
do I.
go with Jules.
Okay, 1-1. Ben, Clark and Lois, or Jules and Vince?
Clark and Lois.
Okay, 2-1, Rhea.
Clark and Lois.
It's over.
I was going to vote for Jules and Vince.
Okay, Jim, you won it, bud. At the buzzer.
I'm partial to the name.
Like Chris
Great
Jenkins
answers.
with the 2016 Wildcats. At the buzzer. And what did Jay Wright say? I'll tell you exactly what he said. Bang! But he didn't say it as arrogantly as I do. Everyone have a great rest of the day. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Of course, afternoon baseball today after Joe and Hugh for about the next 2 hours. Coming up next on 94 WIP.
FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with the new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently? Or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You could combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get into the action. You'll get started with $200 with bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now at Verizon, we're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed, on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's our best price ever on unlimited welcome, with autopay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, we got you. Visit your local Philly Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Others came and went. But Jack Dellas stayed in it, and he and the team at Del Chevrolet had the stamina to keep going for another 50 years. From cassette players to CarPlay, crank windows to climate control, stick shift to adaptive cruise control. A lot may have changed, but one thing has remained the same. Jack Dell and the team at Del Chevrolet continue to sell them for less. It's the 50th anniversary sales event at Del Chevrolet. We're rolling back to 70s pricing all month long. Drive home a new 2025 Chevrolet Silverado for only $289 per month. Plus, at Del Chevrolet, you can buy with no money down and 0% financing every day. Get to Del Chevy, located on Route 30 in Paoli. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Online at DelChevrolet.com. Together, let's drive. Se habla español.
Jack, sell them for less.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
We've got trade wars, rising costs, global chaos, and a skyrocketing national debt. It's no wonder gold keeps hitting record highs. With everything going on in the world, thousands of hardworking Americans are looking to help diversify their savings with precious metals like gold and silver. And they're turning to the top-rated gold company, Goldco. Right now, Goldco is offering you a free 2025 gold and silver kit. Plus, you could get an unlimited instant match and bonus silver if you qualify. Find out how you can diversify your savings, tax and penalty-free today. Call 855-969-GOLD. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Grenade, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. The WNBA champion New York Liberty's recent cash infusion from investors values the franchise at $450 million. That would be the highest in women's sports. Meantime, Liberty ownership spared no expense in designing diamond-studded championship rings with twist-off tops and compartments that house a pair of stud earrings. Nice gifts. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Good morning, everybody. As if you hadn't had enough of me today. Maria Hughes here with Kyle Quinn because apparently Joe Giglio and Hugh Douglas are underwater.
Little connection issue.
Yeah, they're not underwater again like they were last week, which was my favorite thing. But they're having some connection problems down there from Citizens Bank Park as we await the Phillies and Braves beginning of the doubleheader. I've been waiting all morning, Kyle. I have hit refresh on my computer like 1,000 times waiting for the lineup.
Yeah, we need to see if Bryce Harper's going to be in it. A little bit concerned if he's not going to be, but I don't know. If he's not, I feel like it's definitely retaliation time.
So here, I was thinking about that. So say he doesn't play the first game, Harper, but he plays the second game. And they obviously know that, but they don't have to post that lineup. So I was wondering, do you do it while he's in the game?
I don't know. Does it make it any more like... I feel like you have to do it anyway. Do you think there's any chance he doesn't play both games?
Yeah, I think there's absolutely a chance he doesn't play both.
I guess maybe I should say any chance he plays one as opposed to neither or both.
I think he plays the night game. Just to give him a little extra time. Although I don't know what 4 or 5 hours more will do for a contusion.
Yeah, I don't know.
Which, by the way, I love when they say contusion. Have you had a contusion?
Well,
they hurt like hell.
Contusion sounds like it's worse of an injury than it actually is.
A bruise.
But they're like, it's just a bruise. Yeah, as long as there's no structural damage.
I get contusions from my dog all the time. It's worse in the summer because he likes to attack me. The dog attacks me when I walk through the house because he's happy to see me.
That's good.
Then I forget something in the car and I get the same greeting. So I get bruises all over my legs. But
look, I'm hoping that these guys are able to get
connection down here because we're going to do more Jalen Hurts stuff for 2 hours. I'm sure you've had enough of that. Yeah.
Well, here's the funny thing is, so for most of the year, I was on the camera side, going, Jalen hasn't been phenomenal. However, once the Washington game happened and he got injured, I was like, yeah, no, this offense does not run the same without him.
Yeah, well, they scored like 30-something points in that game, I think, on offense.
Yeah, but I looked at that game before he got injured. I thought he was gonna.
Little pocket of games that he played that entire season, like that Steelers game.
Because the Steelers, Bengals.
Yes, and that was right after AJ.
People discount the Bengals game. Now, I know the Bengals defense sucks. He was perfect at one point.
That was like the one game.
And didn't play the fourth quarter.
Yes, that was the game where I was like, okay, that's a really, really good Jalen Hurts game. The Steelers game was off the heels of the Panthers game where A.J. Brown said the passing offense didn't look good, and then Hurts did the Steelers game. That's what you wanted to see. Marched up and down the field against Washington, and then he got injured, and then, things got a little bit wonky.
Then he missed, like the last 3 games or...
So, yeah, and I think he could have probably come back in the final game.
But they didn't need him.
But they didn't need him. And then, we know how it went in the playoffs. I think maybe a little bit rocky in Green Bay. Rams game a little better, but there was some weather there. But then finished it off with the last 2 games, like the NFC Championship game in the Super Bowl, which, in my opinion, I think clouds how people viewed the season that he had. Like, they were the 29th ranked passing offense that year. The wide receiver did have to call out the passing offense, and if you ask me,
but instead of turtling up, they got it together.
They did. It just, I just find it a little bit interesting that if you have a passing offense that includes AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, the offensive line that you have, how is that a 29th ranked passing offense? That still doesn't.
Maybe when you have a running back who's running 2,000 yards.
Yeah, well, sure.
And the threat of him to run.
I agree, and I think that's sort of symbiotic with Hurts and Saquon, is that they go back and forth.
That's the best phrase to use it, because it's like, I think the thing with Jalen and Saquon now is what came first, the chicken or the egg.
Yeah, and like. So I guess it's sort of and the chicken and the egg thing is good, because I wonder if they switch to that run-heavy offense because they said, hey, we have Saquon Barkley here and a great offensive line, or if they had to switch more out of necessity. And that
they had to. I think that there were issues with Jalen, and this is just, my supposition, Jalen and Kellen Moore meshing together early. I don't think there's any question about that they weren't on the same page. So then it basically, and the guys looked at it and said, "We've got, Saquon Barkley. Let's just do it."
Yeah. All right. Rhea, I appreciate you. I believe the guys are ready. I'm going to put them up.
Let's see.
Joe, are you there?
Joe Giglio.
Are we ready? Are we ready to do a show here?
Do I need to do overtime for you guys? Seriously?
Way to get it together back there, friend.
Was walking
probably
walking out the door.
This is all Hugh's fault.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep.
It always is.
By the way, I just wanted to mention that
Rhea, thank you so much.
They're Fort Washington. They're McGurks. We love McGurks.
Sorry. I thought nobody tells me anything around here. All right, guys, have a good show.
It's quite all right. Thank you, Rhea. All right, welcome on in. It is the Midday Show, which was the Kyle Quinn and Rhea Hughes Show. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. I forgot what I was about to say, but it probably wasn't that important anyway.
Well, that might be my new favorite Daily Douglas. I forgot. It wasn't that important anyway. All right, we got a lot to talk about today. A shorter show because we got a Phillies doubleheader today. And if Bryce Harper's not in the lineup, I need 2 Braves
You going to fight somebody?
I want 2 Braves pegged, right? 2 games, 2 Braves pegged. All right, we'll get to that leading off coming up at 12. Hugh, today, before we get into everything, we are live at McGurk's in Fort Washington. So come on out. They have breakfast specials right now. You see this menu right here?
Yeah, I did. I was checking
Pretty
it out.
darn good. All right, come on out to McGurk's in Fort Washington. We are here doing the show, leading it all the way into the Phillies game. All right, 215-592-9494. Thank you again to Rhea and to Kyle for starting us off. And Hugh, they were discussing a few things, Rhea and Kyle, before our connection was fixed. Number one was the Phils, right? We got a doubleheader today.
Yes.
And hopefully win both or at least one to get this series against the Braves. The other thing they were discussing is something that's become a big topic here in the last couple of days, and we hit on it for the first time at the end of our show yesterday, and you know what that is, Hugh. It's list season. It's quarterback list season, and Jalen Hurts is on the Pro Football Focus list of their top quarterbacks in the NFL entering the 2025 season, they put him number 5. Now, not just 5, but they put him in the second tier of quarterbacks.
Yeah, respectfully.
Well, I think respectfully. Number 1, Patrick Mahomes. Number 2, Joe Burrow. Number 3, Lamar. Number 4, Josh Allen. And then a line, and then Hurts in the high. Totally fair. I don't view Hurts right now entering 2025 as elite. I view him as a very good player, and obviously could win a Super Bowl with him, and I trust him in big games. I don't think he's an elite quarterback. And yesterday when we brought it up, you said you think right now he's the second best quarterback in pro football.
Yes, and I wholeheartedly believe that. And I understand. See, that it all depends on your stance and where you align, how you fall on this. I've always been the guy that it goes on a year-to-year basis. And last year, because of what Jalen was able to accomplish, to me, he's the second best quarterback in the NFL. You talk about him besting Patrick Mahomes at his best. Now, that's a conversation. That's a separate conversation. But he was able to make it to the Super Bowl, and I think that's a testament to his skill set. But when you look at the accomplishments that Jalen Hurts had last year and the way that he played the game, and he stayed within him, unquantifiable intangibles, to me, they matter. And that's why I put him as the second best quarterback in the NFL.
Well, you said it yesterday. I don't agree. I think where Pro Football Focus ranked him as 5 is very fair, and I can't rank him above that. I look at it as, and you can move these 4 in any order you want. I would put Mahomes 1 without question. But Allen, Burrow, Lamar, Burrow, Allen, whatever you want to rank him, you rank him. I view it as those are the 4 best quarterbacks in pro football, and then Jalen Hurts is after that. I don't have him as a top 2 guy. 215, 592, 94, 94. All right, here's what I think of when I think of a list like this, and why I just can't put Hurts as a top 2 guy, even though he just won the Super Bowl. So you could look at any stat you want, and none of them, to me, point to Hurts as that level of consistent excellence. All right, 5 quarterbacks in the league last year had a 70% completion. Hurts wasn't one of those. 6 quarterbacks threw for 4,000 yards. Hurts wasn't one of those. 5 quarterbacks threw for 30 touchdowns. Hurts wasn't one of those. 8 quarterbacks averaged 250 yards per game. Hurts wasn't one of those. 4 quarterbacks had a passer rating of 105 or better. Hurts wasn't one of those. QBR, 4 quarterbacks had 70 or better. Hurts wasn't one of those. I picked out 6 different statistical things, and he wasn't the top or really close to the top in any of them. He wasn't top 4 in any of them. He wasn't top 5, 6, 5. You go through it. He just wasn't an elite quarterback last year, and I just think we're given a little bit, and I know this might sound crazy, but I believe it. I think we're given a little too much weight with this ranking and these rankings, and you say in top 2, to the Super Bowl. I mean, Hugh, if we had this discussion in the middle of the playoffs, nobody would have him as the second best quarterback.
I hear what you're saying, Joe, and I understand wholeheartedly and perfectly what you're saying. But as a former player, and this is how I think, only thing that matters is winning the Super Bowl.
But
correct?
Yes, it is. But that's a team accomplishment, not just him.
But the guy that helps you get there is the quarterback and the way that he plays. And he might not be the best quarterback out of the list of 5 that we have.
He's not.
Or 6.
Yeah.
He's not. 5. Whatever the number parcels out.
Yeah, that Pro Football Focus put him at 5.
Yeah. So that's the case. That might be a fact, but he has that it factor that to me puts him above all those other guys that you've mentioned.
See, I think he has an it factor, but Derek Jeter had an it factor in baseball.
And he's a Hall of Famer.
He is, and Jalen Hurts might be a Hall of Famer. But Derek Jeter wasn't better than Barry Bonds. He wasn't better than Albert Pujols. He wasn't better than Alex Rodriguez. He had an it factor, and he played for a great team, and he was part of that great team, like Hurts is part of this great team.
Mm-hmm.
I go back, I think Hurts and the young Russell Wilson are very similar. They're very good.
Totally agree.
But I go back to that. I try to put my brains this morning back into that time, right? Russell Wilson's heyday, his young days when he was with the Seahawks and they won a Super Bowl. He was a champion. But I never really thought he was better than Peyton Manning.
Mm-hmm.
I never thought he was better than Tom Brady. I never thought he was better than Drew Brees or Aaron Rodgers. And that's kind of what I look at with this. Whoever you think is better, I view the 4 guys right now between Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Lamar. Like, they're this generation's of that, of the Breeze, right? Like, and then you go back to that time, Russell and Ben Roethlisberger, they were really good. I just didn't think they were as good as those guys, even though Russell may have won more for a certain period of time. That's where I think we're at with Hurts. Like, he's tremendous. I love that he's here, and he's going to be here for years to come. But top 2 in the whole NFL?
This is how I look at it, Joe. And I know this might be hard for some people to fathom because a lot of fans, which I totally respect, are grounded in stats and athleticism. And when you talk about those guys, that's exactly what you're talking about. Standalone athleticism. But you know who Jalen Hurts reminds me of, and people will relate to the analogy that I'm about to make. Captain America, the first Avenger. Remember that movie?
Of course, one of my favorites.
And it was about Cap being a guy who had the heart, he had the spirit, but he didn't have the athleticism. He didn't have the size. He couldn't be a soldier. That's all he wanted to do is protect his country. That's kind of what Jalen Hurts reminds me of, in the sense that he doesn't have the biggest arm. He is not the most athletic of those guys that you mentioned. He's not.
Right, he's not Lamar or even Allen as an athlete. Yeah.
But he has an intangible that supersedes all those other intangibles that mean something. And I know that for a lot of people, when I say it like that and I try to, articulate it the way that I did, they're not going to get that. I get that. I totally understand that. But that's what he brings to the table. He brings that intangible to the table, where he does enough and just enough in certain occasions to win the game.
Well, look, there's no one's ever said he's not a winner. I believe that, from Alabama to Oklahoma to the Eagles, and that's a great trait.
And that's what it is. And for me, Joe, not to cut you off, because you're right. You're right in a sense. But to me, especially in this day and age, that quality that he has, that intangible that he has, means more than any other that you could have, any other trait that you can have in a quarterback, in my opinion.
Ultimately, everyone listening to us, that's all that really matters, right? Because we're Eagles fans. We want the Eagles to win. As long as Jalen Hurts is here and they keep winning, who cares where he's ultimately ranked? It's hard for me to say it. Maybe I'm too caught up in everything else. It's just hard for me to say he's better than those guys, because I feel like during the regular season, Sunday to Sunday, week to week, they play better than him, more consistently excellent. And they're not. It's not like I need him to be more of a pocket guy, because Lamar is ahead of him on my list, and Lamar's more of a runner, right? Like, I don't care what kind of quarterback you are, as long as you play well. And I just feel like those four play well more often than he does. 215-592-9494. All right, we're live today at McGurk's in Fort Washington. We haven't been here in a couple years here. We're excited.
We haven't. It's been a couple years.
I think 2 years ago we were here.
Wow.
I don't, unless I forget, I don't think we were here last year, but I'm happy to be back. We're here today doing this show. Come on out. Hang out with us. There's breakfast specials. There'll be lunch, of course. Phillies start at 1 o'clock today. 215-592-9494. We'll come back. Your phone calls. Someone else at WIP believes that Jalen Hurts is the second best quarterback in pro football right now. Not just Hugh Douglas. And we got to get to someone that I hate agreeing with, but I think he framed it correctly, the Jalen Hurts discussion. That's all coming up. 215-592-9494. It's the Midday Show, live at McGurk's in Fort Washington on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3, only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
Summer is here. It's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is going to help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors, while allowing you to start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of your new energy-efficient windows and doors, including an increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills, while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA, or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X5 Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Until Virtua, I felt like my doctor wasn't listening to me.
From minimally invasive surgery to cancer and more, Virtua Health offers a full range of services focused on the complex needs of women.
This is how every woman should be treated.
Here, you'll find the personalized care that makes all the difference.
We caught Tina's cancer early, before it spread. If she hadn't listened, my story would be so different.
Virtua Health, here for women, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/hereforgood.
Hey, navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Some people say Delco's a lot, and you know what? They're right. From cool outdoor festivals and wineries to award-winning gardens and miles of tracks and trails, Delco has something for everyone. And if you're looking for someplace to watch a game, have a beer, eat great food, and hang out with your friends, you won't have to look very far because Delco is loaded with great bars and restaurants. Check out all Delco has to offer at visitdelco.com. That's visitdelco.com. They say Delco's a lot, and they're right.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal esta? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get a Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI. Plus, your plan price is guaranteed for 5 years. Save today, guaranteed for tomorrow. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. 1-800-T-Mobile. Guarantees monthly price of talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See exclusions and details at T-Mobile.com. Receive Netflix and with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
What? All the budget has to be used now? And we can use all the media buy?
Javier's marketing firm just got its dream funding.
Okay, ideas. Bobbleheads. No. T-shirt cannon. I seriously need some help here.
He needs to find marketing managers who are worth every dollar.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsoring a job on Indeed gives it a visibility boost so you can hire faster. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, live today at McGurk's in Fort Washington. Come on by. Breakfast specials and, of course, a great lunch menu, great atmosphere here. Phillies doubleheader today. We do have the lineup for game number 1, Hugh. No Bryce Harper in the lineup for game number 1.
Oh, man, I could imagine that elbow.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody need to catch it.
Well, that's what we tried to tell you yesterday, and that hasn't changed. I haven't slept off the anger at the Braves. I still want a Brave beamed today. We got 2 shots at them. We'll get to leading off and Phil stuff coming up at 12 o'clock leading into the first game, though. We start with Jalen Hurts, and we opened the discussion yesterday in the show a little bit about the PFF list. They ranked him 5 below the first tier, not in the elite category. I thought it was totally fair. I think 5 is a more than fair rating based on Hurts, everything he did last year from start to finish, including the Super Bowl. Hugh believes he's the second best quarterback in pro football right now. I disagree. Where do you come down? Let's hear this, because you're not the only one around here, Hugh, that believes Jalen Hurts is the second best quarterback in the NFL. Elliott Shore Parks on the afternoon show, they went back and forth on this.
Like, I think the fact that he's at 5, this time last year, people would have killed to have him at 5 when you consider coming off of 23.
He was like somewhere between 11 and 17 in most lists last year.
For sure. That being said, I do think he should be ranked number 2. Like, I don't think it's a slap to have him outside those top 4. And I think if all the players in the league were eligible to be drafted, those would be the first 4 picks. Probably. Right?
So if they're judging the 4 best, the best quarterbacks, then and you think those would be the 4 top picks, then how is Jalen above them?
Because Jalen has a Super Bowl. And that has to matter.
Well,
the wins in the Super Bowl.
They're ranking the best quarterbacks.
I know, but like Mahomes is the best quarterback, right? But Mahomes is also the unquestioned number 1 because he has Super Bowls. Like, I think you could compare him and Josh Allen, him and Joe Burrow.
Right.
I think Mahomes is the best.
I agree with that.
But
the winning that separates
But
him
the
with
reason
those
he
guys.
is, like, everyone puts him 1, like when you make the list, you put him 1 and then you start, is because of the Super Bowls. Like, that's the difference, right? Mm. So I think if you wanted to talk about pure talent.
Well, he's also,
he is better. I agree.
Well, but the other thing is, to just say it's the Super Bowls, I think is concentrating a little too much on his stats from maybe the last year or two and not enough on, the guy threw 50 touchdown passes.
Dude, I agree with you. He is the best quarterback.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
It's not just the winning.
It's not just the winning, but I think that is the deciding factor between him and these other guys.
Well, I agree with him on that, Hugh, that if you're separating Mahomes versus Allen and Lamar and Burrow, Mahomes has been doing it the longest, and he's done it over and over again in the Super Bowl.
Totally agree.
And those guys haven't. Burrow's the only other one that's been to a Super Bowl. Lamar has struggled in the playoffs. Allen can't beat Mahomes. But the other part of that conversation that hit me is Elliott, while he ranked Jalen Hurts second, did say if you had a draft of players tomorrow, he thinks the 4 guys ranked ahead of Hurts would go ahead of him, and I agree with that. Like, if I was starting a team today, just today, like a franchise, I would take all 4 of them in some order before I took Hurts.
And I can't argue that. But here's the thing. At that position in particular, we always draft the guy that fits the mold of what we think the position is. Trevor Lawrence is a prime example of that.
And he stinks.
I think he stinks. But, like, this is where – and the reason why I feel this, because you have to find out a person's why and why they do what they do. Jalen is driven in a way that I can't quantify. I can't put it into words, but Jalen is different. And that's the thing that separates him, in my opinion, from those other guys. Now, as football fans, and I even had to do this, I adjust the way that I thought about Jalen this last year because of what he was able to do and accomplish in the way that he did it. Jalen doesn't fit into any mold that we measure these other quarterbacks by. That's a fact, because when we talk about quarterbacks and we talk about those intangibles, Joe, I'm with you. All 4 of those guys would probably get picked if we had to line them up side to side. All 4 of those guys are probably going to go before Jalen.
But isn't it because they're better?
Well, it's because from our limited knowledge of what we think a quarterback is, they all fit the bill more so than Jalen does.
I just mean they play better than him most weeks.
But I feel like Jalen has the temperament of a person that, and I'm a kind of long talk a little bit. But he has the adaptability to do what's needed in the moment.
I don't disagree with that. I just wonder, and this is a chicken or the egg thing. How much of all this we say is because he's an Eagle?
Well,
he is blessed with a great situation. He has the best GM in the sport. We all agree on that. Everyone listening right now agrees how he's the best. Building this team for him, right, with him, and he's part of that. He's a huge part of it. But he's got the best offensive line in the sport. He has the best running back next to him in the sport. He has 2 of the best receivers, and Burrow has great receivers too. But Burrow doesn't have the defense that, you know what I mean? How much of all these things we feel about Jalen is because it's true versus how much is, well, he happened to be drafted. That's why I bring up Jeter a lot, because Jeter is a great player, right? Got 3,000 hits. He got them all by himself. But if Derek Jeter was drafted by the Royals,
probably be a different story.
He might still have 3,000 hits, but he's not a winner. And those intangibles we don't talk about.
But see, here's the thing, Joe, and I get what you're saying, but I can say the same thing about Josh Allen. I can say the same thing about Joe Burrow, because at the end of the day, the formula to build a good football team has not changed. Now, the method that you get to that formula has changed with free agency and all the other stuff. But I could say the same thing about Joe Montana and the San Francisco 49ers and how they had to put players around him to be successful. Now, he had a skill set that translated into what they exactly needed at that time.
Yeah.
But you had to have John Taylor and Jerry Rice. You had to have Tom Rathman and Roger Craig and those other guys around him.
But he also dominated the sport and was MVP. It wasn't just big games. He had the highest completion percentage, and he broke.
But he
played great.
In an era where he was a noodle arm. He changed the status quo. He changed the way that you thought a quarterback should win the game. Jalen, to me, kind of looks like that. Because when you look at it like this, when you talk about those other 3 quarterbacks, what has been their Achilles heel, especially in the playoffs? Their inability to make big plays with their arms when they need to, or their legs, in the case of Lamar Jackson, when they need to. Jalen has the adaptability to do what's needed in the moment so that he won't be handicapped by his inability to throw the tight spiral or his ability not to throw.
He's a dual threat.
He has the intent. He is a mixture to me of all of those quarterbacks that you say are better than him.
All right, 215-592-9494. We'll go to the phone lines in a second, and a lot of people want to react to this. And look, I don't think the list was disrespectful in any way. I think it's very fair. And you want to say he's 5? I'm not going to fight you. I'm not interested in sitting up here and saying, well, he's not better than Stafford. No, I think 5 is very fair off of last year. He won the Super Bowl, and he played great in the Super Bowl. But I gotta throw a term out, and I feel like we're suffering from something.
What's that? Super Bowl? Don't say Super Bowl hangover.
No, it's a medical condition, and
What?
I think you have it.
What?
I think a lot of people have it. I think we have Jalen Hurts amnesia.
First of all,
we have amnesia.
You are not a doctor.
Hold on. I am a football doctor, okay? And we are suffering from amnesia.
I'm not.
You are. We are forgetting how he played before the NFC title game. Right?
I cannot forget
well,
how he played.
I think you are. So I think a lot of people are today because before the NFC title game, the story of the season was
he's not garbage.
Not garbage.
He was struggling.
Up and down, and down. Right? Some really good.
Totally agree.
And then some, including the Rams playoff game, which I went back and looked this one. I wanted to see what was written about her.
He got sacked like 8 times.
7 sacks, threw for 120 yards. And I was reading one thing. It said he had a C- was his grade in the game.
Yeah.
And they won because of his legs, yes, and Saquon and Jalen Carter and the snow and all that.
Yes.
We have amnesia. You know who agrees with me?
Who?
And I don't want to do this, but I have to because he made a good point. He made a good point.
Oh, come
Let's
on.
Hear it.
Not your dude.
Let's hear Chris Sims on this because I think he's right. Here's
Jaden
Sims.
Daniels, Jalen Hurts, Matt Stafford, and Herbert. But are you comfortable with tier 2? I would put C.J. Stroud in front of over there in front of Jalen Hurts. We have a little bit of a revisionist history here. He won the Super Bowl, and everybody just forgot about the 10 weeks before that we were like, wait, the passing game and the quarterback was the issue. His top receiver said, what's wrong with the team? The passing game. So how can now you be one of the best quarterbacks in the game? I think I would have C.J. Stroud in his place on that tier.
Yeah, I'm not the Stroud thing. Forget that. I'm not interested in that. I'm just interested in what he said because that's true. 29th ranked passing game. AJ saying the passing game was a problem. We have amnesia.
Yeah, and I remember all of that because I remember sitting in the booth watching the games and sitting around with some folks that know way more football than I know.
Football doctors like me?
Yeah, it was like, what the hell is he doing? But at the end of the day, the Eagles won.
The Eagles
won. By whatever Jalen had to do to win that game, either whether he had to throw a dime to somebody, if it had to be to Dallas Goedert, he was the conductor of whatever moment put them in position to be successful.
Yeah, well, that's true.
And see, here's the thing with Chris Sims, and I am not about to take a dump on his opinion, but when you've been a man that has to flounder and flip-flop on your opinion as much as you had to on Jalen Hurts, anything that you say about Jalen Hurts, people are going to look at you with the side eye.
That's fine. I just think in this particular way, I think I agree with we're
I
forgetting
agree with
the
you. I hear you, Joe, because I have respect for your opinion.
Well, because I'm a football doctor.
Yeah, but when you align yourself with that cat who has to retract and walk back statements that he's made about Jalen in the past,
he aligned himself with me. That's what's happening. 215-592-9494. Kyle, what are you feeling on this as Hugh Douglas is banging the drum for Jalen Hurts as the second best quarterback in pro football?
I'm feeling like I'm taking crazy pills because this thing has gotten so far out of hand.
That's a tricky one for Kyle, y'all.
I'm sorry, but why we can't be satisfied with having the fifth best quarterback in the NFL? He has to be number one or he has to be number two. And, like, I'm sorry, but you concede your logic entirely when you say that amongst all those quarterbacks, if they're all available via free agency, that he doesn't go ahead of those other four guys. Like, the idea of this is not.
You didn't hear my Captain America analogy? That was a great analogy.
It was an awful analogy because
the analogy was fine.
Dude, we're not arguing who can win a Super Bowl or who won the Super Bowl. That we know that. That's the answer. The argument is all else being equal, right? Which we know that they're not right now. All else being equal, who is the better player? Like, if we're doing the Super Bowl thing, Eli Manning won 2 over Tom Brady, and Eli Manning was never a top 5 quarterback in the league at any given point.
Just pause there for a second. If you go off of that logic, Eli is twice what Dan Marino ever was,
like,
and he doesn't hold a candle.
Exactly,
to Dan Marino.
and Eli was never even top 5 in MVP voting.
Tom Brady.
I
Eli
know,
won
but he was clutch, and
top 5 in MVP voting.
He was never great. I mean, he just wasn't a great
Eli
player.
gonna be a Hall of Famer.
That's
true.
wonderful, and Jalen Hurts might be too. That's not the argument, though.
But
the argument is he a better or more talented player, all else being equal? You're not going to tell me that any of those guys with the amount of talent he has on offense would finish with the 29th best passing offense in the NFL. It's not going to happen.
That is, to me, that is the argument. To me, that's all the argument. Who has the stones, if you will, to get their team to the promised land?
But the Eagles didn't want to run the ball that much. They did it because Hurts was not playing well.
Listen, I can't argue how we got here. We're here.
Right, but I can't give him a plus sign for that when he was so inefficient that they took the ball out of his hands.
I think that we can, Joe, because think about it like this. If you ask, do you think that you could ask any of those other 3 quarterbacks to lessen themselves for the success of your team? Do you think that they would do it?
Of course they would. Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah, why not?
I don't believe that.
Well, Patrick Mahomes has. Hold on, Mahomes has. Mahomes throws the ball way less now than he did when he was young.
I said the 3. I didn't say Mahomes.
I think they would.
I don't think so.
The problem is they don't need to. They're the focal point of their own offense.
I don't think so. And how between the 3 of those cats, how many playoff wins do they have? Out of all 3 of those quarterbacks,
you're talking about team stats.
No, I'm talking about unquantifiable.
Oh my God, you have to stop.
No,
because
you're putting
a
number
on.
The AFC. They're in the AFC. If Jalen Hurts was in the AFC his whole career, yeah, he would have beat Mahomes this year, but he probably would have got knocked out all the other years.
But you know what? That's the equivalent of me saying if I was in the NFC, if I played for the Eagles my whole career, that I would be second on the all-time sack
You
list.
would.
Oh, but I'm not.
Right, but
so it don't matter.
But okay,
you see what I'm saying?
But that's like, all right, let's go back to that. That's interesting. But that's like early in what Mamula and you came out the same year.
Yes.
Okay. I don't, there may have been a moment in time. I have to look at the stats where Mike Mamula had more career sacks than you. You were better than Mike Mamula. Mike Mamula got to play here. You were playing on a dumpster fire of a team coached by Rich Kotite. Mike Mamula wasn't better than you. You don't have to say it. I'll say it.
You know who I think that I was better than, but he has a Super Bowl ring? Leonard Little. Remember him? Played for the Rams?
Yes.
Got a Super Bowl ring, though.
You were better than Leonard Little.
But that carries a lot of weight. See, here's the thing that we have to realize, because especially when it comes to quarterbacks, because I'm resigned to the fact that when it comes to quarterbacks, we are never going to see it the same way, because the things that we value when it comes to quarterbacks are different. To me, especially in this day and age, the ability for Jalen to transform and be whatever he needs to be on a weekly basis right before our eyes is his biggest trait.
Transform is a nice way of saying that he conceded the thing that he's supposed to do the most.
Here's the thing. But
so that the team could be better.
Here's the thing. And he's the only one that has shown that he's able to do that. That's why it carries so much weight with me. Because all those other quarterbacks that we talk about, Lamar nuts up. Oh, can I say that on there?
You did, and live here at McGurkson, Fort Washington.
Yeah. Well, he kind of messes up in the playoffs.
Of all four,
and Josh Allen, we saw what he did.
I disagree on Allen. Allen plays really well in big
How many
games.
AFC championships has he won?
None. He's losing to Mahomes.
Listen, dog. You play the cards.
I would agree with you.
You got to play the hand.
I'm with you on Lamar, because Lamar seems to play poorly in these games. Allen doesn't play poorly. He just doesn't come out with the winning side. All right, let's go to the phones. Chris in Middletown starts us off. What's up, Chris?
Happy payback day, man.
Happy. Well, it better be.
This
Chris.
time, it's for
we
real.
got 18 innings to beat the Brave.
Hey, Dr. Joe, can I talk to you, please?
Yes.
How many old ladies and children did Costanza Douglas knock down today to flee from, apparently there was water there?
Well, so he didn't knock down anyone yet, but what I did hear is Fran is here helping us engineering today, and Fran was having a little trouble getting in the front door, carrying all the stuff, and Hugh sat in his truck and watched the guy struggle.
Chris, that front door beat him up.
And you watched it.
Yeah,
you watched it happen.
Francisco got beat up by the door. And he said he was okay.
Joe,
he's a young Thundercat.
Obviously he's not
he said
okay.
he was okay. So I let him. I sat back and started listening to my music.
Did you hear the start of the show with Rhea? He's not okay.
No, he was, but he said he was. Joe, you should have saw him. He looked like a little feeble little baby trying to get the thing up over the thing.
All right, go ahead, Chris.
He looked at
Joe,
feeble.
before we move on, you got to understand. I mean, it's hard for Hugh to open doors. I mean, he's got those short arms. You just can't reach.
That is true. T-Rex Douglas.
So let's address this. Just like Hugh said, the formula is still the same. You got to run the ball and play great defense, because defense wins championships.
Yes.
So I can't agree with Hugh more on that.
I vaguely
twisted him into a pretzel.
I vaguely said something like that, but we'll go with
that. Okay, that's what I heard you say, and I always hear correctly. The flawed logic that I heard somebody saying, I don't remember who, that said, if you win a Super Bowl, you're number one. Well, I guess whoever uses that nonsensical logic felt that Trent Dilfer was number one after he won the Super Bowl with the Ravens.
Hugh probably
he was
does.
Actually better
I
than
did.
McNabb.
He sucked.
He was better that year.
Well, then the argument is over.
You know what Trent Dilfer did that year? Now he's an
handing
anomaly.
the ball off.
They told Trent, just don't lose the game for us.
But
Trent, guess what?
What did they tell
But
Jalen
he still was a Super Bowl champion.
Oh my goodness.
Well, Ray Lewis won the Super Bowl.
So,
I'm just trying to see. We play semantics.
It's not semantics. It's ridiculous
when it comes to the quarterback.
Mm-hmm. So listen, guys, I'm perfectly fine with him at 5, because here is the thing: a top 5 quarterback, a top 3 run offense, a top 5 defense, like you is, because defense matters. The top turnover differential in the playoffs, and what does that equal that formula? That's another Lombardi. So that's
exactly
what
right.
matters. And listen, guys, at the end of the day, as a fan, I don't care where Jalen is ranked, or even St. Barkley. Yes, I said it, St. Barkley, because I don't care. I just want another Lombardi. Now, real quick before I let you go, as for today's events, pick up your teamie. It's Harper's Revenge Day. Go win the series and P-L-A-N-T, a ball in Riley's wrist. Let's go, Phil.
Was it plank? I think that was plank. Yeah.
Plank is a plank
So,
exercise.
can I just, I want to challenge you here and ask him about, well, because I want to use your logic against you, because you said Jalen's able to transform and do what's best for the team. Let's take Taijuan Walker, for instance. What's better for the Phillies, if he pitches 7 innings or if he pitches 3?
7.
Excuse me?
Taijuan Walker?
I'm saying, what do you think is more conducive to the Phillies' success? Taijuan Walker throwing more innings or fewer innings? You know what the real answer is.
I thought you meant if it what in a perfect world we didn't throw 7 innings.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm saying based on the kind of player he is, do you think the Phillies have a better chance of winning if he throws 3 innings or 7 innings?
The less amount that you have with Taijuan Walker out there would probably be better.
That's my point. So because Taijuan's able to transform himself and do a little bit less to help the team, that should make him better than somebody else around the rest of the league.
That has not been the case this year, and that
argument doesn't. He's been better in the bullpen.
That argument doesn't apply.
No, it absolutely does.
It doesn't apply, Kyle, when the quarterback is the universe of a football team.
No, but the starting pitcher is the universe of the team that day.
For that day.
Right. No, but so my point is, a quarterback doing less or throwing the ball less because it helps the team doesn't make him a better quarterback. That doesn't make any sense.
Because you're caught on the less part.
That's a big part.
But here's what you need to focus on. Doing what you need to do to win. See how much better that sounds than saying doing less?
I know,
because you're trying to diminish.
Because it's a wonderful spin. But Hugh, if he completes 5 out of 10 passes, but they win the game, then he still technically did what he did to win.
That's exactly right, Kyle. You're doing what you do.
Okay, then wonderful.
If the game dictates,
phenomenal.
First and foremost, when you're playing football, especially a quarterback, you're always told, take what the defense gives you.
And he does that.
He does that.
He does do that. That's why he's the 5th best quarterback in football.
But you have a quarterback like your boy Josh Allen.
But I don't think Allen does
who will
that
go
much.
and try to force the ball down the field.
Josh Allen was the MVP of the league.
How many times have we seen Josh Allen in crunch time force the ball down? Now, a lot of times it works out in his favor, but the bottom line is he puts the ball in harm's way. He put the ball in harm's way in the playoffs.
I think he had the same amount of interceptions as Hurts did last year, and he threw the ball more.
But my point is this: if Jalen can't throw the ball, he gonna run the ball.
Yeah, so does Allen, and so does Lamar, right?
But they don't have
and so does Mahomes.
This is the difference, to me. Is Jalen knows when to do that.
I think Jalen's very smart. I just don't think he's as good as those guys. Like week to week, this is why I said we have amnesia. There were weeks last year felt like he just wasn't I'm not saying playing poorly. He just wasn't a big part of why they won. There were games. I mean, I remember them. The Super Bowl and title game, he was a huge part. He stepped up in the biggest
I disagree.
moment. Oh, he had some games where they could have won with
he
anybody.
he had some games. Like the quarterback position. See, this is where people need to realize. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean his contribution doesn't matter.
Right, but I could say that for Allen and Lamar and Burrow and Mahomes.
And Jalen has something that those guys, they don't have, in my opinion.
What does he have over any of them?
Unquantifiable intangibles.
Wait,
the fact
Mahomes
that
doesn't have intangibles?
I'm talking about let me
take
say
Mahomes
this.
out?
I always take Mahomes out when I talk about this. When I have this conversation about Jalen, I always talk about the 3, and all 3 of those guys that you've mentioned outside of Joe Burrow have not accomplished. Lamar hasn't even scratched the surface of being a playoff contender.
He's the
Josh
one
Allen
that has the
gets
most
to the
red flags in the playoffs.
Josh Allen gets to the finish line and can't punch it through. Jalen's done that twice in his career.
Got to the Super Bowl.
Well, he's gotten to. That's what I'm saying. He's gotten to the Super Bowl.
But how?
That's an unquantifiable intangible that you can't quantify. I can't.
But
I can't put that in words.
it.
I can't articulate. Dude, he's done it with 2 different teams.
He plays in the NFC.
He done it with 2 different teams, though. He done it. He did it with 2 different teams.
I know, but he gets to play in the NFC.
So now we're penalized. That's just like me saying.
It's not a penalized. I think it's part of the story.
But just like the part of the story, if we want to do that, the part of the story for the New England Patriots is they were beating up on a bad AFC East the whole time they were winning Super Bowls.
It is part of the story.
But nobody talks about that when they talk about Tom Brady.
I think it's part of it.
Nobody. You know what? And here's the thing that I've noticed especially when it comes to quarterback play. Tom Brady always been great. It's not always been the case.
No, not
It's
early.
not.
He was clutch, but not great early.
But when you try to tell people that's why this is one of those arguments that no matter how you articulate it, how you put it together, you're either on one side of this or the other. You're probably one of those old school individuals that looks at the quarterback, the big arm, the big throws, the make every throw and all this stuff, and you say that's the guy that I want, and that's fine. But there is examples in the NFL, numerous examples, especially over the last few years, where the other guy that doesn't have those intangibles, that has that unquantifiable, that they've won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, well, they have. I look at it as consistent excellence, and I think we overrate the end a little bit. That's why I said amnesia. A little bit overrating the end. All right, let's hear from Brian Dawkins, recently on with the morning show, talking about Hurts, where he's at, and what he needs to do.
What Jalen has done is he flashed us in the first Super Bowl. Tremendous, right? So in my mind, that's what you should be doing every week.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're not doing that every week, like, so why can't we get that? Why can't we get that?
Mm-hmm.
Why can't we get that? So it's for me, it's not you are, I don't bash Jalen when it comes to that. I don't bash him. I'm expecting him to take the next step so that your weeks aren't fluctuating up and down so drastically, that you are consistently at a level that allows you to show the talent that you are in all the respects that you're talking about, to being able to run the football when it needs to be run, knowing to making those decisions, putting the ball where it needs to be put. He's shown that, and he's done it now, not just in the first Super Bowl. He's shown it in the second one too. So now this year coming up, like, I'm expecting a version of that, maybe not to that level, but a high version of that consistently throughout that year. That's what I'm expecting.
I think Doc articulated it very well. So I think Jalen is capable of playing just as well as the other guys, right?
Yeah.
We've seen it in the Super Bowls. We've seen it in the NFC title game. We've seen it, some weeks during different seasons, like the Bengals game this past year. Why I can't go as far as you're going, Elliott's going, others are going, he doesn't do it week to week. Those other guys,
and that's fair,
do it more. It's like he's great. Oh, one down week, great. Jalen's more like good, pretty good, great.
Yeah,
great. It's not as consistent.
And that's fair. And I will say this, I will give you this one caveat, is that last year I thought that is what he was going to be, because I was adamant about him taking that next step. That wasn't the case. He had a sporadic year.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell you all the time, I would be in the press box and people would talk about his game. But at the end of the day, he did what was needed to win, and they got the W. Now, you might have left that game feeling like the quarterback didn't do this, that, the third, but we got the W, and we were able to advance the following week. Now, as the season progressed, he had his moments where he got better. And he did more. He became more of a captain of the
Steelers
offense.
game,
yes,
title game, Super Bowl.
Yes,
great.
So, and to Doc's point, this year is the year, because we're all looking at that offense. We haven't said it, but we're talking. We're here. That offense, especially the passing game, has to evolve. That has to be more of a focal point, because financially you've invested a lot of money in those guys, and we benefited from the fact that Saquon had the season that he had. But at the end of the day, you're right. Jalen needs to step his game up. But as of right now, today, he's the second best quarterback in the NFL.
All right, let's go to Mike and Glenmore. What's up, Mike?
Oh, man, Hugh, you are a smart dude. I'll tell you what, buddy.
I don't know about all that, but thank you for the comment, because I know a lot of people that would beg to differ.
Yeah, I mean, it's just common sense. I mean, the reason these other teams are bad and the reason that the Eagles are good is because all those other teams would draft all them guys in front of them, because what makes Howie so great is that he's put aside the fact that he's a Florida Gator, and he's put aside the fact that Dan Marino and all these guys threw 1,000,000 yards, and he realized that he just needs to go out and get dogs that win, and guys that win, and guys that can overcome stuff.
I don't understand. The Ravens and Bills are bad teams?
I didn't say they were bad teams, but isn't it all about winning championships? Isn't that what sports is all about?
Of course it is. And Howie's the best at what he does. Howie's the best. We agree on this, Mike. Howie's the best. But how does that make Jalen better than the other quarterbacks?
Because Howie realized that throwing for 50,000 yards doesn't mean anything if you foul out the
how we
playoffs
realize
in the first or second round every year.
if I put a great team around a really good quarterback, I can win. That's all we've realized here.
But you're taking away way too much credit this guy deserves. The credit that he deserves is the fact that in the biggest games of his career, even though he's 1-1 against Mahomes in the Super Bowl, he outplayed him in both games. I don't
first
care
of all,
about the other
two things.
22 guys on the field.
Two things. We forget the bad ones. Hold on a second.
No, we don't.
No. This is the syndrome. This is the syndrome.
Trigger
Like Michael Jordan never missed a shot. He did miss a shot. He lost playoff series. Mike, if Jalen Carter doesn't sack Matthew Stafford, you can't say any of the things you're saying right now.
Listen to me.
We can't base it all on the Super Bowl when he's not the
only. I'm not basing it on the Super Bowl. I'm also basing it on the lost Super Bowl and bowing out against the Bucs.
You're saying in the biggest games he always produces. He took 7 sacks against the Rams.
Listen. One of the things that makes Jalen such an incredible person and quarterback is he is willing to take his ego and check it at the door and go 10 for 20.
Oh, jeez. Enough. He's purposely going 10 for 20. What are we talking about? He wants to complete every pass. Every quarterback does. He took a safety in a playoff game this year. I feel like I must have the crazy pills here in Fort Washington. The guy was in the studio.
Dude, I'm losing
Took a safety in a playoff game 2 years in a row. We act like he's infallible in big games. No, he has been mostly good. He's had some great playoff games. He's also had a couple stinkers. And his defense and Saquon won in the game against the Rams. All right, 215-592-9494. We're live at McGurk's in Fort Washington. Your phone calls all day as we take you up to the Phillies leading off in the 12 o'clock hour. All right, we'll get into some interesting stuff from OTAs yesterday. And LaShawn McCoy with something interesting. A.J. Brown told him about Jalen Hurts. That's next. Your calls. Is Jalen Hurts the top 2 quarterback in the NFL? Hugh believes so. I don't. Where do you come down? It is the Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You'll get started with $200 with bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting part of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official part of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies Braves. Leading off starts at noon. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. The first pitch is at 1:05. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
Over the bullpens, onto the berm in right field.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, navigation. Take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Summer is here. Don't make a rookie move. Make the MVP flex and fire up that grill with summer essentials like hot dogs, sausages, and meats from my friends at Dietz & Watson. Dietz & Watson cheeses and condiments are also the perfect addition to your burgers. Don't forget about their protein-packed Dietz Nuts meat snacks. There's something for everyone in the family. Head to DietzandWatson.com to find a local retailer near you and summer grilling recipes. Dietz & Watson, premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars
today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, 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 and sometimes it's like
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot, 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 and sometimes it's like
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Stephon Diggs was a no-show at Patriots' voluntary OTAs, and while the team grinds through early prep under the watchful eyes of new head coach Mike Vrabel, video surfaced of Diggs on a boat flanked by more bikinis than playbooks. Vrabel could have downplayed everything. Instead, he said Diggs needs to make better choices. It felt like a message. This is how Vrabel plans to lead, and this is the standard in New England now. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Stream the screams. Catch Phillies baseball with the Odyssey app on 94 WIP.
Kellen Moore was a new coordinator. Yeah. And like,
but that's what I'm saying. There's
way,
not a lot of holes with it.
But the way he coached is like way different from how they played this year. That's why I say like AJ told me, well, players tell me that the offense is really the offense. No doubt. They don't care who the corner is. You come over here to fit the Jalen Hurts offense.
The voice of LaShawn McCoy talking about, well, what A.J. Brown told him. But the offense, doesn't really matter who the coordinator is. It's about Jalen Hurts. It's his offense. It's run his way. Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. We're live today at McGurk's in Fort Washington. There's breakfast specials. Obviously, a great lunch menu. Come on out. Phillies start at 1 o'clock. We'll lead you into the game. What'd you make of what LaShawn said yesterday on TV? We know he's close to A.J. and the idea that, because they've had all these different coordinators, but really
the offense goes the way Jalen makes it go. It's not about the coordinator.
Yeah, well, that sounds about right because you always heard receivers talk about how, if you're not cool with the quarterback, you get froze out of the offense. I think we saw a little bit of with Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs a little bit of a rift. That's a relationship. If you want to be successful, that you have to figure out a way to cultivate. So to me, that sounds like some more frustration from AJ in the way that the offense is being played. And it also galvanizes my opinion about how Jalen did what he thought was necessary during the course of the season. Whether or not we liked it or not. I remember sitting, to your point, Joe, it's not lost on me that Jalen statistically wasn't where those other guys are and doing what a lot of people felt was needed for the game or for his team. But at the end of the day, Jalen is the Super Bowl champion. And however I think here's the thing, because we like to do a lot of analogies about cooking and the food and the menu and all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We got a good meal, right?
Great meal. It's a great meal.
We're just not happy with the way it was prepared.
No, I don't.
Well, I'm not saying. Let me pull that back. Not saying that
Maybe
you're
AJ's
unhappy.
not happy.
Well, you're not. I'm not saying you're not happy, but we have some reservations about the way the meal was prepared.
I guess I'll say it this way. The meal was good. I enjoyed it. I just think the chef at that five-star restaurant, they're just higher quality chefs.
Yeah.
I enjoy this meal. I mean, this meal is the best Eagles meal I've ever had, as we're trying to bring the analogy back home. It's the best Eagles team I ever watched play. And he played a very large role in that. He's the quarterback. I believe by the end he more than held his weight, right? During the season, it felt like at times the running back was carrying the offense and all that. By the last two games, Jalen Hurts didn't just carry the weight. He was the driving force offensively, especially the Super Bowl.
And I think that's almost the same. To me, I look at it like this. We talk about how important Nick Foles was to us winning our first Super Bowl, right?
It's similar. In the title game in Super Bowl, he played incredible.
But I look at it like this. We're not in that position if it wasn't for the contribution of Carson Wentz.
And I agree with that.
So it's one of those things, because I think that for us as fans, two things that happen as fans of sports. We've put a heavy emphasis on championships, because every conversation that's ever had on any sports talk radio station or whatever, it's about a title.
But isn't titles about team, not just individual?
But here's where it gets sticky, Joe. Because for me, when I hear championship, say if I hear Patriots and I hear championship, I immediately think of Tom Brady.
And Belichick.
Well,
I think of those two.
Okay,
because
that's
those
fair.
were the constant.
That's fair.
Right? Everything else changes.
That's fair. But I think for a lot of people, especially in this era, when you hear championship, especially for a quarterback like Jalen, it feels like people are making other excuses. And I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are, because I think that the way that we handle it, and Kyle as well, the way that we handle these conversations, we handle them like most fans should handle. We talk about the facts and the intangibles that mean something to us.
Are you saying we need to be less adults?
Well, no, I'm saying
more name calling.
No, I'm saying that a lot of times when we had this conversation, for a lot of people, it's steeped in something else that ain't got nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Well, all I know is this.
And that's the unfortunate thing about having these conversations, because like I said, you talk about Tom Brady. Ain't nobody talking about the defense that he had in the beginning. They're talking about him and his ability to throw for 3 million yards and all this other stuff.
But in the beginning, it was more the defense. And
yeah, it was.
I agree with that.
And I will say this in saying all of that. Jalen needs to evolve. This team cannot – I do not foresee this team making a repeat by playing in a similar fashion to the way that they played last year.
Is Jalen Hurts a top 2 quarterback in the NFL? It is our Twitter question, sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation at PIDentalCenter.com. All right, let's go to Aaron, who is up on WIP. What's up, Aaron?
Good morning, Philadelphia.
What's up, Aaron?
Hey, Aaron, what's up?
You know, Hugh, you and I think, are kindred spirits. You stole a little bit of my thunder
Here we go.
earlier. But we are definitely on the same page, my friend.
Well, I appreciate that, Aaron.
So, what does that mean? He's the second best quarterback in pro football.
Let's do a Aaron's clues today.
Okay, sure.
So all right. So I've got a quarterback that played at a major college. Coming out of college, they said that his arm wasn't strong enough and his size was not ideal.
Okay.
He played for a team that had nothing but Hall of Famers all around him. Didn't throw the ball a million miles. Didn't have a rocket of an arm, but all this guy did was win. He played in the 80s. He was a Hall of Famer, and his nickname was Joe Cool. Who am I talking about?
Well, I didn't even need the end of it. Obviously, we're talking about Joe Montana, third-round pick, Notre Dame, not a big arm. I get the story, but I think we're leaving something out of the story here. He dominated the league. Whether or not he had the best physical profile, he was a
Joe Montana didn't throw the ball more than 20 yards down the field.
He was a two-time MVP. We've
Well,
now but I want to make the difference before you go on. Jalen Hurts has played well in huge games. He's a champion. I'm a huge Jalen Hurts fan. Jalen Hurts has never dominated the league Sunday to Sunday like Joe Montana. Joe Montana wasn't like the little engine that was 10th in statistics and then happened to show up in the playoffs. He was the best player. He was the best offensive player in the sport for a decade.
Joe, all Jalen Hurts has done in the biggest stage, in the biggest game, he has been the best player on the field. Even when he lost the Super Bowl,
well, hold on. I don't want to go back to this. I didn't want to do this, but that fumble killed them. We know this, right?
That was
fumble
a freak
killed him.
thing,
Okay.
Joe. You're going to talk about a freak thing where a ball goes off a guy's quad, happens to fall right at his feet, where he kicks the ball to the defender.
All right,
knock
Aaron,
it off.
all right, let's move that. We'll move off that. You used the Montana comp. When has Jalen Hurts been the best player in the sport over and over and over again, Sunday to Sunday? That's what greatness is.
Dude, the last 3 years, he's been one of the best quarterbacks in the league. He is a guy, and you guys keep going to Lamar Jackson and to
He
Josh
has two
Allen.
league MVPs,
Okay? If
Jackson.
you're going to start a team, in terms of you want the most physically gifted athlete, then yeah, you're going to take Josh Allen or Lamar Jackson. But if you're trying to build a champion, okay, and your goal is to win the Super Bowl.
Do you think last year's Eagles would have won the Super Bowl with Josh Allen?
Or Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts?
Do you think last year's Eagles would have won the Super Bowl with Josh Allen?
No, because Josh Allen has a habit in the biggest games, for as much as positive he does, he makes a mistake that costs his team the games. He does it every time in the biggest stage.
Do you think part of that is because his teammates can't cover up for his mistakes the way the Eagles cover up for
No,
Jalen's?
I think, and this is what you guys are not.
Okay. So the safety that Hurts took against the Rams, the Saquon Barkley running for that touchdown in the fourth quarter didn't help make up for that?
Yeah, but what happened? But did Jalen bring us down on the other times and score touchdowns and everything?
He completed 13 passes in the game and took 7 sacks. He stunk that day. I mean, did we watch the same game?
Dude, we won the Super Bowl
because the team and
Jalen performed. Look at Tom Brady. You think Tom Brady every time that Tom Brady won the Super Bowl, he didn't have a mistake during the game? With most teams it would have cost them the game, but
I think you're right. I think you're right, and I think there's some parallels to early Brady to Jalen. I think that's fair because it was a great team, and it was a dominant organization, and they won close games, and he performed clutch, all that. But you know what eventually happened, Aaron? He became the league MVP. He started throwing 50 touchdowns in a season. We haven't.
Jalen's been in the league for 5 years.
Right. So, but my point is, this is premature. If you want to call in and tell me 5 years from now Jalen will be the second best quarterback, maybe you're right. I mean, he could evolve and develop. But that's not today. We're jumping hoops.
No, but
here.
and here's the other thing that you and Kyle, you momos, are not covering today. Okay, the one thing that you guys are not talking about with Jalen, in terms of all the Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, he above all of those other four, his mental toughness and his intangibles that he brings to the game are things that are legendary. They are Michael Jordan-esque. They're Tom Brady-esque. They are Joe Montana-esque. He
Oh, my
is
goodness.
one of a kind, and he's ours.
Okay, so where were those intangibles when they collapsed 2 years ago? Did they not have them then, or was the team around them not good enough and they?
Hey, Joe, how many offensive coordinators has the guy had in 5 years?
Well, you just heard A.J. Brown told McCoy it doesn't matter. I'm
It
wondering.
does matter,
those
though.
but the
It does matter.
intangibles,
It does matter.
we only point out the intangibles when they win. When they lose and collapse, whose fault is that?
Joe. You got a guy
I think we have our
answer.
I think we have our answer. We can't do the intangibles thing just when they win. They collapsed in 2023. What happened there?
Are you asking?
I'm asking anyone that wants to respond.
You talking about in the Super Bowl?
No, in the season 2 years ago when
Oh,
they
you're
were
talking
10-1 and they collapsed. That he threw interception after interception. Where are the intangibles then? Like we always bring them up when they win.
I will say this: that year, you're talking about the year Swift was the running back,
Yes,
correct?
yeah.
He was having a pretty good season until whatever happened with this team, and they came apart.
I know. But if he had intangibles, like they didn't
Well,
matter then.
I feel
Because
like
my point is, it was the team around him wasn't good enough. I'm not even blaming him
But
for
I-
that year.
I
I just
feel-
think the team is a huge part of this.
And a lot of that to me was him adjusting to that newfound money that he got, because I think that was the first year that
then you
$250
get
million.
you get dinged for that. Like all the other quarterbacks are consistent. They get paid. They all get paid.
I'm not arguing that. I'm not trying to argue that, because you do have a valid point. But the bottom line is this: in a 5-year career that Jalen has had, he's outperformed 3 of those dudes that you have on the list that is higher than him
Well, his
in
team
5
has.
years.
He hasn't.
See, that's where I think people get lost in that, because that's just like me saying Tom Brady shouldn't be a Hall of Fame because his team helped him get to that point.
Not Hall of Fame. I mean, but just 1 second. No, I think Jalen is appropriately ranked at 5. I'm not saying he's the 20th best quarterback, and I'm saying
I know what you're saying.
But league MVPs are an individual statistic. Super Bowls are a team statistic. Josh Allen and Lamar have won 3 combined MVPs. Jalen has 0.
And you know what? You know what's funny about this argument and why, to me, I feel like it's especially happening now, because that's the qualifier for Jalen. For whatever reason, like he wasn't the number 1 draft pick, he wasn't picked that high. But a lot of times, especially in the last couple of years, I've heard people say, well, they put an all-star team around him.
They did.
I was like, well, hell, isn't that what every GM is trying to do when they get a quarterback that they feel they need to put talent around?
Right, but when you bring up those guys didn't win, I could say, well, they don't have good enough a team around them.
But my thing is, so why does Jalen get dinged for that and everybody else gets praised for it? They went out and they tried to get Josh Allen some weapons. They went out and tried to get Lamar Jackson some weapons. Like all these other guys go out and get weapons but for whatever reason, since Jalen already has that and Howie does a great job of doing what he's doing, I'm not saying you're doing it, but it feels
I think it's
like
part of the story. It's part of the story.
They try to diminish it. And you know what's interesting to me is when I see other professional athletes do that.
But
I hear other people that have played on like the San Francisco 49ers did that.
Yeah.
Isn't that what they did with Brock Purdy?
Sure, and I think that's part of the Purdy story.
But nobody says it. Well, Kyle says it about Brock Purdy.
I think it's part of the story.
But nobody says that about Brock Purdy.
No, I think it's fair to bring up. I think he's pretty good, but I don't think he's great, even though his numbers are great. He's got Shanahan. All right, let's go to Will in the Northeast. Let's grab Will first. What do you got, Will?
Hey, Dream Team, Crowley, how y'all doing, man?
What's up, man?
Well, this is what WIP does. We argue about the quarterback.
Hey, listen, man, y'all need to stop arguing, right? Because let me tell you what happened.
I mean, you got Hugh putting him as the second best quarterback in football.
I am not arguing.
You caused the argument. You raised it number 2.
I triggered Kyle, but I mean,
you triggered a lot of people.
I'm
calm.
I'm a trigger everybody.
Okay.
Yes, he is the number 2 quarterback. Because in 2022, it was always the talk of Patrick Mahomes and Jalen Hurts. And it's been that way for the last 4 years. How are you going to keep trying to how many teams has won a Super Bowl with statistics? None, right? The only reason why you win a Super Bowl is because you're a winner. and you have the will to win. That's the difference between all them quarterbacks that you keep putting above Jalen Hurts. He's a hard worker. He adjusted to all these different quarterbacks, offensive coordinators, and he became a winner. He improved every season. This is another thing. When you got all them elite quarterbacks that you're talking about, who's behind them? Elite coaches. We had a rookie coach for the last 4 years coaching Jalen. Like, let's be honest, and let's talk about Lamar Jackson. You know, no action Jackson. He had the best running back in the league, Derrick Henry, right?
Forgot he's a Henry guy.
You had Josh Allen. You did what I'm saying? Josh Kelly, a big choke artist. He threw for all these yards and couldn't get it done, a choke artist. And then, last but not least, we got Patrick Mahomes, right? You know, that season in 2022, and play your tapes back, I said, listen, if they didn't have the refs in their corner, they would have lost that game, right? And then I said, this season, I said, if the refs swallow that whistle and let the best team play, we'll see who the better team is. And guess what they did? They swallowed the whistle, and the best team blew their ass out. And that's what we've been doing. We've been the best team, man. And I don't know why y'all don't want to give my man Jalen his props. And I'm going to end with this.
He's rated the 5th best quarterback. He got his props.
No. You keep putting all these other guys in front of him.
I think they're better. I think they're better players.
But listen, if they better players, why they ain't got a Super Bowl title?
Because they don't play for the Eagles. They don't play for team. Also,
all these records.
They have to play each other. I don't understand how we don't realize this. They have to play each other every postseason. Only one can. What the NFC quarterbacks and the teams have not been the same as the AFC.
Okay,
if you're in Burrow and Lamar literally play in the same division. Every year, one of them has to go on the road the whole time in the playoffs. This is the first time with Jaden Daniels since Jalen got in the league that we might have another super high-end quarterback, and we got to deal with in the division. That changes the whole. That changes everything.
I promise you, this is the last thing.
All right.
In this season, they already knew when they drafted Saquon Barkley. They said, Jalen, you're going to have to take a step back. We want to do something different this season. You had a good year passing last season. We doing something. They incorporated something different for this season. That's why they relinquished his throwing.
Well, they didn't try. But Will, hold on. And we appreciate the call. They didn't start off doing that. By the way, I just want to one more thing on this, and then Kyle, you can make your point. Because he brought up, well, why don't they win and rings and all that. I'm just going to throw two sets of 3 quarterbacks, and I just want to know who you think is better. 2 sets of 3 quarterbacks. Set number 1. Dan Marino, Matt Ryan, Phillip Rivers. Set number 2, Eli Manning, Nick Foles, Joe Flacco. Like one set of those has 4 combined rings, and the other has 0. One group, to me, is pretty obviously better.
Dan Marino,
Ryan, and Rivers.
Rivers.
They're better players.
And guess what? Between the 3 of them, they got 2 Super Bowl L's.
Not the argument, though. It's like that. I don't know why it keeps getting to that.
Dan Marino, because that's what we base.
No, that's what we want as fans, but that's not the discussion.
No, you know what's funny? And when we started this conversation, I started it off by saying that because we live in an era, and I remember saying it. I said we live in an era where Super Bowl and championships matter. That's what every time we talk about any of these elite athletes. If it's not the first thing that's said, it's definitely the second. Oh, he ain't never won nothing.
See, I think it could be
he never won nothing.
I think it's a tiebreaker. Like Aaron Rodgers, now he's a clown, but he was at one point a great quarterback, right? We all agree on that?
Yeah.
And some people thought he was better physically than Tom Brady, but they were close, right, statistically. But Brady won all the time, so I always put Brady over him. Like, I don't think Jalen's close to these guys statistically, so it's hard for me even with the ring to do it.
But here's the reality that I think that's escaping both of y'all, is that when you talk about, especially when you talk about those perennial Super Bowl contenders, Jalen's one of them. Lamar's not.
Well, yes, he is. They've won
perennial Super Bowl contender.
They win 12 games a year.
Lamar Jackson?
Yes.
Perennial Super Bowl contender. Has Lamar Jackson been to a
How
Super
are you
Bowl?
not a Super Bowl contender? How are the Ravens not ever a Super Bowl
okay,
contender?
I'm sorry.
If you look at the odds right now, it's Eagles and Ravens.
I'm sorry, we're playing semantics. When I say contender, I'm talking about actually playing in the Super Bowl.
He's never played it. No.
That's what I'm talking about. So that's what Jalen has done that twice.
Okay, go ahead.
Has played in the Super. Okay, let me see, because I think I'm losing y'all with
Yes.
the big old words.
You lost me from the jump.
Okay, Jalen's played in 2 Super Bowls.
Awesome.
And won one.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
How many Super Bowls has those other 3 guys played in? One.
It's
One
not
combined.
the argument.
It matters.
It's not the argument.
It is the argument.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
See, no, it's not the argument because it doesn't fit your narrative.
No. It doesn't fit the narrative. What we're talking about.
No, it fits the narrative.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You told
we're not
me
asking who won the Super
Kyle,
Bowl. That's not the
You asked
argument.
me at the beginning of this show if I had to pick between the 3, who am I taking?
I asked that, yeah.
And I said I understand that physically those guys will go first.
And that's where the argument's done.
But no, that's not what argument's
players.
done.
They're better players.
How many playoff games have I'll give you all 3 of one compared to how many Jalen has won.
Well, I think they won more combined.
I need to point one thing out before we go any further because I need to stop hearing this idea that Jalen Hurts makes fewer mistakes in the playoffs when it matters most. Josh Allen makes mistakes when it matters most. You know how more? You know how many? You know who has more or a higher interception percentage and a higher sack percentage in the playoffs between Jalen Hurts and Josh Allen?
Hurts
does.
Yeah, you put that.
Yeah, mistakes.
You put that Rams game in there. That skews that. But
well, but
no. It's a higher percentage.
Right? It doesn't the Super Bowl dominance also skew it? If you take that out, his stats.
You're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
Right. So
it is what it is.
They all count. So, like, if we're going to do this whole thing where Jalen Hurts doesn't make mistakes when it matters and Josh Allen does, it's just wrong. It's patently false. Stop
Not
it.
really.
No, I literally just gave you the numbers.
No, Kyle. It's what ammo you use to make your argument.
No, like legitimate facts as opposed to this unquantifiable, intangible crap.
It is because the unquantifiable, intangible that Jalen has, those other guys
because it's the only thing that anyone in this argument can use to put Jalen above these other guys in terms of a quarterback because he's not as skilled.
Because just like when Joe Montana came into the league, you had to measure him differently than you measure the quarterbacks, his contemporaries.
I agree with you.
And Jalen, to me, is in that same era.
But what I'm waiting for, and Aaron brought up Montana. You're right, physically, like not high picks, right? Like I'm waiting for Jalen, like Montana started to dominate the regular season.
And that's why I said to Brian Dawkins' point, that's where he has to show that this year.
Because it's there. We've seen it in a lot of games.
Just like I said, and I know
at a high level.
This word's going to trigger Kyle, but it's the truth. Unquantifiable, intangible.
Right, that's what 592-9494. That's the outboard. We're live at McGurk's in Fort Washington. We'll get to Philly stuff, including some things Dave Dombrowski said on a podcast during leading off. We'll get to that Phillies today. No Bryce Harper, by the way, if you didn't see it.
Boo!
Yeah, no Harper in lineup for game number 1. Again, 2 games. I need 2 Braves beamed today. All right, we'll get to more of your calls on this. Hurts, is he a top 2 quarterback in the NFL? And OTA stuff as promised, including Cooper DeJean, maybe not just a nickel corner. Man. We'll see. We'll talk about it. 215-592-949 for Midday Show, Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You know, it's that time of year again where I have to put the bacon down, kinda, and talk about grilling. It's officially grilling season, everybody. So you need to elevate your grilling game with Hatfield marinated pork tenderloins. They're flavorful and so easy to cook. The tenderloins are truly a game changer when you're having a cookout, everybody. Check this out. They have Tuscan herb. They have honey garlic teriyaki, lemon garlic. They have so many flavors to choose from. Just got to figure out which one you want. So head to simplyhatfield.com for a retail location near you and put some Hatfield pork on your fork.
Hit the links and grab a drink with Weapon X.
Yeah, baby!
Join Brian Dawkins and Birds Legends for the Hawaiian-themed Islands Field Party. Then listen as Sports Radio 94 WIP broadcasts live from the Brian Dawkins Impact Foundation Celebrity Golf Tournament. Monday, June 2nd. Get your Brian Dawkins Island Field Party tickets now at 94WIP.com.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a mysterious room of long-forgotten, moldy mascot memorabilia. Often pitched by ad agencies, always rejected by NJM. Is it real? We may never know. But what is real is NJM's dedication to doing what's right for their customers. Astoundingly, they're proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. Learn more at njm.com.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet.
Dollars in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply. Available in app only.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Summer is here. It's time to address some of those nagging projects around the house that you've been putting off. If replacing your home's old drafty windows and doors is on your to-do list, then you need to call my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is going to help you get your project started with 20% off all windows and doors while allowing you to start your project today with no money out of pocket. And once your new high-quality windows and doors have been expertly installed, you'll have up to 3 full years to pay them off interest-free. So you'll be able to start enjoying all the benefits of your new energy-efficient windows and doors, including an increased comfort level of your home and lowered monthly energy bills while having the luxury of paying off your project interest-free for up to 36 months. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. So for full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their Employee Pricing for All event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Here's comedian Howie Mandel for hands-free Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins.
Yeah, I'm holding a new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-in sneaker, and first of all, I barely know I'm holding it. It's that light. You see, Cozy Fit is a cool new sneaker where the upper is made of a soft quilted material. It's kind of like a little puffer jacket for your feet, except it looks like a super stylish sneaker.
Introducing new Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins, the latest comfort creation from Skechers. You can find Cozy Fit Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Warm with some sunshine through the afternoon. High 75.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoehorn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
The DQ Sauced and Tossed Chicken Strip Baskets have more flavor than your taste buds know what to do with. We start with all white meat, breaded, seasoned, and fried to crunchy perfection. Next, we double down and toss them in honey barbecue or new buffalo sauce. Serve them up with DQ fries, Texas toast, and house-made Hidden Valley Ranch, and you've got flavor on flavor on flavor. Get the sauced and tossed chicken strip basket in honey barbecue or new buffalo right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, Joe. Hugh Douglas.
That's Kyle yelling at me.
Yep, that's right. Joe Giglio. You guys with us.
Every little thing.
592-94. We're live today. McGurk's at Fort Washington. Is set up for leading off, and the Phillies. Double header today. Nice day today.
Hey.
Rain is cleared out. We got a double header today, which means I need 2 Braves beans. We'll see if it happens. We'll have you set for the Phillies game and the lineups with leading off. No Harper game 1. I did see an update. He's sore. Might be able to play tonight. Game 1, obviously, is not in the starting lineup. So we'll get to all that, including what Topper said a little bit earlier today about why they didn't bean a Brave the other night.
Being a Brave.
Yeah, being a Brave. All right, before we get back to all the phone calls on Jalen Hurts, as we try to lower our blood pressure and debate whether he's the 5th best quarterback or the 2nd, Hugh says 2, Elliott says 2. Everyone on the phone line seems to say 2. 5 is more than appropriate for after the season he just had. All right, 215-592-9494. For first, though, Hugh, a couple things from OTA practices yesterday that caught our attention. First, let's start with this. Cooper DeJean yesterday, I think it was Elliott that first put it out, that in base defense, he was working at outside corner. After practice, Cooper spoke. Here's what he said about his role, what they're asking to do, and how this thing might evolve after last year just playing the nickel.
What was Dick's message to you about the plan?
Just saying that they were going to try me a little bit at outside when we were in base. Nothing really too crazy. That's really all he said. That I would get some reps outside during OTA, see how it looked.
All right, so I know we've had something like this before, a discussion like this about him and what they're going to do with him in this second season, right? Hugh, I'm okay with this, and actually I like it for 2 reasons. One, I think he's better inside, right? I think after watching him all year last year, he was excellent. In an ideal world, I would just leave him there.
Yeah.
But we're not in an ideal world. We lost Slay. I don't know what we're getting out of Adoree Jackson, who just came off of being a giant, right, and hasn't had a great career anyway. He's kind of a journeyman. And Keely Ringo has never really played much.
Yeah.
And we have some safeties that might be able to play nickel too, like
suspect.
Sidney Brown might start at safety, and the Makuba kid they drafted in the 2nd round, he might be able to play nickel. So maybe their best defense ends up being Cooper on the outside. I'll give him a shot in OTAs and training camp and see what it looks like. I know a lot of people want to leave him inside. Where do you come down?
Well, I think for Vic, Coach Fangio, at this point, it's just a trust thing. And he trusts Coop. Now he just wants to see if, okay, in a perfect world, say if Keely doesn't work out, you can slide him out there, and it'll probably be easy to put somebody in the slot
like
as
Makuba.
opposed to put as opposed to put him in the corner. Coop's very, very versatile, and it doesn't hurt to have him know both positions, especially in a pinch. And it also gives you flexibility defensively when you know you can line up. The one thing that most coordinators try to count on is personnel. And what I mean by that is when you go out there, say if you got elephant personnel, that's heavy. Where you got 2 tight ends, bigger guys. And you have a defense that you could put out there where you don't have to change the defensive line as much, or you have to take a corner out and put another guy in. You could just move guys around because everybody's adaptable to the position that they're going to be put in a pinch. That's the best possible position to be in, because that way you don't have to worry about personnel changes and everybody's on the same page.
Yeah, look, I loved what I saw at nickel, but he wasn't drafted to be just a nickel corner, right? They drafted him as a playmaker.
He was a football player.
A football player, a defensive back. Is he corner? Is he safety? Is he nickel? And it just happened to be last year.
You can see his basketball skills, too.
He's a great athlete.
Yeah.
It happened to be with Quinyon last year, and Slay, what they needed was a nickel. That was the weakness. Avonte Maddox was in decline. Like, they needed a nickel. Maybe this year is something else. I'm open to it. I think you can handle it. The other thing that we saw yesterday, but now we get some more context to it. Bryce Huff was not at practice yesterday. We mentioned that. And according to Jeff McClain, who you were podcast buddies with.
That's my buddy now.
That's
Me
right.
and Jeff are buddies.
You went on his podcast. He wrote this today in the Inquirer. Bryce Huff wasn't in practice. In fact, the defensive end hasn't attended Eagles workouts this entire spring, an NFL source said. Now, before we scream at him, I'm reading from the article. That doesn't necessarily come as a huge surprise since he is unlikely to be part of the Eagles' plans for 2025. Jeff went on to say here, Hugh, he thinks it could have been a mutual thing where they basically agreed you just can kind of do your own thing. And the idea is so he doesn't get hurt, so they could still try to trade him and get out of this summer.
Yeah, that's kind of sad.
Sad?
Well,
it's wonderful. This is the best news I got all day.
Well, I mean, it's sad for him.
And you.
Well,
I don't give a
I know. Y'all don't care, man. But it's like, as a former player, you want an opportunity to try to redeem yourself.
Yeah. Well, it could be somewhere else for him.
Especially when, he's such a young player. Bryce Huff is still young as far as NFL players are concerned.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully he bounces back and goes somewhere where he can get a chance to thrive and be good or whatever. It's just unfortunate it won't be here. I think if he could have turned it around here, he would have been all right. He'd have been able to put that ring on and wear it with a lot of pride.
So is this an official L for Hugh Douglas, or are we waiting?
This is no. I never take L's. I learn.
It's a colossal L.
I learn.
It's a pretty big.
This
L.
is a learning moment for me.
The only question is bigger L for Hugh or Howie.
Well, it's definitely for Howie. I didn't pay him.
Yeah, but you know what?
But I believed in him. But this is a teaching moment for me. This is an L for Howie.
No.
This is a teaching moment for me.
I think it's a bigger L for you for this reason. Howie has so many hits that we're going to forget about this. They won the Super Bowl. They're still a favorite to win it this year. It'll just be like, we'll forget.
I've had some major hits too in a smaller period of time.
You're not on a heater like I am.
No, you're not on a Howie heater.
No, see, I'm not on a Kyle Quinn heater. But I am the only cat.
Kyle's heater ran out last Friday.
I am the only cat that hit an 8-leg parlay. That was
a year ago.
I mean, I hit 8-leg parlay. Did anybody else hit one?
You don't have nearly as many wins.
I'm just saying. But I hit the parlay though. I hit the
parlay.
What's
the last bet you hit? November?
He hit no bet in a while.
Because you know you're caught.
Hey, Kyle, my confidence is shot. That's all I got. It's my past glory.
Save that cut. We're using that again. All right.
Shot.
So don't be surprised if we don't see Huff at any of these practices in the next few weeks. It sounds like maybe it was mutually agreed upon.
I would have at least said, come on, dog, give me a chance to redeem myself. They told him to sit at home. Wherever
it's better off if you don't come back.
Where is that? In Tennessee, Memphis, wherever he lives?
I don't know.
Just chilling.
I'm sure it's a wonderful home considering the signing bonus he got.
But you know what the worst part? Because this is, like, if you're at home, you know what the absolute worst part is? Hold up, dog. Aren't you supposed to be at OTAs? Wait a minute. Weren't you just on the team that won the Super Bowl?
You still play for the Eagles?
Damn, dog. Why you at the crib? Oh, they told you to stay at home, huh? Oh, that's messed up. So you gonna wear that ring? Because I mean, if technically you didn't earn it, stuff
maybe
like that.
wear it in Tennessee. Don't wear it around here.
No,
just a little piece of advice. Don't wear that one around here. All right, let's go back to the phone lines here. Let's talk to Derek, who's up. What's up, Derek?
What's happening?
Hey, Derek.
Listen, I'm just making a couple quick points and I'll be out of your way. So if you want to put Hurts at 5, I'm not going to argue with that, right? But my question is, why is everybody putting Lamar Jackson behind Burrow and Allen?
So I think in this list, the one we referenced, Derek, I think he was actually above Allen. I think it might have went Mahomes, Burrow.
I had it written down. I think
it was Mahomes, Burrow, Lamar, Allen. So you think Lamar should be 2?
Well, I'm just saying in general, like that's the consensus. It's always Mahomes, Allen, Burrow, and then it's like we just stole Lamar Jackson in there like he's not nothing.
I think he's the worst overall playoff performer of all of them.
That's fair.
Okay,
that's fair.
Okay. But listen.
But he has 2. He has won 2 MVPs.
Burrow was 2.
Okay,
Lamar
but
was
listen
3.
though. Exactly. So my whole point is when you say Lamar Jackson is the worst playoff loser, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if somebody
Performer.
says Jalen Hurts wins in the playoffs, right?
No, I said performer.
It's a team, right? It's a team.
But
It's
Lamar
always about how
has
the team
played.
plays, though.
Lamar has played the poorest of the 5 quarterbacks,
Okay.
including Jalen, in the postseason. He's played the poorest.
Okay, so how did the Bills' season end last year?
Well, they couldn't get converted 4th down. They got stopped.
Okay, so just imagine what we'd be saying right now if the Eagles had to pack it up because they couldn't convert a 4th and short with Jalen Hurts, right? Like, but now we give all these other quarterbacks, like even with Joe Burrow, all his defense is horrible. In 2023, the Eagles had the worst defense, right? During that collapse, you can look up Jalen Hurts' numbers. He was turning it over, but the Eagles couldn't stop a nosebleed, right?
Absolutely.
Like
Absolutely.
nobody ever brings that up. I remember Spike asking for the whole year, Jalen Hurts, I don't league in turnovers. That's a lie, right? That never happened, right? But I just feel like, and I'm cool with Hurts at 5. But, with the eye test and, slinging the ball around the field, if that's the sexy thing for a quarterback, right? But I just feel like we give all these other quarterbacks like excuses and passes that we're not willing to give. Like even Lamar or even Hurts is always like, oh, the team is good. He's got talent around him. That's the goal, right? Howie Roseman has signed some players. He had drafted some players that weren't hits, right? Bryce Huff, not a hit, right? Jalen Reagor wasn't a hit. Like Zach Bond, that is a hit, right? I remember everybody on this show right here was saying, oh, I wouldn't take Jalen Carter. He was stroked and drag racing and da-da-da-da-da. I remember all that, right? That's a hit. So all GMs, the same goal is to always put talent on your team to compete for a championship.
I agree with that, and we are glad, and we're all glad. Yes, right. He is, and we're glad. We're glad. Good call, Derek. We're glad that Howie's done that. But you gotta parse where you come down on all this, right? Like that is an advantage Jalen has. I think even over Mahomes, right? Like look, just watch the Super Bowl. Whose team was better? I mean, Jalen played really well, but Jalen played on the better team this season.
And you know what? To that point, it was pointed out to me that even though Patrick Mahomes had a lesser team this year in the Super Bowl compared to the past, he still beat those other teams that were better than them. He beat the Josh Allens. He beat all the other guys. So I think that's where Jalen needs to get even more credit because he was on the team that beat the better quarterback and went through.
The Chiefs beat the Bills, though. Like the Chiefs had a better defense than the Bills.
The Bills had a better team going into the playoffs than the Chiefs.
I don't agree with that.
The Chiefs did have the 1 seed.
The Chiefs were winning games by the skin of the teeth.
They were.
They had
Buffalo
beat
them during the season.
And the consensus was that this Chiefs team, the one that was just in the Super Bowl, wasn't as good as past Chiefs teams.
Can I bring up an old one that you're familiar with, an old version of this?
Yes.
Now I'm going to play a little. I'm going to have revise history just a little bit, for the example. I keep bringing up how Allen and Lamar and Burrow, they got to go through each other, right? It's the same conference. It might not quite be as down as it was then, but you guys and Donovan didn't have to go through both. There wasn't another great team in your. You were the top team.
You were the team.
Now the Bucs were good. I'm not discounting the Bucs because obviously you guys had battles, but if you guys won the Super Bowl in 2004, your Super Bowl, the one you played in, if you had won it, would Donovan had been a better quarterback than Peyton Manning?
Donovan, I'll put it like this.
Do you understand my point?
No, I put it like this.
Let's use Allen as the Manning and Jalen as the McNabb.
If Donovan would have won that Super Bowl and T.O. would have had the game that he had,
would he have been better than Peyton Manning?
Donovan would have been a Hall of Famer. Donovan would have been on a Hall of Fame trajectory.
I agree with that. But if I would have put myself back 20 years ago, I probably would still say it's Brady, it's Manning. Then I'd go McNabb.
He would be in the conversation. But that's the weight that winning carries.
That's what you're. I agree with that.
Yeah, and
that's what you're saying.
That's what I'm saying because we can sit here and see. Here's the thing that I've never pushed back on when you've had this argument is when you say athletically, who's the better quarterback? I've never once sat here and said Jalen is elite like any of those other guys. I've always gone to the unquantifiable intangibles that every coach, every GM is looking for at that position. And I go back and I think about, when you talk about what's his name, Chris Sims, and what he says, and I think about that time where John Gruden had him spinning like a top because he couldn't spit out a simple play.
Well, he was a big old dummy. On
the
field.
But and that might seem like a small thing to people, but I will tell you to a man that every coach, every GM is looking for that guy who can command the huddle. And whatever reason, whether it's by force or whatever, Jalen has the ability to command the huddle and get 10 guys to do what they need to do on any given play. Now, it might not be pretty, And it might not look like what we're accustomed to seeing, but he gets it done. And that's where I feel like, because I felt like this for a while. This is just not something I woke up and said, oh, I feel like arguing with Kyle because I know it's going to trigger Kyle. No, that's not what it is. I feel like we have to look at Jalen in a different prism because he's not what you look at traditionally as a quarterback as far as all the sexy things that we like about a quarterback.
Yeah, I actually think
he's not that.
I think we actually, to an extent, underrate his physical tools. He's not the little engine that could.
No, he's not.
His arm is good. It's not Allen.
It's not Allen's
but
arm.
That's fine. It's still good. And he runs. I mean, he's obviously an impactful runner when he takes off. We saw that in the Super Bowl. Jermaine is up. What's up, Jermaine?
What's going on, Joe? How
Hey,
are you?
Jermaine. What's up, buddy?
Yeah, so I'm gonna bring you a muscle relaxer, man, because you twisting yourself in complete knots over there.
Me?
Over this.
Me?
Yes, you, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Why?
And I want to be respectful in this debate that we're
Okay,
about to
well,
have.
we'll have fun with it, but go ahead.
Yeah, so you led off with some stats that you threw out, right? And I think those stats are flawed because they don't take into account that Jalen Hurts had one player who had the ball in his hands just as much as he did as a quarterback, and that's Saquon Barkley, based on the year that he had.
So before you go on, I think that is fair to point out when I use 4,000 yards and 30 touchdowns and 250
Correct.
yards per, because those are counting stats, right? You need to throw the ball more to achieve those. But
Absolutely.
70% completion, passer rating, and QBR, they're not counting stats. Those are more percentage stats. So that doesn't explain that as much.
Right. So I'll give you that. So just taking that into account, over the past 3 years, I want to give you some numbers.
Okay.
So in terms of what we're talking about as far as where Jalen Hurts ranks, so passer rating, Mahomes 97.3, Hurts 97.2. Completion percentage, Mahomes 67.3, Hurts 66.7. Interceptions per 100 attempts, Hurts 1.9, Mahomes 2. Touchdown passes, Mahomes 5.1, Hurts 4.6. Wins and loss record, Mahomes 39-10, Hurts 37-10. Postseason passer rating, Mahomes 104.9, Hurts 102.5. And then Super Bowl passer rating, Hurts 109.4, Mahomes 86.9. Super Bowl completion, Hurts 73.3, Mahomes 65.3. So I think it's a little unfair as far as Jalen being rated as far as a number 5 quarterback. When you have those other 3 quarterbacks, Jalen Hurts is a more accomplished quarterback in terms of overall success than those other quarterbacks. None of them, with the exception of Mahomes, have even sniffed a Super Bowl.
Well, Burrow did. But Burrow got there and almost won, yeah.
Right. So when you look at that, Hurts has won one. And then when we're talking about, I think you mentioned something about individual award as far as...
Yeah, like MVP.
MVP as far as... I can't
Lamar
think of
has
his name
2
right now.
and Allen has
there you
1.
go.
Yeah.
Lamar has 2, Allen has 1. But wouldn't you concede that with Jalen having the ultimate individual award in the Super Bowl MVP, that trumps those 2 because they're regular season awards?
So I would, and you brought good stats, and it's interesting about.
Way to go with them stats.
It's good.
Young
It's
man.
interesting, Jermaine, because Mahomes' numbers have leveled off the last 3 years. Right, he's not
Correct.
dominating the regular season as much as he used to. Now he has a 50 touchdown season. He has MVP. He's done all those things, but not as much recently. And the numbers are very close, as you stated there, which is interesting, and it adds some elements to the discussion. But yeah, like if I'm a player, Jermaine, or I'm talking about a career, yeah, I'd rather my guy like Jalen win Super Bowls than MVPs. That's more important to me. But when we're talking about the individual player, and Jermaine, good phone call, the MVP signifies better player. I mean, like LeBron James wins MVPs of the regular season, or used to, right? That signified he was the best player in the sport. It doesn't clutch and championships. That's different. There's 2 different tracks of a career. There's the what you win, and then there's the how good you are. And Jalen hasn't checked the other box. We know he wins.
He needs to check that.
That's why I can't have him in number 2 right now.
Well,
he hasn't checked it.
Again, like I said, I look at him differently. And when I think about when I think about the best quarterbacks that I've seen play, Jalen to me has that it factor that those guys had. I'm talking about Tom Brady, and I didn't really watch him play, but Joe Montana. I mean, I saw him on television, but I wasn't on the field or whatever.
Right,
but you know what I mean. And I would say Peyton. I used to hear stories about Peyton that he used to say, like, whatever I tell you to do, if I tell you there's some Easter eggs out there in the field or some crazy story, you better go out there and start, finding those eggs.
He was pretty demanding.
He was very demanding. And I think that Jalen on some level has that kind of intangible that those guys have. And that's why, for me, I get where people are coming from when they have this conversation, but I think that you have to look at Jalen in a different prism when you talk about him as a quarterback, because I think that's just where he is right now.
Or we could just scream at each other for hours on end.
We're going to do that. Listen, we're going to do that regardless.
Well, we are.
I mean, that's just how we do.
All right, this was fun, and this is just the beginning, I would say, not the end of the Jalen discussions as we get more towards Eagle season. Yeah, well, no, we'll have more of these.
I didn't expect you to go.
Are you okay?
Are
you okay?
I tried to tell you that yesterday, sir.
No, but I didn't think it would go to like number 2. Like, can we?
I know.
Why can we not be satisfied unless we have the best everything?
Because you know why? Because I sit up at night and I think about these sound arguments and these sound talking points that I'm about to make.
You said Trent Dilfer was the best quarterback.
I make these sound talking points, and you people listen to the things that I say,
okay.
and I make these great poignant points, and you listen to what I have to say.
It was the thing that launched the whole
I appreciate each and every one of you.
All right, we'll pause this for now. We got Phillies leading off coming up as we get set for a doubleheader. I need Braves Bean. What did Topper say about why they didn't retaliate the other night? And some interesting audio from Dave Dombrowski about Andrew Painter and the recovery here for Aaron Nola. 215-592-9494 for live at McGurk's in Fort Washington on Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make the smarter play with new performance trends. Want to see if a guy's hitting that over consistently, or maybe they've been flirting with a potential triple-double. Get the latest stats right inside the app and see who's heating up. And once the game starts, that's when things get interesting. You combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, it's not too late to get in on the action. You get started with $200 with bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official part of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Some days, it's the little things that get us through. An early start, a quick stop, a familiar face. There's enough on your mind. Let Wawa be the simple part. Get any size hot coffee for $1, any size iced coffee for $2, and all 16-ounce Wawa teas and fruit drinks for $1. Every day, just for being a Wawa Rewards member. Gotta have your back. Gotta have a Wawa.
Legend has it, underneath the NJM insurance offices lies a room of rejected mascot memorabilia. Is it real? No one knows. But we do know NJM is proud to put policyholders first. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Have you always wanted an attractive, healthy smile? Well, PI Dental Center is the place for you. I've been a patient for 24 years, and PI Dental Center has been transforming smiles for 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. If you're looking for a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental Center. Visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com.
Heading to the ball game today? SEPTA's Wilmington-Newark line runs from Delaware to Center City and covers the I-95 corridor. It's a reliable alternative to peak traffic times. Check dctma.org/commute95 for I-95 construction updates.
Hey, navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Sweeter, bolder flavors are hitting the menu at Wawa. Get ready for a burst of tropical and tangy goodness with new pineapple and watermelon recipes, plus sour cherry popping bubbles. Whether you're in the mood for something fruity, fizzy, or fun, Wawa has your cravings covered. Enjoy these new varieties in smoothies, refreshers, and more. We're ready for you when you're ready for something new. Cravings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Do you think astronauts fight over elbow room? Probably. Because advanced tech doesn't always mean more space. Until now. Introducing the Hyundai Ioniq 9, a 3-row electric SUV with over 300 miles of range, ultra-fast charging capability, and lots of space. The all-new Hyundai Ioniq 9. Space in an EV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Ioniq 9 is available in extremely limited quantities at select dealers in select states only. EPA estimated range based on fully charged battery. For comparison purposes only. Actual range will vary based on several factors.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC, used with permission.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to Bundle Deal Days at AutoZone.
Well, I do need a bundle of things.
When you bundle, you save.
Do I save if I bundle oil with an oil filter?
Save up to $12 on that bundle.
What about brake pads and rotors?
Bundle those and the brake pads are free.
Can't save more than free.
You can save on hundreds of deals during Bundle Deal Days. Ends June 2nd at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Duralast brake pads only.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Everyone agrees the college football playoff needs a new format. No one agrees on what that actually looks like. Coaches want fairness, TV networks want ratings, commissioners want power, and fans, they just want clarity. Instead, we get chaos. We all know where this is headed. Come 2026, whatever model they land on will spark outrage, confusion, and calls for change. Because in college football, controversy isn't the bug, it's the feature. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP, an Odyssey sports station.
Yeah, it's appropriate. Welcome back. It is the Midday Show live at McGurk's in Fort Washington, and it is leading off as we get set for the Phillies and the Braves. We have ourselves a double header today in South Philadelphia. Christopher Sanchez will start one of the games. Zach Riddle will start the other. I believe the nightcap's going to be Wheeler against Chris Sale, which is a great pitching matchup. But all eyes are on Bryce Harper and how the Phillies will respond after what happened a couple nights ago. So we know this. No Bryce Harper in the lineup for game number one.
Yeah.
Maybe, potentially, Hugh, game two, but we're not sure about that. Here's what I do know. The Phillies will take the field in about an hour against the Braves, and I need some retaliation on the Braves. I need a Brave bean. Rob Thompson asked just a little while ago in the Phillies dugout why the Phillies did not retaliate 2 nights ago. Here's what he said.
What was the reason that there was no retaliation the other night?
Because it's not on purpose. Simple as that. I mean, if I think somebody's throwing at one of our hitters, you know, I don't know what I do, but If it's a pitch that gets away from a pitcher, which I believe it was, and I think that everybody in that clubhouse thinks it was, that's baseball. It happens.
All right, so I understand the sentiment, and Hugh, I do wonder if part of this is he can't sit there today and say, hey, we're going to get him today, because then everyone's getting fined, right? Like, he's going to get fined and suspended. The pitcher, like, there's obvious, and then there's saying it out loud, and you can't do that.
Yeah.
I hope that's why he said that, though, and we're just not brushing this off, because although he might be right, and he probably is, we said it yesterday, I don't think Strider woke up that day to say, I'm going to hit Bryce Harper. You got to protect your people at some point.
I think there's two things at play here. I got a chance to watch the replay, and I will say this. It looked like Strider showed immediate remorse after he threw it. He did do that. But it's the principality of the situation, Smokey. This is a situation where, this has happened too frequently in the last couple of days. So you look at it and say, hey, I know you didn't do it on purpose, but somebody got to pay. Somebody got to pay the piper, because you're a team that you don't want this to be a pattern. Just because, like, put it like this. Have you ever seen Life when Goldmouth was trying to take Buddy cornbread, and he told him, hey, man, you can't let nobody take your cornbread. It's kind of the same thing, man. You start giving away your cornbread to each individual that comes up and asks for it, then you ain't never going to have no cornbread.
Is Bryce the cornbread?
Yeah,
okay.
I guess in this analogy, yes. Had to think about that one for a minute.
I just wanted to, picture the whole thing. Yeah, but he's been hit 3 times in the last 4 games. Yeah. At some point, again, the intentionality of it is separate. Deep down, I don't think Strider was trying to knock Bryce
Harper. No, he was.
I
don't think he was, but it's the principle.
Right, but he did feel comfortable pitching up and in. He missed, and now we got an injured player.
Yeah, and you know what else I've heard?
Got to cut it off.
Over the last couple of days. And I'm like, come on, dog. Bryce should have had some elbow protection.
No, I mean, he could have, but that's not to take away from the pitcher.
It doesn't take away, but I'm saying, it just all depends on how you look at it, but still. Like you said, this is the 3rd time this has happened.
Yep.
Bryce probably needs to take some precautions, but at the same time, we got to get some get back.
Well, we do. Our player to count on today, sponsored by Barlow, Buick, GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Honest pricing, dedicated service every day. Well, I'm going to put it very simple. The player to count on here is I'm going to give 2. And number 1 is Christopher Sanchez, who will start the first game. And number 2 is Zach Wheeler. I'm counting on those guys to being a Brave today. I need a
on the
Brave.
pitchers.
Yeah, I'm putting on the 2 starting pitchers. They're going to take down 10, 12, 13 innings.
Sanchez up first, right?
He's pitching the first game. Who do you think's more likely to take
Wheeler.
A shot here? Wheeler? Me too.
Wheeler.
Yeah.
I would, if I had to bet, because I think Sanchez is locked in on, doing this thing on the mound more so than anything. I'll go Wheeler.
I agree with you. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll get to your phone calls in a second. What to watch for brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. The Wi-Fi is booming. Unlock faster, secure speeds at home and on the go, only from Xfinity Mobile. All right, here we're all watching to see when Andrew Painter arrives, right? I saw
Painter watch.
Prospect listing today. They redo the prospect list every few months, right? Like they re-rank them. He's ranked as the 5th best prospect in all of baseball, the number 1 pitching prospect in baseball, obviously a special arm. And I think there's an assumption, because the Phillies have said the word July-ish, like we're getting close to that. But Dave Dombrowski yesterday was on the show with Joel Sherman and John Heyman, and seemed to throw a little cold water on July being a guarantee, more like, well, if we don't have a need, maybe he won't come up that early. Here is Dombrowski on that podcast.
He's progressing in the fashion that we'd like to. It was an interesting chore we talked about in the wintertime, pitched in the Arizona Fall League, knew he was healthy, but what we tried to do was figure out, not only from a health perspective, but having him available to pitch later in the season for us, how that would look for bringing him back in the number of innings that he pitched. So we kind of projected him to be ready for Major League, and I've said in July-ish. What does that exactly mean? It depends upon how he does and how we do. But by no means is it guaranteed he's coming up to the major leagues in July, because if your other 5 starting pitchers are pitching great, well, he just keeps going there, and then you figure it out.
It's the one element of all the different things we've brought up with this season that we haven't factored in, because we keep saying, well, when he comes, who leaves, right? Who moves off the rotation? Well, Dombrowski threw out the idea that if they're rolling, which they are right now, right? Their starting pitchers are pitching well, that there's no spot for him, and they don't want to move anyone else to the bullpen, so he doesn't come up.
Well, I don't know how much I believe that, Joe.
I'm wondering the same thing.
I don't know how much I believe that because there's a lot of hoopla about him initially coming up when he was healthy. Now, I told you yesterday that how I felt about Ranger trying to move to the bullpen and who I
because you work for Boris Corp and all that.
No, it's not that. It's just that I understand the financials of this situation. And, normally when the logical thing to do in a situation like this is follow the money. And with Ranger being in the position that he's in, I can't see that happening. But as far as him saying that Painter's not coming up, I don't know if I believe that either because people are excited about what he could potentially be in this rotation. And I think that they're just trying to slow play this as much as they possibly can because they're going to probably have to make a hard decision and put somebody in that bullpen that does not want to go.
Here is what I just can't have. I can't have him wasting bullets in Lehigh Valley in August.
And I don't think they look at it that way either. It's just that we're in a situation where I said something. Who was I putting in the bullpen yesterday?
Luzardo.
And people lost it.
Yes.
But
including myself,
yeah,
Kyle,
and people
listeners.
I
met someone last night and said, what did you say?
No, and I remember when I went in the hallway, the afternoon show was like, dude, are you kidding? But that's what the Phillies are looking at right now. They're trying to appease everybody and not ruffle any feathers. That's where it's going to become tough. Because logically, I mean, I'm not a dummy. Logically, Ranger in the bullpen would be the easiest fix out of all of this.
And they have no ties to him past this year,
no,
right?
They don't. But Ranger is in a contract year.
And that's his problem.
Well, that's the team's problem as well. That's why, in a perfect world, Joe, if it was that easy, I think that would have been done by now.
Well,
you know what I mean? There's some ramifications for trying to do that.
Yes and no. I mean, Nola got hurt right away when Ranger seemed to get back.
Yeah, well, it kind of worked out for him at this
now,
point.
Now, when Painter's ready, that's the tell. Like you said, something's got to give there. All right, 215-592-9494 live at McGurk's at Fort Washington with leading off. We'll get you the full starting lineups and the injury report coming up right here on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. And you get a free Samsung 5G phone when you bring your number. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Hey, Navigation, take me to the amazing deals and super low lease payments at KiaofCherryHill.com.
It's Memorial Day savings all month long at KiaofCherryHill.com. Choose from over 400 new Kias available, including over 40 Tellurides, over 100 Sportages, over 35 Carnivals, over 75 Celtos, and over 80 Souls. Drive home your new Kia today, just minutes from all bridges, or available online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/here-for-good.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Another one that can change it in the blink of an eye.
That one hurt. That was 96. And that you just hope it got him in the meatier part and not that bone.
Ronald Acuna, who the Braves were without during last year's World Championship run, been without the best version of him for a lot of this year. But any version of Ronald Acuna is critical to this lineup.
Yeah, let's roll that back out there tonight. Wheeler hitting Acuna.
Said he hope he hit the meaty part, like to make it feel better.
Back in the 22 postseason. Look, I'm not trying to hurt anyone. I just want one of the lower ribs, upper ribs.
In the meaty
Make sure
part.
he feels it, and we make sure the Braves don't. No more of this throwing up and in on Bryce Harper. Welcome back. It is the Midday Show with Leading Off live from McGurk's in Fort Washington. Bob in Lower Pottsgrove is ready to roll. What's up, Bob?
Bob.
Yeah, good afternoon, Joe and you. I agree with you. I don't understand why Painter is wasting innings in the minor leagues. And another thing, both the Phillies and the Braves could have avoided the Wheeler-Sale matchup today. And another interesting thing, Scott Kingery was just called up today by the Angels. And that reminded me of the long and deservedly long-forgotten Matt Klentak, who signed Kingery to that 6-year, $24 million contract without ever having a day in the major leagues. And the other thing I miss is when Ruben Amaro Jr. was the general manager for several years during the baseball season, he had a general manager show.
Yep.
Klentak didn't want to do that, and nobody has ever had a general manager's show since then.
Yeah, the
All
closest
right,
thing we get to that now is Dombrowski. I believe it's every Tuesday or Tuesday home game. Either he or Preston Mattingly will speak on the pregame show, Bob, which I'm sure you hear, but
Yeah.
it's not quite the same.
They don't talk to the fans.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
You got Bob, of course, anytime.
He just needed that information.
He just wanted to get that out there.
Yeah.
A couple things. Yeah, Scott Kingery called back up by the Angels. Good for him. He was a bust here in Philadelphia. A lot of expectation. Didn't work out with him. Would I like a Dave Dombrowski show? Yeah, that'd be awesome. We just played a cut of him doing going on, appearing on the show.
I don't think he would like it.
Well, no. I mean, back in the day, Howie used to do one. I mean, this is an old era where GMs used to do shows. Those days, I think, they'll go on podcasts where they feel comfortable, or occasionally on a WIP interview.
Safe space.
Yeah, or they'll occasionally hop on, our station, but it's not like a consistent thing.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that it's tough to do a show like that when you're not doing well. Because, boy, some of those questions, and especially if you're fielding calls, it could get ugly.
I'm sure it could. All right, starting lineup brought to you by the Fence Authority. Make your new fence as easy as 1, 2, 3 at fenceauthority.com. All right, Phil's lineup for game number 1 here. Leading off, second base Bryce is stopped, batting second. The shortstop Trey Turner, batting third DH Kyle Schwarber. Cleanup spot Alec Boehm at first base. Nick Castellanos is in right field, batting fifth. Max Kepler in left, batting sixth. At third base, Edmundo Sosa batting seventh. Brandon Marsh in center, batting eighth. Rafael Marchand batting ninth, doing the catch. So Marchand catches the first game. I'm sure it'll be JT tonight. So Stott, Turner, Schwarber, Boehm, Castellanos, Kepler, Sosa, Marsh, and Marchand. All right, let's get to the injury report here, sponsored by Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers for over 40 years. Contact them at paworkinjury.com. Dombrowski on the show speaking about Aaron Nola. What's his timeline look like?
I do think we'll see the best of Aaron Nola. I'll start.
Nola was not pitching well before he hurt his ankle, and now he's hurt his ankle. I wonder if you could give us a progress report on where he is, when he might be back, and do you still believe that you'll see the best of Aaron Nola and why?
I do think we'll see the best of Aaron Nola. I'll start from the injury factor. He's been a traditionally slow starter. So he did, out of the gate, he wasn't with the same velocity, a couple miles an hour drop. But then all of a sudden, he picked it up, and he had pitched couple good games in a row, very well against the Cubs, I think it was Arizona. But then right before his start with, when he was going to start against Cleveland, in Tampa the day before. He twisted his ankle. They told me about it. They thought, oh, it's not too bad. He'll be fine. Well, he wasn't fine. And the reality is it was hurt a little bit worse than what he thought and what we thought. Aaron's tough. He's a gamer. Didn't want to miss a start. I think he tried to push through it. There's no question, if we had hindsight at that time, we wouldn't have put him out there for their next 2 outings. He was just starting to pick up his velocity. So I think he'll be fine. He'll pitch great for us, I think, when he gets back.
Well, it sounds like he's encouraged. He's going to, when he gets back, he's going to go back to the old Aaron Nola, but it does seem to be taking a little longer than we thought it would.
Yeah, well, I guess, with his velocity being down and him having the struggles that he had before he got hurt, you probably want to take your time with him. And to your point, Joe, starting pitching hasn't been that bad.
It feels to me like they're saying, take your time, right?
Like let's slow playing.
Yeah, it's almost like they're not going to say no when he's ready. Obviously, he's going to pitch again, but it's like they're not rushing this. Their starting rotation right now is pitching really well, including Ranger and Taiwan. So they're kind of slow playing this. We'll see when we see Nola, but I wouldn't imagine it'd be for another couple weeks. All right, coming up, we'll give you the weather report, get you set for the Phils and the Braves. This is leading off on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
I don't mean to interrupt your meal, but I saw you from across the cafe, and you're the Geico Gecko, right? In the flesh. Oh, my goodness. This is huge to finally meet you. I love Geico's fast and friendly claim service.
Well, that's how Geico gets 97% customer satisfaction.
Anyway, that's all. Enjoy the rest of your food.
No worries. So are you just going to watch me eat?
Oh, sorry. Just a little starstruck. I'll be on my way.
If you're going to stick around, just pull up a chair.
You're the best.
Get more than just savings. Get more with Geico.
Citizens, since we each upgraded to Xfinity in our homes, the Wi-Fi has been booming. It's fair to say our town has officially become a boomtown.
Mayor, will I be able to drop into multiplayer gaming battles with low lag?
The lag won't be an issue, but your questionable skills may be.
And what if I have hundreds of devices on the Wi-Fi? Purely hypothetical.
Seems like a lot, but sure, hundreds of devices all booming together with the Xfinity Gateway. Yes, friends and neighbors, with Xfinity, the Wi-Fi is booming.
The Wi-Fi isn't the only thing that's booming. Now get the most reliable Wi-Fi and our best-in-class equipment for one consistent price for 5 years guaranteed. All in. Plus, get unlimited data included and no annual contract. All with the 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with X-Fi Complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
I thought people like me didn't get addicted to drugs. That's like saying people like me don't get sick. Just like anyone can get sick, anyone can struggle with addiction. And when you're struggling, there's no shame in getting help. I'm over the shame. I know who I am, and I'm in recovery for me.
Call 844-REACH-NJ. Talk to a counselor for confidential addiction help and see if you're eligible for no-cost treatment. 844-REACH-NJ. From the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
The CJ's Tire and Auto semi-annual sale is here. The very best prices of the season from now until May 31st. Enjoy instant savings on thousands of tires. CJTire.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
During National Military Appreciation Month, we at University of Maryland Global Campus say thank you to the service members, veterans, and families who dedicate their lives to our country. We are deeply grateful. For over 75 years, UMGC has proudly served the military community, from installations overseas to the communities you call home. Wherever you serve, we stand with you. Learn more at umgc.edu/thanks. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan, on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hugh, it sounds to me like we got a day we could get some baseball in here. So a little overcast, a little cloudy. Right now it's sun out there, but no rain I'm seeing here. Between 66 now and probably be in the 65 range when this is all done tonight. So we got decent weather for 2 baseball games as the Phillies try to sweep the Braves. And Let me ask you this, because I know yesterday, Hugh, you were discussing the idea of the win is more important than the retaliation and
Yes.
just, all that stuff. We could do something today. I'm wondering if both of you guys are willing to sign off on it. I'll put it out there.
What's that?
A sweep today, and I'm ready to eliminate the Atlanta Braves from the NL East contention. It's over.
I'm okay with
the
that.
Braves are
As
out.
a matter of fact, I'm feeling a little lucky.
Are you betting?
Yeah, you see me.
Uh-oh.
I'm taking, me, the money line, taking the Phillies twice. Now I need to sweeten up
you
this
gonna parlay
thing.
it? Double?
Yeah, I'm gonna need it because I'm gonna see if
Double
I can go ahead and hit me a little parlay.
You can throw a home run in there? Schwarbaum?
Oh, you know that. Let me see what I'm looking at.
All right, so let's get on the record here. If the Phillies sweep today, they will be 11 and a half games up on the Atlanta Braves. On the record right now, a sweep today, are the Braves, in your mind, eliminated from NL East contention?
In my mind,
yes.
Nah, they're not eliminated. But that goes to helping that cause.
Oh, so you're afraid of the Braves?
See how these things turn into something different.
Well, I mean, they'd be 11 and a half games
it's
up.
It's not being afraid of them.
It's not. I mean,
it's
11 and a half games
it's
back.
It's a lot
They're
of
dead.
baseball left to be played.
Oh, stop. All right, a sweep today, and the Braves are done. This is a two-horse race in the division, which it could be anyway, between the Mets and the Phillies. But if the Phillies complete the sweep today, Kyle, you want to go on the record and say the Braves are eliminated from NL East contention?
Yeah, I'll join you there. Why not?
Okay, you sound a little bit tepid.
No, I was kind of just working through it because I didn't expect you to ask me this, but I was with you last year with the NL East being over. I think it's good enough distance between us and the Braves right now with how well we're playing, and if we talk about sweeping them, then I feel like that'll. It just shows me that the Braves aren't quite as good as we probably thought they were, even with some of the best players back.
Right, they're not really part of this thing. Now, again, to be clear, I'm not saying the NL East is over. The Phillies and Mets probably. I think this thing goes all the way to the end. I don't think I'm going to feel at any point this year as strongly that the division is over like I did last year in early June. But the Braves, because this has been talked about since the beginning of the season, and the odds reflected as a 3-team race. It hasn't really been that so far. It's been the Phillies, it's been the Mets, and I think we've excused the Braves thing because they haven't had Strider, they haven't had Acuna for most of the year. They got off to the 0-7 start. But they really have they're just kind of blah. Hugh, the Braves, I'm not as scared of them as I have been in years past. Now, I think they'll play better between here and the end of the season because they have Strider and Acuna back, but they don't look as strong to me as they did a couple years ago.
No, they don't. And part of that is because they're getting a lot of guys back on injury.
Yep.
From injury. They're
and
trying
they also
to find
have
their
the
way.
guy suspended, Profar.
Yeah, Profar got
Yep.
But it's one of those things, Joe, where they're gonna win a division where you talk about the teams that are really, really good is like 3 or 4 in the NL, probably more than that. But the Braves are going to have to play some of those same squads. That's why I'm not ready to put them to bed just yet.
Yeah, we'll see how today goes. But today's a big day. The Phillies could go up 11 and a half games on the Atlanta Braves. We'll see how it goes. So it's going to be Sanchez and Smith Scheuer in the first games, and it's going to be Chris Sale and Zach Wheeler in the nightcap. All right, let's also get on the record for this because we've talked what we would do, what we should do, what they should do. We heard Topper earlier in leading off talking about why they didn't retaliate the other night. Do we think a Brave gets hit by a pitch in either of these two games?
Yes.
I do too.
I think because there's something to be said about everybody saying what you won't do. Because, I mean, listening to some of the pundits on television talk about this, they feel like the Braves are kind of soft. The Phillies. And they say stuff like, "Oh, that's not how they're made up." And you try to disguise it with saying like, doing the gentlemanly thing and trying to win games and stuff like that, but it's disrespectful. I mean, especially when you talk about the frequency in which Bryce has been hit. So, yeah, I think somebody will get dinged today.
Well, that's exactly why I think it needs to happen, and they have 2 games to do it, and then the Braves are out of town. I mean, maybe it happens in the second game. I don't care. I mean, Wheeler, to me, is the one that just strikes me as the guy that would pull it off and do it, and he's old school and all that. I hope it happens. We shall see. But let's get a sweep today, and let's get the Braves out of here. 11 and a half games out of first place. Let's make this a 2-horse race. You got your bet in yet?
No, I'm working on that because I ain't betting in a while, so I don't remember how to do this.
You got to select the team, money
line.
I got
the money line.
Run line or money line?
Run line or money line? I'm going to money line. And see, I'm trying to bet both games in one slip.
Yeah, a parlay.
That's what I'm trying. It's been so long since I've done this because
Oh, you're the guy that talks about all the parlays you hit.
Parlay,
you don't even know how to put one in.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Okay. And then I want to get, I got my man Kyle Schwarber. I got him hitting 2 today.
Ooh, in one game or just
in
each game?
In each game. I'm gonna go. I know he's gonna get a hit. I'm gonna go record a hit. But see, how should I do it? Should I stagger these? Should I do them each game on his own?
Well, I mean, you don't know the lineup for the second game, and they might
Yeah,
not.
that-
They
you're
might
right,
not
you're
let
right,
you.
you're right,
All right,
you're
how
right.
about you and I workshop this, and we hand this off to Greg Murphy to get
Yeah,
everyone ready for
yeah.
Phillies on deck? Because this, I have a feeling this thing can
And
take
if
you a
Greg,
while.
you got anything that if you want to add to it, let me know.
All right.
in the broadcast.
Everyone enjoy a lot of Phillies baseball. Hopefully a couple wins here on WIP today. And I need a brave bean. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Thanks for McGurks for having us. Phillies baseball next on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Mike Reese here, and I'm ready